He slid out, went into the tile, spun around. I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams, take one.
Driven Dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Hello and welcome to Glan Y Gors in North Wales, more commonly known as GYG. It plays host to round 5 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. As we head into the second half of the season, it's still all to play for across all 5 of our classes. I am David Sullivan, if you'd like to put a face to the name. There I am up on the screen, and I will be with you all through the day as we take you through Honda Cadet, Micro Max, Junior Rotax, Mini Max and Junior Pro Kart. There is a picture of your circuit on screen. It's a fairly short start-finish straight. You can see that just there on the right-hand side before a long run up the Dragon Straight towards the top end of the track. Quite a unique track here in North Wales. It's set on a hill. You can see absolutely all of it from down on the holding area and the dummy grid. It's 1,100 metres in length, 13 turns with a huge amount of elevation. Track established in 2002, and a track that wasn't actually intended to be used for everyday karting. I'll come to that a little bit later on, because on screen the most important thing for today is going to be quite overcast. We've already had a few spots of rain during the 3-lap warm-up that we've had for all of our classes this morning. Everybody down there on the dummy grid taking the wets with them just in case they need to get them on as quickly as possible. You can see the trolleys there on the right and just being seen all the wet tyres. Now, if the sun was beaming, nobody would have brought them out of the awning at all. First race of the day is almost with us then. We've got Lewis Hall there on the left. He's going to start on pole position in this random grid format. So the drivers will have, certainly in Hondas, they'll take part in 3 of the 4 heats. All of our other classes, they'll take part in all of their heats. Hondas will have a B final because we've got more than 30 drivers, so the top 20 on point in this class will progress straight into the A final. Everybody else will go then into a runoff. The top 10 will progress into positions 21 through to 30 in the final for our Honda Cadets. The rest will unfortunately take no further part in the race day come the end of the day. First race of the day then, almost upon us. It's heat number 1 for Honda. It's almost time to have a look at your grid. As we mentioned, it will be Lewis Hall on pole position with Stanley Clark sharing the front row. Row number 2, Jensen White and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with Amy Peacock and James Fabricius on row 3. Row 4 will see Alex Lynn alongside Freddie Lyons. The top 10 completed by Harry Samuel and George Ralston with Drew Davidson and James Winstanley on row number 6. 7 will see Max Housego alongside Mason Webster. Ralphie Branscombe will start 15th alongside the second of our Housegos, Freddie, in 16th with Sam Howell and Max Lewis on row 9. 19th, Rio Wardali and Alfie Forrester in 20th with Tom Percock and Harris Roberts, your current championship leader, starting on the outside of row 11. Max Wheatley and Joshua Owen share row number 12 with Larry Price, Ethan Charles, Ayrton Rye and Scarlett Percox, your 28 runners in your Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Now, we'll see some of these drivers again in Heat 2. Some of them we won't, because they'll be changed over with a few other drivers. So they'll be taking part, as I say, in 3 of your 4 heats. Practice has gone well this morning for most of our drivers. They get a 3-lap warm-up this morning just to make sure everything and any changes overnight have been implemented nicely. The conditions, like I say, we have had 1 or 2 spots of rain here in North Wales. Looks like we have a space there on the grid. Not sure who that is for. Let's have a quick scan around. Not sure if I've seen Isabella Stansmore Wilson this morning, and there she is running up, and the cart is coming with it as well. So as we just make sure everybody is in position and getting into there. Isabella Stansmore Wilson making the late run up to the grid. We are due for her starting around about 2 or 3 minutes time here at Glan Y Gors. Thank you very much for joining us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please do get in touch with us in the live chat comments, and we'll endeavour throughout the day to read them out. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you're watching from, more importantly as well. Give us a like and a subscribe. Once you press the subscribe button, then you're able to comment in the live chat as well, and we can keep in touch throughout the day here, and then you'll be able to let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know if you've enjoyed any of the races, as well as the drivers here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship put on a show for you here in the north of Wales. The camera shot we're coming to, this is the top of the track, this is Spoon. You come into this corner almost blind for most of our drivers, unless you're really, really tall and you can see over the crest. Most of them, though, will be coming in there blind and then hard on the brakes for the tight right. Looks like we've had a bit of an excursion across the grass for one of the House of Goes. Think that could be Max, but we'll confirm the numbers when they come round. So helpers making their way down onto the grid at the moment, having a few people joining us already, with Nathan Ethan's getting in touch saying come on Freddie. Lines, Joe Hewitt as well saying good luck. That's to Jaden Hewitt, one of the few drivers that makes it over from the Isle of Man, comes over for every round. So our drivers then making their way down the hill into the final corner at Paddock, and then they'll get themselves into position for the first race of the day here at Glan Y Gors. We'll start with our Honda Cadets before I think we move on to our Junior Rotax. So I'm going to just run you through the first few races of the morning. Then we'll start with we'll start with Honda Cadet, then we go Junior Pro Kart, Mini Max, Micro Max and Junior Rotax before we then go back to Hondas. It won't be a straight cycle through because we got one more race for our Hondas in terms of heats. Then we've got to squeeze their B final in as well. As you can see here at GYG, it's a really, really short start-finish straight, which means that when we get more than around about 20 drivers, we are backing them up round the final corner. Shades of the old Silverstone when they were gridded up further back on the old start-finish straight all the way around Woodcote Corner. So our drivers, if you're down there towards the tail, you're going to have to either position your car at a slight angle, which it looks like we've got one in that sort of position. Really interesting as well to see off the front row here, Stanley Clark, that car aggressively pointed towards the apex of that first corner. With it being such a short start finish straight here at GYG, the inside is really, really helpful. If you've got yourself an inside berth, you've got to get over, because then if you're on the outside, you're going to be all the way on the outside, all the way up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon at the top of the hill. Waiting for 1 or 2. I think we've got out our race director at the back, Rory, just getting the final driver, Ayrton Wright, into position here at GYG, or looking up at the overhead gantry then, and the first race of round 5 is underway. It's a good start from the outside by Stanley Clark, but he's going to have to get across and slot in behind Lewis Hall for second place. Our pole sitter then leading the way as they make their way up the hill for the first time in this 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Everybody, certainly on the first lap, trying to migrate towards the inside, as there now Clark tries to run all the way around the outside of Spoon, and then they head down the hill. And it is a down the hill section here at GYG towards the carousel. It looks like a long looping left-hander. It's not, it's a left. It straightens ever so slightly. You are going to run all the way around the outside, but if you can dive down the inside there as we head back up the hill then here into the right hand. Alex Lynn gets to the inside of Amy Peacock as they head now down the hill. This left-hander compression before going into the Devil's Elbow, which is a double apex right that drops away. The cart going light over the crest of the hill before they head down into the final right-hand corner. It's a very, very difficult corner to get right, is the one at Paddock. As they come over the line for the first time. Stanley Clark lost 2 places to Jensen White and James Fabricius those drivers on the inside and then making their way all the way up. Fabricius, one of the front runners in this championship, goes into round number 5 in second place and will be looking to take full advantage in this first one because his nearest championship competitor, Harris Roberts, who's won all 4 of the finals so far this season, this is his back third start, so he'll be trying to look to maximise his early point in this one, heading towards the final. We add all the points together before then they're sorted out for your starting positions for the final. We see some of our drivers watching from the field at the top of the camping area of the paddock. Lewis Hall then from pole position, continuing to lead this final, but gets a little bit of snap oversteer, and Fabricius tries to get alongside Jensen White on the inside, and if it has rained ever so slightly, we know White's going to take full advantage of that, a driver that goes incredibly well in the wet, dry, slippy conditions. So if the track conditions or anything, and Fabricius tags the back and spins round. It looks like we've had Amy Peacock as well, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson all facing the wrong way. I'm sure that was Peacock going. I saw black and red going towards the outside, so the top 10 have really been mixed up there. I'm not quite sure what happened, whether Fabricius caught the back of Jensen White or whether he was just got light over the crest of the hill, tapped the brakes and spun, but nobody from the top 3 has been affected by that now, as that's put Stanley Clark back up into third place. Hall, White and Stanley Clark then will be the top 3. You're going to see the top left corner change round like a fruit machine as everybody sorts themselves out. So now it's Lynn up into 4th place with Ralston, Samuel Branscombe. Mason Webster, who won our cadet driver of the day at Lyd a month ago, is up into 8th place with Drew Davidson debuting here in the Cadet Kart Championship in 9th place. Sam Howell is in 10th. So the top 3 have managed to break away then, as George Ralston is backing the rest of the pack up as they're side by side down the hill into that double apex left-hander at Carousel, and back up the hill they come then. And then this downhill section, for most of it, it looks like it's single file, but your drivers at the back, they'll be trying to come through from this mixed grid format to really try and take advantage down this section. You see there, it's a off camber, drops away, the karts go really, really light, but then you have to get yourself set up, because if you get this final corner wrong now, which I think that was Harry Samuel going slightly sideways, that's going to cause you issues all the way up this hill as you try and drag your way up the top of the hill. But had a few change rounds, and Webster is down to 9th, as is Davidson. They've dropped down ever so slightly, with Harry Samuel and Sam Howell in 7th and 8th respectively. So the top 7 or 8 starting to spread themselves out, with Branscombe there trying to get past Ralston, with Lynn as well. Looks like Branscombe has got past Alex Lynn. He has, you can see there in the background, the gold and black coloured kart coming through now in 5th place, with Lynn in the white and blue down into 6th. The leading trio though, still nose to tail, with Jensen White holding off Stanley Clark, both of them still behind our pole sitter Lewis Hall. As we approach half race distance in this 8-minute plus 1 lap opening heat of the day, it's Hall, White and Clark leading as the top 3 off. Nose to tail and Hall to the inside as Jensen White tries to sweep all the way round the outside there into the Spoon corner. That's White in the 58, and he's going to try and get a good run down the hill here towards the Carousel. Looked like he got a good exit out of Spoon. He's going to head down the hill then. There we go. There, down the inside goes Jensen White. Hall's going to try and stick this one out all the way around the outside. That's going to put him on the inside, and Stanley Clark will take advantage and come through. And the top 3 in doing this battle have backed themselves into George Ralston and Ralphie Branscombe. We've now got a 5-kart battle for the lead, with Alex Lynn not too far back. He's going to try and drag Harry Samuel and Sam Howell into this battle. So as they all got side by side, look over the shoulder there from Stanley Clark now. He's up into 2nd place. There's going to be some lap traffic in front of them. They're going to try and get alongside up this long drag up the hill. In this Honda Cadet class, they're approaching 60 miles an hour as they head up to the hill, and this time Stanley Clark gets down the inside and Jensen White comes through as well. Ralston's going to try and sweep round the outside of Lewis Hall. So Lewis Hall, who's valiantly held on to the lead for the opening 5.5 minutes of this race, will drop down into 3rd place. Ralston's going to try and go round the outside. That's going to allow Branscombe potentially to come down the inside. He's going to slot back into the positions as they were. So as they come through the Carousel section, there's some lap traffic in the middle of that. They make their way through nice and cleanly. Great awareness by the 34 of Scarlett Percox as the Drivers bounce their way over the curve with 2 minutes remaining. And there, Harris Roberts, your championship leader from the final third of this grid, has made his way up inside the top 10 in 9th place. So not too far off. I think he might run out of time to challenge this battle for the lead as Ralphie Branscombe goes down the inside of George Ralston and slides through down the inside into the right-hander, and then the cutback left at Spoon. There's more lap traffic in front of them as they approach the 95 of James Winstanley, I think, in front of them. 1.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap as Stanley Clark, who driver in a rich vein of form at the moment, having taken victories at the Hooton Park Club meeting 2 weeks ago, was showing good in practice last weekend up in the northeast before issues with his ribs, something that he aggravated, has meant that he could take no part during the race day, but he's leading the way so far in this Honda Cadet opening heat of the day as Jenson White tries to get round the outside. He's going to try and use the lap traffic in front to his advantage, as I'm sure will the rest of the pack behind them. The top 5 still nose to tail, with all the way back then to Ralston in 5th place. There he is in the blue and the green cart in the background. So the top 5 nose to tail with Stanley Clark and Jenson White, the 2 BSR drivers, leading the way, and they have actually opened up a gap of a few tenths of a second back to Lewis Hall, who led this race and then defended incredibly well against Clark and Jenson White a few laps ago, until White tried to go down the inside. It opened the door for Stanley Clark to move through into 2nd place, and the following lap he was through into lead, and it dragged Jenson White through as well. Winstanley there in the 95 has a quick look over his shoulder. He'll be aware that the leaders are coming through. This will be the penultimate lap then. They're not going to get round in enough time, as the time at the top of the screen elapses then down to 0 in a few moments' time, and they'll head towards the final lap here at GYG for the opening race of the day, with Stanley Clark and Jenson White so far moving away at the head of this pack. The gap now 1/2 second, but they've got to negotiate this traffic, and they've got to negotiate it cleanly to try and break the gap as the rest of the carts come through. It's very much single file down here unless you can find a move down the inside, and that way you are going to come through and take full advantage. Clark then leads them over the line as the last lap board is out here at GYG. The gap has gone out to well over a second between himself and the chasing pack behind. Roberts, the championship leader, up to 7th. Fabricius has recovered back to 13th place. Can Roberts do anything on this final lap? Think he's going to put a move on Sam Howell at this top end of the track. There he is in the background, trying to come through in the number 45, your current championship leader. Looks like Branscombe's managed to get through in the lap traffic on Lewis Hall as well, but Stanley Clark leading the way so far in this one. He's just got to navigate the downhill bit, round the right-hander at the top of the hill, and then into the left here. This one's compression as the carts tighten up, then into the Devil's Elbow and heading down the hill. Can White do anything into the final corner? There's a spinner in the middle that's going to slow everybody down. The yellow flags are going to come out there, so no overtaking, and Stanley Clark wins the first race of the day from Jenson White and Ralphie Branscombe, with Hall, Ralston. Roberts comes up into 6th place with Howell, Price, Charles, Lynn, your top 10 here in the first Honda Cadet race of the day. 11th, Mason Webster, Harry Samuel, James Fabricius recovers to 13th with Wheatley, Davidson, Ward Alley, Stansmore, Wilson, Wright, Lines and Peacock. So Fabricius recovering to 13th, Stansmore Wilson recovers to 17th, Peacock recovering to 20th place. The spin in the first few laps of Fabricius, then it looked like Peacock and Stansmore Wilson had to take to the grass in order to not get involved in the incident there on that one. But an enthralling start to the day sees Stanley Clark take victory in the first race. Just having a quick look, thank you very much for everybody getting in touch. Somebody's been saying good morning, David. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a great day's racing, and good luck to all the drivers, particularly Callum Foster in at the 69. He'll be out in rotax classes in a few moments' time. Nina Brooks saying good luck, and good luck to Amy. Well, unfortunately, she didn't quite have the first race that she wanted, having gone onto the grass. We've got more support coming in as well with Sandeep Shergill saying come on Ayrton. That was for Ayrton Rice. She was out as well in that race. So there's fist bumps all round for the top 3 as they're in to scrutineering everybody else in the holding area behind. So drivers there, they'll have come over the weighbridge to make sure they are up and Stanley Clark with an emphatic victory in the first race of the day. He is very, very happy with himself. Jensen White still staying in the kart down there. I think he's just looking around for his helper. And then we've got Ralphie Branscombe as well. Next race up, though, it is time for Junior Rotax. It is in fact Junior Pro Kart. We've had a slight change in the schedule because they are making their way out. Obviously Max Shields on the right hand side there, he'll be out in both Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax as he has all season, so we just have to make sure those two classes are next to each other on a fairly common occurrence, because it's not fair to basically throw him out of one kart and into another. The top two in the championship then lead us round for the front row. Christian Oblag and Max Shields, only 18 points between the two of them, with Harry Brown and Amy Frame on row 2, Thomas Wilkins and Harrison Johns on the third row. And after an intense battle at lid throughout the day between Christian Oblag and Max Shields, this one, as it has been so far all season in Junior Pro Kart, will be an enthralling battle as Oblang takes the challenge to our championship leader and reigning champion after 2021, Max Shields, in second place. There he is with the gold helmet. He's going to be rolling into position, and you'll see them come around now. So it's Oblang in the green on the front row, Shields on the outside. They're going to get themselves into position. If you're wondering why they're gridding up on the second row rather than the front one, that's because the timing line here at GYG is somewhere between the front row and the second row. So we'll start them on the second row, that way when they come over the start line right at the start here, as the green is almost with us, they look up onto the overhead gantry there. You can see the two sets of glides. It's a good start from Shields from the outside, and he's going to come all the way around Oblang, as is Amy Frame, I think, from fourth place on the grid. And she's going to slot into second. Shields comes across to defend. Oblang will come to the inside and try and slot into that slipstream, and Frame may well get hung out here on the outside as they head then through the right-hand flick and then hard on the brakes into Spoon, but it's Frame who all holds on to second place. Wilkins coming through from the back row into fourth place. So it's Shields from Frame. Then it's Christian Oblang in third place. Looks like Thomas Wilkins then up into fourth in front of Harry Brown and Harrison Johns as they come through. It looks like we have had a bit a spin down there. Looks like Harrison Johns potentially, he's dropped off the back, and I thought I saw a kart stationary down there at Carousel. The double apex left at the bottom of the hill. So the 5 runners that are still with this lead pack sees Max Shield taking advantage and moving away. He's going to set the fastest lap because he was furthest forward, and he is disappearing out at the front as Amy Frame then comes across as the track goes up the hill. There's a little flick right, then there's another little flick right before this corner, which is a flat out right at the end of the straight before they go over that apex, the brow there at the top of the hill, and Frame has gone wide, and that's going to allow Oblang to come through, and it may well allow Thomas Wilkins to take advantage down the hill into this left-hander. The thing is, they're coming so slow then round Spoon that you can't get a great run down that hill towards Carousel, so you really have to try and maximise the exit the best you can to get everybody alongside and then down the inside. If one comes through, then you're likely to see 2 or 3 get down the inside there, but then as you come back up that hill, it's a right-hander again, so all is not lost if the driver gets alongside. So use that rumble strip on the outside here at Glan Y Gors. You see onto the right there as the track comes round, there's a small infield section. That was the original track here at GYG. The circuit's intention was not that we come racing here every weekend and it not become one of the finest circuits in the UK. It was a private track for a long time for the owner's children, and that was developed then as everybody from the local area was sort of popping their head through the fence and asking if they could have a go. So the track was extended all the way up the hill, and the facilities continuing to improve here at Glan Y Gors. We've got a couple of more interesting facts to come to you later on in the day about this circuit in North Wales. Picturesque. I think if you can pick the right day of the year, and it probably will be only one day of the year, you can see Snowdon in the far distance, but generally the clouds will, you have to peek through them to try and find it. Pretty much just about see the shadow. We'll see if we can get a view of that later on. The views in the background actually, while slightly overcast, it's not as foggy as it was yesterday morning when we were having a look out across the track from the top end during the track walk that I carried out and had a nice walk round, my first time here at Glan Y Gors. Christian Oblang through then into second place. Hasn't been able to break away from Amy Frame, who's stuck with him in the early phases of this race. Max Shields already 3.2 seconds away down the road. And you'll remember at Lyd when we, for the first heat, we were speaking to a gentleman that day called Jordan Guy, who was helping Max Shields out on the mechanic in front, because obviously he's running both karts, so he was focusing on the pro kart. Now, he was out racing last weekend and unfortunately had a very, very bad incident, which meant that he spent most of the week in hospital. He is out though, fortunately, albeit with not in the greatest of shape, but he has been released from hospital last night. We wish Jordan all the very best from everybody at Alpha Live and in the CKC JKC paddock. We look forward to welcoming him back to a paddock later on in the season. I'm sure he'll be with us at Landau and other tracks later in the year, so we'll try and catch a word with Jordan later on in the season. But as I say, he had a very, very unfortunate accident last weekend, so we wish him all the very best. Max Shields there pumps in the fastest lap of the race out at the front, extending that lead to 4.4 seconds at around about half race distance. So continuing to push with Christian Oblang and Amy Frame battling out, as we see Harry Brown trying to go down the inside of Thomas Wilkins at the top of the hill, and does for fourth place. Can he get it stopped though? There he is in the 47. Great move then from Harry Brown, getting in the slipstream of Thomas Wilkins on that run up the hill. Now he's got to defend as Wilkins tries to get back down the inside into the second left of Carousel. And then they head back up the hill and then now into this double apex right. It's effectively, it is like a double apex because they've extended the tarmac on the outside to make it one really, really big loop all the way around as they drop down the hill then. As they head down, as Brown takes a huge chunk of curb. That curb on the inside, not something that you want to introduce yourself to on a regular basis because it's very high, which means it's very uncomfortable on you as you bounce back down and your bum tries to make its way through your seat. It also means that there's a fairly high chance that your kart is going to lose grip, and there's not a huge amount of runoff before you make friends with the wall on the outside of that final corner. So expect though later on in the day, if we do have any rain, most of the drivers will be trying to flatten that curve out quite a lot in order to try and change the line, because they'll be turning in a lot later as they head off the off track towards the it's a very, very different line in the wet. You see they're going to turn in a lot later to this corner and then try and straight line the start finish rate as much as they can. So Harry Brown, having moved through into fourth place, has started to put a few tenths between himself and Thomas Wilkins, although Wilkins sets his personal best. That's what happens when they go blue down the top left-hand corner. If it goes purple, that is the fastest outright lap of the race for anybody on our track. Oblang in second place with 2 minutes remaining. You can see there in the background, depending on which way you're looking here at GYG, it can be blue skies on one side and very, very grey on the other. The forecast is that we may have some precipitation later on in the day, so that's going to add an extra dynamic, an extra thought process for our drivers as to what tactics they go for, as Oblang sets a personal best, as does Frame, but Frame 2 tenths quicker is going to try and get into the slipstream in this run up the hill. In the background there's Brown and Wilkins. Brown continuing to open up a gap as Frame gets the nose down the inside of Christian Oblang. Oblang then chops back across, and then Frame will lose another kart length as they come down. So that corner at the top spoon, you basically go from going up the hill in one direction, looping yourself all the way back round and then back down the hill. But it cuts back at the top of the hill before you go down, so you can get down the inside in the first bit, but then you're going to put you on the outside as well. So very, very technical circuit here in North Wales as Max Shields puts in another fastest lap of the race as we head towards the timer elapsing here, and I think he's going to get round, I think, before the time elapses, as Oblang came over at around about 45 seconds. Shields is some 6 seconds in front of this battle for second place, and that means that he's got through with around about, he's going to cross the line, I think, with around about 5 or 6 seconds. So I'm just having a quick look in the live chat comments. Yanis Race has been on. How many cc are these cars? Well, each of the engines that are on here are 200cc. A few moments ago you saw Honda Cadet. They run a single engine of the sealed RPM 200 engine. Junior Pro Kart, they run an extra engine on a bigger frame. So we get we go down the shop, we buy an extra engine, we bolt it on the other side, and so each of these engines is 200cc. As frame there goes wide into the final corner, and I feel there that the chances of second place have gone for Amy Frame as she loses around about half a second to Christian Oblang. Oblang's going to probably have a look over his shoulder soon and realise that he's got a little bit more comfort than what he had 2 laps ago when Amy Frame dived down the inside at the top of the hill into Spoon. The time has elapsed, so when Max Shields, our race leader, comes over the line in a few moments' time, I think Ollie 41 should be on saying 1.6. I think that could be regards to the engine CC. They're actually 200, so that we race here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship on the Hondas. It's a sealed unit, so we might be able later on, if we can zoom in on one of these Honda engines, you'll be able to see the one-piece seal that goes all the way around the engine. This frame has actually closed right back up on Christian Oblang as the last lap board is out. So Amy Frame with a personal best as well now, the bit between her teeth, having made that mistake 2 laps ago, trying to make amends as they head up the hill, and Oblang will go tighter into Spoon than he has done on the previous few laps to stop Amy Frame getting down the inside. It's going to have to be a move, I feel, in the downhill section, because round this double apex left, they're carrying so much speed that they're going to be pretty much single file. As now can Frame find a way through in the downhill section. Checkered flag is out though, and it's going to be a win by almost 10 seconds for the championship leader, Maximus Shields. Oblang, I feel here, will hold on. I can't think that Frame's going to get alongside into the final complex of corners, and Christian Oblang from second place on the grid recovers to come back to second place, having dropped down into third. Frame will get third place then, with Harry Brown, a personal best for him in the Junior Kart Championship, finishing in 4th place in front of Thomas Wilkins and Harrison Johns there, who had the spin on the opening lap, coming through to take the checkered flag. I think we're going to see a better showing out of him in heats number 2 and 3 later on. Certainly had some good pace and was setting continual personal bests throughout that race, but had that spin on the opening lap, and when you fall almost 20 seconds behind on the opening lap, it is a very difficult thing to get back through. Ollie 41 is asking whether they are 4-strokes. They are 4-stroke karts that are out there on this one. So our Honda Cadets, they're 4-stroke, Junior Pro Kart as well. Everything else, however, is 2-stroke, and it's about time to go racing with the first of our 2-stroke classes. They are down there in the holding area. It's time for Heat 1 in Minimax. Minimax then already making their way out onto the track here at GYG. Look like we've got Callum Foster on pole position with Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside. We'll get the confirmation as they come up on the screen. There we are. So it is Foster and Fox-Whiteley on the front row, Smith and Blanford row 2, Holland and Mentier on row number 3. Oliver Fabricia starts 11th with Leon Barlow alongside Ben Horner and Ben Adrian on row number 5 in front of Lewis Goff and Jack Burgess. Melissa Adrian and Isaac Parkinson completing your 14 runners. So I think we've had a slight change in position. We're going to have a quick look there, because we've got a driver who looked like he was off with a problem, and I didn't see any orange coming through the screen there, so potentially that could be Jared Fox-Whiteley on the run down towards Carousel. We're going to get 2 rolling up laps anyway, these new Comet tyres, but it looks like our Jared Fox-Whiteley, the championship leader going into round number 5, looked like he was either off the track or facing in the wrong direction. He's moving now, he's had some assistance, there he is in the 22, but Jared Fox-Whiteley from his front third start, as all of our drivers will get a start from the front third, a start from the middle and a start from the back. So Jared Fox-Whiteley from the front row will now potentially have to start this race all the way from the back, because I don't think he's going to have enough time to get back up onto the front row. Now, so that's going to, Callum Foster in the 69 is going to lead them round. Then we're going to have Addison Smith and Lucas Blanford on the second row. Now, what Blanford can't do here is move forward into the position that was Jared Fox-Whiteley's. He's still got to start on the second row, but this is going to be a real tough one for Fox Whiteley, having gone up, I'm not sure whether he's gone off or had a problem on that opening lap. Round they come then for the first time, and I think we've got an aborted start because we have had a number of drivers with their arms in the air. They're going to roll back round, so that is an aborted start, and Callum Foster will lead them round. Fox Whiteley there in the background, closing back up. Once again, I think the pack was too far spread. So now it's whether they're going to allow Fox Whiteley to come back through the pack up to the front row, or whether he's going to have to slot in at the back here. Let's see whether he's going to try and start making his way through. Either way, our field is still fairly evenly spread out, and they need to tighten that up into a position. And there is Fox Whiteley in the 22, trying to find a way back towards that front row. It's going to be very difficult down this downhill section as well, and he's taken to the grass for a second time there. I think he's been forced out because those drivers, I don't think were expecting him to come through, and he certainly will now, I think, have to start this one as they're coming through at a fair rate of knots. And we will once again here at GYG have a aborted start as Blanford's got his arm up off the steering wheel. Not quite sure why, because it is the pole sitter's prerogative to go at whatever speed he or she wants until they get to that acceleration line. It's not the drivers behind that can push through and tell them what speed they want to do. I do get the feeling in a few moments' time we might have these drivers held in a stationary position at the top of the hill, and they may have some additional instructions given to them as to how to do this one, or we're just going to slow them all down, which is brilliant there by our race director Luke at the top, just to get them into a much tighter formation as they head down. So the two aborted starts have really played into the hands here of the 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley, who has been off on the outlap with problems. I think that kart may have stopped. They're going to come through then now, and they are in much tighter formation as they come over the line. Blanford breaks into the middle as they come over start finish, as Callum Foster leads them over the line, but then will drop down a few places. Blanford between the front row slides through into second place. Fox Whiteley from the outside is through into the lead as Blanford tries to get down the inside into Spoon and has the nose chopped off him by the 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley. Behind them, Lizzie Mentier and Addison Smith moving through into third and fourth respectively. Then it looks like Foster, then it's Ben Adrian in the 48 coming through. It's not Foster, in fact, in the 69 kart in fifth place. We'll get confirmation as they come through. We've got a couple of karts that are very, very similar in colour. Could potentially be the 42 of Leon Barlow with a good start. Over the line they come then for the first time here as they bounce over the curbs and make the run up the hill, up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon Corner. And trying to get pop out of the slipstream there is Lucas Blanford. And then Fox Whiteley will go to the inside and defend. Blanford will squeeze through the gap and into the lead, and Lizzie Mentier will sweep round the outside and up into second place. So it's going to be Blanford then leading the way from Mentier, Fox Whiteley and Smith the top four. Leon Barlow is up into fifth place with Lewis Goff then in sixth. It's going to be it is Lewis Goff up there. I think he's managed to squeeze past Ben Adrian in the previous lap. He'll come through then. Expect them to swap positions. There we go with Fabricius, Foster and Burgess in the top 10 in front of Melissa Adrian, Ben Horner, Isaac Parkinson and Harry Platek Holland as Lewis Goff slides through on Leon Barlow at the top of the hill. And Blanford has managed, since he's managed to get through, hasn't managed to break away so far from Lizzie Mentier as Addison Smith tries to get a nose down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley in that stealthy looking all black kart, the number 15, coming off the back of a maiden victory last weekend at Teesside Autodrome. Enters round number 5 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship full of confidence and is up into fourth place. So as they come over the line, you'll see that Lewis Goff moves up into fifth place there. He gets the confirmation, but he's got half a second or so off the back of Addison Smith to try and close in now. If these start battling as Lizzie Mentier goes down the inside of Lucas Blanford at the top of the hill into Spoon, and we've got our third change of the lead, fourth if you count that Foster led them over the line at the start of the race. And now Lizzie Mentier, who yesterday evening was contemplating not taking part in this race day because as I mentioned a few moments ago, Jordan Guy, a member of the team Mentia, came out of hospital yesterday. They were contemplating as an entire team going home yesterday, and now moving through into the lead. The decision to stay here in North Wales fully vindicated as we head towards half race distance. Mentia then leading the way from Blandford. Fox Whiteley and the chopping and changing at the front has allowed Lewis Goff in the number 4 to join on the back of this battle in this 4-kart lead battle for the lead, and Goff has moved past Addison Smith. And looking in the background, we're not too far back to Leon Barlow. He's right on the back. It's effectively 6 karts then. We've got 2 or 3 back then to Ben Adrian and Oliver Fabricius as well. 4.5 minutes remaining, so we are heading towards half race distance in this 8-minute plus 1 lap opening heat for our Mini-Max class, and Lizzie Mentia leading the way in that mint green, white and black kart. Blandford sets a personal best. Goff with confirmation there that he's up into 4th place. As all of our drivers migrate to the inside. Blandford will try and chop to the outside to try and put a move down the inside. Has opened the door though, and Lewis and Jared Fox Whiteley in the 22 is up into 2nd place. So our 2 championship leaders, Jared Fox Whiteley and Lucas Blandford, exchanging positions, and that moves Fox Whiteley up into 2nd place, with Blandford down to 3rd, Goff in 4th place. They're side by side down the Devil's Elbow section as the left-hander there at compression, then the drop downhill into Devil's Elbow. It's very single file down there, unless you've got a compliant friend who's going to try and go side by side, but either way, generally one of you is getting squeezed out wide there. Slight radiator flap adjustment for Blandford, wanting more power out of that engine as they head up the hill here at Glan Y Gors, and Goff is going to try and get to the inside of Blandford as well. Blandford goes across the curbs, Goff's on the outside. That could lose Goff a place down the hill to Addison Smith, and the 5-kart battle for the lead has been split in half as the top 3 use that as an opportunity to break away. That's going to put Barlow right back in the mix, Ben Adrian right on the back as well, and once the top 3 start squabbling, and I'm sure they will in this remaining 3 minutes of this race, we'll be back to a 7-kart battle for the leaders. They make their way through. Mentia has started to open up a gap or 2 in terms of kart lengths back to Fox Whiteley and Blandford, but the slipstream from those chasing pack behind as Blandford tries to get alongside Fox Whiteley. Mentia goes slightly wide, and that's going to balk Fox Whiteley's exit as Blandford tries to get down the inside, down the hill. And that downhill section into this double apex left there, on paper, you look at that, and when you're on the hill, looks, that's a prime overtaking spot. It really isn't. It's not the most common overtaking spot anywhere near at this track. It looks like it's good as Blandford gets alongside Fox Whiteley down the hill. And as we saw, Fox Whiteley hung out to dry, and that's going to allow Lewis Goff as well to move up into 3rd place. And this, for me, with Goff coming through from his back 3rd start in 11th place, is going to really give Goff a lot of confidence going into the rest of the day, because he's got, I think, a 4th and a 6th later on that he's going to try and take full advantage and take some solid points out of this one. I always say in this class, if you can move forward heavily from your back 3rd start and then just hold position in the other 2, you've got a good chance of starting in the top 4 come finals time at the end of the day here. So it's Mentia, then Blandford, with Goff in 3rd place now. Fox Whiteley down then into 4th, having lost 2 places down the hill a few laps ago, with Addison Smith and Leon Barlow there in the background. We've got Ben Adrian coming along as well. Then there's a gap back to Oliver Fabricius, who hasn't been able to go with the chopping and changing all the way up the hill, trying to make something happen. And Blandford is through down the inside on Mentia, and Goff is going to get alongside as well with Blandford, but then Goff's going to go to the outside. They're battling behind, and Lucas Blandford is through into the lead, and this is, if they continue battling behind, this will just play into the hands of the race leader. They have to sort themselves out now, because what was a lead for Mentia drops her down into 2nd place. Goff in 3rd. Smith is up on Jared Fox Whiteley. That's put him up into 4th. Fox Whiteley down into 5th. And as everybody chops and changes all the way up the hill, Goff goes wide over the rumble strips. That could potentially slow. He's now going to need Addison Smith to work with him up the hill, punch the hole through the air, and they're split into the race leader on his own, and Goff down the inside of Lizzie Mentia. They're still side by side. Little bit of rubbing between the two of them. Mentier loses 2 places. Goff comes through, and it looks like Fox Whiteley could be through on Lizzie Mentier as well. Leon Barlow tries to get alongside in the 42, but he could well be on the outside. He is, and has to slot back into 6th place. So Lizzie Mentier from 2nd place down into 5th. The time elapses at the top. Last lap board will be waiting to greet our drivers as they come through this time. Blanford leading the way by 0.8 of a second, with Lewis Goff, Addison Smith, Jared Fox Whiteley in 4th place. It looks like Leon Barlow's got a good run on Lizzie Mentier up the hill, and he is 2 through into 5th place. So unless somebody can put in a last lap move on anybody, it looks like it could stand as it is from that run up to the top of the hill, because overtaking opportunities are scarce once you get to this point in the track. As we say, it is a downhill section. It's very, very single file, but it's incredibly technical, rewards the brave, so they make their way round Paddock Corner for the final time here in Minimax Heat 1. Lucas Blanford takes victory from Lewis Goff, who sets a personal best in his quest to try and close in. Smith, Fox Whiteley and Barlow complete the top 5, with Mentier, Adrian Fabricius, and then Melissa Adrian and Callum Foster completing the top 10 in front of Jack Burgess, Isaac Parkinson, Ben Horner and Harry Holland coming through to take the checkered flag. There we are, the confirmation of our final runners coming through to take their checkered flags. So Lucas Blanford closing the championship gap on Jared Fox Whiteley, the championship leader. Almost everybody in the top 5 had a go at leading that race at some point, but as they make their way down the hill towards the pit lane, it will be time for us to move on here. We're almost through the opening heats of the day as we wait for our leaders to come in. So what's going to happen here is that the top 3 should make their way into the Parc Ferme area. They're going up onto the weigh scale there. They'll just make sure that they are over the weight limit and they're above that. Then they'll go off for technical compliance and make sure all the carts are as they should be. And also they'll be making sure that the nose there right at the front is where it should be in terms of position as well, because there is a front fairing penalty in terms of if there's too much pressure applied, that nose pushes in and drops down. We'll see whether any of those are applied later on in the day. Next up though, it's time to stay with the 2 strokes. We'll go with the smallest of them. It's time for Micromax Heat number 1. Micromax then, a cadet class in terms of the engine size and the age of our drivers. It's very similar in age to our Honda Cadet class. It's 8 to 12 year olds, but then generally by the time they get to 12 they've all moved up into the juniors that we've seen a few moments ago. So they're going to make their way round as we run through the grid then for this opening Micromax race of the day. Toby Jukes will be on pole position with Logan Lauder alongside Dax Farrer, who debuts in CKC, will start in 3rd place alongside James Tate, Carl McLean and Jack Baker on row number 3. Harry Neeson starts 7th alongside Ella Lucia, with Alex Jones and Aston Brown completing the top 10. James Roberts starts 11th with Samuel Lowdy in 12th. Then we've got our championship leader Daniel Minto starting 13th alongside Jack Hutchinson, our driver of the day from this class at Lyd a month ago. So they're going to make their way round for their rolling start. We had a few issues in practice which saw Ella Lucia requiring some medical assistance. We'll see whether she's out. The bright pink helmet appears to be missing. We'll get confirmation when they come round, because we're expecting 14 runners, but it looks like we may only have 13. It's a rolling start for our micros. They're going to make their way round the first corner as Aston Brown gets a little bit of nudge there. He's in the 57 on the outside. That's going to see him jumped by a few as they head up the hill towards the spoon corner right at the top. As we got moves down the inside, Toby Jukes from pole position drops into 2nd place. Looks like it's Logan Lauder that's come through then in the 33 to lead the way. And then we've got 17, Jack Baker, moving up from 6th place to run in 3rd. So a good opening lap then from Baker. Look in the background for one of the bluer coloured karts with the flashes of orange on. We're looking for the number 28 of Daniel Minto, our championship leader. Let's see what progress he can make from the final row of the grid here. They come over the line then for the first time, and we will see where we are. Lauder leads the way then from Dukes, and it's James Roberts now who's jumped up into third place with Jack Baker, James Tate. Then we've got a couple of drivers there whose transponders aren't picking up in terms of numbers, so we've got them on there. Neeson is 7th, Loudy, Brown. So one of them two that's not picking up will be your championship leader, Daniel Minto. We'll find out where he is. I think he's the one who's in 7th place at the moment. So as he comes through there, I think he's now 6th as he's made a move down the hill. So he's the one on transponder 51. We'll try and get that rectified for the second race. But looks like it's James Roberts there then, showing on timing as 1:37, but appears to be running the number 2 on his kart. So he makes his way down the hill. Expect a big change in terms of number, and there it is, James Roberts going to the lead with Lauder and Baker the top 3, Toby Dukes and James Tate. Then we've got that 28 of Daniel Minto coming through from 13th place. He's got a bit of a gap to close up, but there you get confirmation that he sets the fastest lap of the race in his quest to get towards the front. Now James Roberts, can he break away before Minto closes up on the rest of the pack? He's managed to get through fairly cleanly so far and quickly on the rest of the pack. Minto right on the back now of Toby Dukes, who's been overtaken by James Tate in the 20. In the orange helmet at the front of this trio of karts. They come then forward in the lap. You get confirmation there that Tate moves up on Dukes. Minto still in 6th place, but is right in the slipstream of Toby Dukes as they head up the hill, and then we'll move to the inside through the right-hander at the top of the hill, and then gets the job complete as Jack Baker gets through on Logan Lauder for 2nd place on the entry into the Spoon Curve as they head down the hill towards Carousel. It looks like Minto couldn't actually find a way through on Toby Dukes. He was alongside. It looks like Dukes has managed to hold on right the way around the outside, and he has. The white helmet in 5th place, staying in front. Good defending from the ever-improving Toby Dukes, though looked like Minto got alongside in the middle part of the compression corner and then down towards the Devil's Elbow, and he will be through then up into 5th place. There you get confirmation on the screen, still 2.4 seconds off our race leader, but now we'll have a bit of clear air to try and close up on James Tate. So your top 10 as we head towards half race distance: Roberts, Baker and Lord the top 3 in front of James Tate, Daniel Minto and Toby Dukes, with Harry Neeson, Samuel Loudy, Aston Brown and Alex Jones. And we've got Kyle McLean and Jack Hutchinson. So yet so far then no Ella Lucia, who was out in practice but had a problem with her kart, was involved in an incident, was checked over by medical and given the all clear, but looks like the kart not ready to come out for heat number 1. She was looking forward to this track here at GYG, a track that she was hoping to get a good result at, but not making an appearance in heat 1. Even if she's out then in heats 2 and 3, means she'll be going off the back because there'll just not be enough point to put her anywhere near the sharp end, as the 45 of Samuel Loudy gets a good run on Toby Dukes. Looks like Minto is through, and Dukes is going to get hung out to dry here, I think, at the top of the hill. We'll see where he reappears. He was in 6th place, but looks like then Neeson and Loudy and Brown potentially as well, although he's lost 2, I think. That's Neeson through in the 47. Toby Dukes there in the white helmet with Aston Brown, the early pace setter in this class, diving down the inside. We are missing 1 or 2 drivers from Micromatch. I think would have bumped this one out. We've seen Riley Buckton Young, Caden Simpson as well, although I have seen a lot of drivers this weekend at the British Grand Prix. Taking in the sights of Silverstone, getting reports in then from our first race of the day with some penalties applied. We'll run through them in a few moments. This is a good move from Alex Jones to the inside. There's a little bit of contact in front of them though between Aston Brown and Harry Neeson as they make the run up the hill, and Toby Dukes tries to get back down the inside of Alex Jones, although Jones just sweeps all the way around the outside, and a big look over the shoulder from Toby Dukes. He's got a comfortable gap then to the 12 of Kyle McLean. 2.5 minutes remaining. That'll be around about 2:15 as our leaders make their way down the hill. James Roberts with a gap of 1.25 seconds to everybody else. started to move away from Baker and Lauder, who are still in a fairly intense battle with each other. Only 3/10 between the two of them as they come over the line. Minto has managed to move up into 4th place. There he is on the back of this now, a trio for 2nd place. He should be close enough in the remaining 2 minutes to at least try and get past Logan Lauder. Jack Baker, since moving up into 2nd, hasn't managed to break away from the rest of the pack here and try and move away for 2nd place, so he's still going to have to work for it as Minto coming back up the hill to Logan Lauder, holds firm, then goes slightly wider. Minto will then dive down the inside, tries to get the switch back. I think Lauder's going to hold on. There's a little bit between them, and that is going to give Jack Baker the respite he needed, at least in the short term, to break away. The gap between them on the previous lap was 3/10. It's out to 8/10 now as Logan Lauder is having to defend and try and hold on to 3rd place from Daniel Minto. Sticks to the white line on the inside. Minto then will have to try and run around the outside and dive down the inside into Spoon. The door firmly closed though by Lauder, and Minto will have to come up with a plan B as they head down the hill. Looks over his shoulder. 4th place at the very least is comfortable, so he's going to have the opportunity to attack without having to defend as they get to the top of the hill. This is where he tried to get down the inside of Logan Lauder on the previous lap. Lauder this time much tighter through that complex of corners and holds on to 3rd place. So Daniel Minto is going to have to put some thought into this with 50 seconds plus that remaining 1 lap to come through. I think we might even get 3 more out of this. There's a little bit of rubbing between the two of them as they decide whether they're going to go to the inside or the outside. As they head up that hill, and Minto is through into the right-hander at Spoon. Logan Lauder can't keep the door closed any longer. And through comes Daniel Minto into 3rd place. The gap now almost a second to Jack Baker. It was 8/10 as they went over the line, but in doing that overtake you always lose a fraction of time. So can Daniel Minto in the remaining few laps close in here on Jack Baker for 2nd place? I think the gap's going to be around about a second as they come over. Leader is already through, so we're going to have 2 more laps of Micro Max action for you here at GYG. The gap was 7/10. That's certainly enough for Minto to close, but will it give him enough time to mount a challenge for 2nd place? Remember, Minto's come through here from the back row of the grid to come all the way up into 3rd place. Doesn't particularly need to go for that move for 2nd. He's already made up enough places in terms to gain some points and really maximise his chances. Remember, he's going to then start the remaining 2 races from the day, either from the front or the middle, which means he's going to have even more of a chance to get to the front. But the more he closes up on Jack Baker, the more he's going to want to try and overtake. The gap down to just under 0.2 of a second. Baker has a look over his shoulder. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of 28 as Daniel Minto dives to the inside in the run up the hill, and he's through into 2nd place. Can he get it stopped and defend into Spoon? I think he can. That's going to demote Jack Baker down into 3rd place. So Roberts leading the way by 3.7. He's going to come through and take the checkered flag in around about 20 seconds time. There he is at the top of the hill, making his way up to the top and then down towards the checkered flag for the first race of the day then in our Micro Max class. There he is, round Paddock Bend for the final time. And James Roberts takes the first victory of the day in Micro Max. Minto comes through from 13th to grab 2nd, with Baker in 3rd, Lauder, Lowdy, Tate, Neeson, Brown and Alec Jones. And then for the final place in the top 10, Toby Jukes holds on from Kyle McLean, and then Jack Hutchinson will come through for 12th place. Hopefully we will see Ella Lucia back out for the remaining heats. The work done on her kart, hopefully we'll see her back out for the remaining 2 races plus the final later on. Thank you for joining us. Please do get in touch, particularly if you're on YouTube, because that comes straight into us here in the commentary box, and we can see who you are supporting and who you're cheering for, or if you just enjoyed a particular race between 2 of our drivers. As the Micro Max has come off, get a round of applause from what look like Honda Cadets down there, just applauding their race. They're going to be off and straight into the Parc Fermé holding area in a few moments' time. We'll get to see them make their way in. There's your race winner, James Roberts, going up and onto the weigh scale. Just getting confirmation in then from our Honda cadets. 5-second penalties applied to Alex Lynn and Ayrton Rye for front fairing penalties. Honda Junior Pro Kart was clear as well, and we're still waiting for Mini Rotax to come in as your race winner gives us a little wave there. Daniel Minto, that kart rolling backwards, might need to add a handbrake to the number 28, but that is the first instalment of Micro Max done. Next up then it will be the final Heat 1 of the morning session. It is time for Junior Rotax. Random grid once again, as are all of our classes here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Finley Whiting starts the day from the front row with Jensen Mason alongside Jaden Hewitt and Bartek Filipiak on row 2, Max Rowley and Nicholas Ellis on row number 3. Curtis Latimer starts 7th with Ollie Naylor alongside Sam Ardolino and Max Shields complete the top 10. Sandro Ballesteros returns and starts 11th. He's alongside Tom Carter. Jacob Duke starts 13th with Amelia Pennington, another new name to the JKC, starting in 14th. Harry Hurstgrover and Ethan Haig on row 8. Sam Stoner starts the day in 17th. So this will be mixed up then for heats number 2 and 3 later on. Tracy Carter's saying that has been on, just saying go for it, Tom Carter race well. Well, we are about to find out as they make their way round. Be 2 rolling up laps for our classes in Junior Rotax and Mini Max. They're going to get at least 2 because the tyres that we've moved on to after the first few rounds. We started on Mojos, we've moved on to Comets. They take a little bit longer to get up to operating temperature, so they should get 2 rolling up laps. They're going to make their way round, then they're into formation as they come down the hill. So drivers will be using that first out lap to push and just try and get as much as they can. Through they come though, over line. And Whiting accelerates them through. It's his prerogative to go as they get to the acceleration line. He leads the way through and he dictates the pace as the pole sitter as they make their way up. They're 3 and 4 wide as we've got Tom Carter, I think, there with the green helmet, getting slightly sideways. And we've got Jaden Hewitt off and onto the grass. And now he's going to spin them wheels. The grass here at GYG, certainly at the top of that hill, takes a long, long time to dry out because of the overhanging trees. I mean that when we do get some sun, it very, very rarely covers that part of the track. And when they go off, they're just going to slide all the way to the outside. So Jaden Hewitt, from his front third start, has spun onto the grass on the opening lap. Not sure there was any contact there, just think he was offline and got hard on the brakes, and it sent Hewitt the wrong way. As Max Shields gets alongside the 33 of Max Rowley, and then will do so again as they make the run up the hill. And this time though he's got a little bit of a push, I think, from Sam Ardolino all the way up there, and that's going to allow Ardolino to come down the inside as well in the number 16. So in pushing Shields past, it allowed him to take advantage, and then we're going to have another move back down the inside there by the 33 of Rowley, and it's pretty much as you were, just with Ardolino leading the way. So good move up for Sam, who joins us for the first time in JKC. They're 2 and 3 wide down the hill. Shields as well tried to get alongside. This first opening lap quite frantic. We've seen more overtakes in this one on the opening lap than any other classes. Everybody tries to sort themselves out. Over the line they come though at the start to complete this 2 laps as they start lap 3. Whiting leading the way from Nicholas Ellis and Filipiak, with Ollie Naylor, Sam Ardolino, Max Rowley, Tom Carter, Jacob Dukes and Max Shields dropping a few places, with Amelia Pennington then down into 10th place. So it looks like we saw Shields try and get alongside Rowley in the middle part of the downhill complex towards Compression and Devil's Elbow. Looks like that's caught him out and he's dropped down into 9th place. The battle for Rowley was to go up into 6th place. He's allowed Jacob Dukes, the current championship leader, to come through. There he is with the bright blue helmet. It looks like Amelia Pennington in the red, white and blue JDR kart is going to come through as well in front of Shields in 9th place. There we saw that in the background as Sandro Ballesteros drops a few places down into 14th. The leading duo though now sees Whiting and Ellis. Ellis takes a huge chunk of curb, that drops him a few kart lengths, so that'll be a learning element for him on the next lap. This maybe not take quite so much of a chunk, it dropped him 2 or 3 kart lengths. Looks like we've got Ollie Naylor up into 3rd place. That kart with the fresh sticker kit on, slightly different in colour than what we've seen earlier on in the season, as he's made his way then up in front of Bartek Filipiak, up into 3rd place. You'll see them swap round. Ardolino though now is right on the back of Bartek Filipiak, and that kart in a straight line. He gets such a good drive out of the first corner at Club and just makes the move up the hill look relatively easy for Sam Ardolino, and he is up into 4th place now with Ollie Naylor firmly in his sights. Leading duo of Whiting and Ellis. The gap on the previous lap was 0.2 of a second as Ellis had closed in the gap, but now it looks like Whiting has managed to open up a little bit more of a gap. Whiting, a driver that I first saw in Honda Cadet around about 3 or 4 years ago, progressing them through the junior ranks, currently leading the way in our junior rotax here in the first race. Ardolino then now in the slipstream of Naylor, and even from 2 or 3 kart lengths back, that kart is geared to come up that hill with a fair rate of knots. Quite clearly that kart is just geared for that straight and not taking anything away from the rest of the on-track performance, which now sees Carter, I think, through and up into could be 5th place. He's in front of Bartek Filipiak. They've managed to move away, I think, from Jacob Dukes, who, unless he's through, oh yes, Dukes is through. I saw there in front the blue helmet in front, so that's Dukes through as well on Tom Carter. So they think they're going to go up into 5th for Dukes, I think 6th for Carter. There's the confirmation. Just was expecting Dukes to be slightly behind Carter at the time, but he's managed to get break free and move through. Ardolino is up then into 3rd place with Naylor in 4th. Let's see whether Ellis can do anything on Whiting, as he's dropped back by a few kart lengths on the last couple of laps, but now seems to be fairly consistent as Amelia Pennington and Max Shields still battling it out over what is now 8th place. Both of them managing to get past Max Rowley, who after a solid opening couple of laps running inside the top 5 now sees himself drop down into 10th place, sandwiched between Max Shields and Ethan Haig, although it was some way off the back of Shields when he came through. Tracy Carter looking as well, saying good luck to Isaac Parkinson. He's already been out, so we're having a quick look more at the live chat comments once again, as we are under 3 minutes here. The leading trio spread out fairly comfortably, but Ardolino still working hard, and he will have to, because now he's going to have Jacob Dukes behind him in 4th place, managing to find a way past Ollie Naylor on the way up towards Spoon Curve. Two minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're still going to get 3 or 4 more laps in here in this class, which is our fastest of all of our 5 classes. 42 seconds, so if anybody would like to do any quick maths and try and work out how many more laps we're going to have, I think it's potentially going to be 4. They're going to work their way around as Ardolino makes a move down the inside of Nicholas Ellis, made something happen there, dive to the inside, then has a quick helmet tap, which is a driver's way of saying please work with me, which generally means that the driver behind probably won't work with them and will just find the first gap that they can possibly get to dive down the inside. But Sam Ardolino, in his first outing in JKC, I'm fairly sure, given that the pace he's carrying around this GYG track, it's not his first time here. In fact, I'd put a small amount of money on it, but probably not my entire house, because it'd be difficult to explain to the wife when I go home. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining then, and Ardolino close enough to Finlay Whiting to make a late move down the inside. Whiting wasn't expecting that one, I can assure you, and he's going to lose 2nd place as well to Nicholas Ellis. And Finlay Whiting left the door so open there because Ardolino was so far back that I'm fairly sure Whiting wasn't expecting to find the number 16 car exactly where he wanted to turn in, and by the time he tried to turn in, the 16 was through and Ellis wasn't too far behind either. Ardolino will lead them over the line then with Ellis into 2nd place. Whiting now gets all crossed up going round the final corner, and that's going to allow Jacob Jukes to slot into the slipstream as they head up towards the hill. And before they even get to the right-hander, Jukes is through for third place. So last time when Finn Whiting went into that corner, he was in the lead. Now he's down into fourth place, even holds his head as he goes down the hill there. A case potentially of what could have been for the driver of the 81. Ollie Naylor closing in on the background. Tom Carter coming through as well, up into sixth place. Then we've got Shields progressing up to seventh with Pennington. They've both come through the field together. Bartek Filipiak down in ninth. Ethan Haig up into 10th. Then we've got Rowley, and that's Whiting pulling off from what would have been fourth place. Moves off, so I don't know whether he's got a bit of a problem on that last lap as well, but Ethan Whiting drops down. We're going to have 2 more laps as the leader managed to make their way through before the time elapsed. So Ardolino leading from Nicholas Ellis with Jacob Jukes, the top 3 now. There is Finn Whiting, he's come off. I think that's just having a quick chat to see whether there's anything. I don't know what's wrong that car. I think the front nose has certainly dropped down there, so the potentially would have been a 5-second, but Finley Whiting off. I don't know whether there's a problem with the car or whether with those few overtakes and dropping back, he's just elected to come into the pit lane. We'll try and find out if there was anything wrong with the car as Ollie Naylor goes very wide, clips the curb on entry. Max Shields looks like he's meant to find a way past Amelia. Pennington has moved away as he has a radiator adjustment on the run up the hill, trying to get as much air into this junior rotax engine. Jacob Jukes has found a way past Nicholas Ellis. That will be music to the ears of his mum Katie, watching at home in Nottinghamshire. Up into second place, coming through from the back, but it's going to be Sam Ardolino in his debut here as Jukes and Ellis continue to battle it out over second place. Ardolino introduces himself to the Junior Kart Championship with victory in Heat 1 here at GYG. Jukes holds on for second place, battling it out with Ellis on the final lap. Carter's fourth in front of Naylor, Shields, Pennington. Haig gets past Filipiak on the final lap as there's a little bit of contact there as they cut, and a bit of grass trimming, looked like one of those with Curtis Latimer as they cross the line. They make their way up the hill and all the way round the track. And they'll drop all the way back down and back into pit lane. The first heats are out of the way. We're then going to start in a few moments with the second heats. Then we're going to jump to a third heat for Honda Cadet halfway through, back to some seconds, then back to thirds. Then we'll shoehorn in the fourth heat for Honda Cadet as well, because we've got to get all 4 of them in before we head towards the B final later on in the day. So well over 20 races for you here in the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Junior Rotax making their way off the track then. Next up, it's time for heat number 2 in Honda Cadet. Joshua Owen will start on pole position for his first race of the day, with Larry Price alongside Max Greatrex and Sam Howell on row 2, Maximus Lewis and Bobby Pete on row number 3. Alex McCullough, who's a new name to the CKC, he starts in 7th with Ralphie Branscombe alongside James Winstanley and Max Wheatley on row 5, with Max Williams and Amy Peacock on row number 6. Row 7 we'll see Thomas Potter and Cameron Tipping, with Alex Lynn and Thomas Percox on row 8. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson starts 17th with Rio Wardali in 18th. The 20 completed by Max Housego and Harry Samuel, with Drew Davidson and Harris Ali on row 11, George Ralston and Lewis Hall on row number 12. The grid completed then by Heat 1 winner Stanley Clark and Jack Collinson, going off 26th place. Now if you are just joining us, some of these drivers will have been out earlier on, and some of them, this will be their first race of the day, because in Hondas we have a 3 out of 4 format, so some of our drivers will go in heats 1, 2 and 3, some will go in 1, 3 and 4, and then at the end you've raced everybody, and then we'll collect all your points. The top 20 in terms of points, they'll go straight into the A final as we see Bobby Peat going off P6. This will be his first race of the day, as will Max Lewis in the 46 on the other side as well. Larry Price off the front row will be looking to maximise his chances in this one. Needs a quick start to jump the rest of the pack and move away. He's probably going to be the favourite for this one. Don't discount some further back. We've got the 24 of Wheatley and the 20 of Potter not too far back either. See a number of drivers there aggressively rake towards the inside. They want to get there because they don't want to be on the outside on that long run up the Dragon straight towards Spoon. Lights are on. They're out and we're away and racing in Honda Cadet Heat 2. Joshua Owen with a good start means Larry Price is going to have to do, and there's a concertina effect. Looks like Branscombe went up the back of somebody there as we tried to take 4 cars into a corner that is only at best 3 wide, probably only 2 if you want to be comfortable round there. So Joshua Owen still leading the way, Max Lewis going wide, and this contact looked like it was Alex Lynn going up in the air there on the right-hand side. We've got a number of carts off facing the wrong way. Stansmore Wilson is one of them, Branscombe as well. Alex Lynn stationary in the number 6. We've got a couple of drivers getting out there because the grass is so wet. They're getting some wheel spin. Harris Alley was involved, George Ralston as well. The field spread now absolutely massive in this Honda Heat number 1. Let's see where they are as they come through. It was Joshua Owen leading the way for the first few corners, but now we've got Larry Price out at the front from Max Grey-Trek, Sam Howell, Max Wheatley, Alex McCullough with Amy Peacock, Joshua Owen, Max Williams, James Winstanley and Bobby Peat, your top 10 in front of Cameron Tipping and Thomas Potter. Pretty much everybody then down to around about 17th through cleanly, then 18th. We've got a spinner there on the outside. Looks like that could be Alex Lynn's kart still there. Yellow flags out down there, and we have had drivers making overtakes up there. I am fairly sure our clerk of the course will take a very, very dim view of any moves up into Spoon whilst the yellow flag's out and we have a stationary kart on the grass. Now, that will be moved in due course, but as the field spread is quite big, they're going to have to wait until there's a gap in the traffic to go over there and drag that kart out of the way. We don't want a marshal in the way while the karts are coming through. So whilst the kart is not in a good position, the warning flag enough at the time being to negate any opportunities as Amy Peacock moves to the inside. She's going to push Sam Howell through, I think, on Max Grey-Trex. Max Wheatley up into second place. There's the battle. Looks like the kart has been moved, so it looks like when we get down to the camera, yeah, the yellow flag there at the top of the hill, the Marshals post 3. No flag shown, so we are clear to go racing and have potential overtakes into that corner now as Amy Peacock finds a way through on Sam Howell and will move up into what will now be third place because they've both managed to find a way past Max Grey-Trex. So Amy Peacock, who was going well in Heat 1 until having had to take to the grass in evasive action of a spinning car, is moving forwards now into the top 3 for the first time. Howell in 4th, Grey-Trex, Williams, McCullough on his first outing here in CKC, making the trip over from the Isle of Man in 7th with Bobby Peat, Thomas Potter up inside the top 10, and then Harry Samuel. So we've got Larry Price leading the way, but Max Wheatley keeping him honest as they make the run then down the hill. Wheatley with a look over the shoulder to make sure that there is nobody trying to come down the inside. And in the background there, I think the green helmet, that's Max Williams. There he is in the bright green helmet. Very similar in colour to that of Thomas Potter, but there's 3 or 4 places between them. So when they get together later on, it'll be very difficult to figure out which of the 2 it is. But at the moment, Price leading the way with Wheatley in second, but Amy Peacock has joined the party at half race distance and is closed right in, and Wheatley gets a good run to the inside. Larry Price squeezes him to the inside and onto the grass. Drops 2 wheels, does Max Wheatley. And the leading trio now, that's going to back them in. That's Max Lewis trimming some of the grass here at GYG. And Amy Peacock is through into second place. So Wheatley, having taken to the grass, been squeezed to the inside, slowed enough to allow Amy Peacock through and down the inside into the Spoon corner. There is some lap traffic coming up. One of them, I think, will be Alex Lynn, whose kart is going again, having spent a lap on the grass. Price takes a wider line down the hill. That could potentially allow Peacock to get a better run round the final corner. Right into the slipstream she comes. It's a long, long run now for Amy Peacock. Can she get alongside Larry Price up the hill, being assisted as well by Max Wheatley? Wheatley goes wide. He's going to try and get the cut back. The lap traffic in front is that of Alex Lynn, I think, in the number 6 cart. That was the stationary cart that was on the grass when the yellows were coming out, so it looks like the marshal meant to drag that back on, as that cart was just spinning wheels and going absolutely nowhere. As Peacock gets alongside, tries to run round the outside of Larry Price, and Price now has gone into defensive mode with 3 minutes remaining, still carrying enough speed as the blue flag is out for Alex Lynn. Now that doesn't mean that Alex Lynn has to come off the racing line. Karting isn't like Formula 1 where the blue comes out and you have to come off the racing line. That is just a flag for awareness to allow those drivers that are slow or that have been off the track and that the leaders or some faster karts are coming through. It is the faster kart that has to find a way past. The blue flag does not mean deviate from your line, because in karting you can turn the wheel so quickly that if you deviate off the line, you're likely to find a kart coming through and there is that chance of contact. So because the karts are so light, you can move them so quickly with that turn of steering wheel that the blue flag isn't for a driver to get out of the way. It is solely to allow them to know that there is potentially a quicker kart coming through. The leaders have managed to negotiate it fairly cleanly, and they have broken away with Price, Peacock and Wheatley the top 3. Sam Howell's not too far back and sets a personal best. Will have closed in ever so slightly, I'm sure, as does Max Williams and Max Greatrex, with Potter now up into 7th, Bobby Pete, Alex McCullough and Harry Samuel the top 10. We did have a big field spread, remember. The opening lap saw a number of drivers off. That was pretty much down to around about 17th at the time. Harris Alley was one of them involved. He's back up into 16th with Joshua Owen. Rio Wardali, I think, managed to get through it, but Isabella Stansmore Wilson, for the second time today, was on the grass at the top of the hill up at Spoon. Larry Price, though, still leading the way here from Amy Peacock and Max Wheatley, as Wheatley there gets the nose underneath Amy Peacock's rear tyre. They go so light over there and they get the inside rear lifts up that Max Wheatley actually got the nose down the inside as Alex Lynn is gets a lap put on him by the rest of the remaining pack. So Lynn still carrying good pace, but almost a lap and a half, almost 2 laps now down after that opening lap incident saw him on the grass. Looks like Stanley Clark was one of them that was off as well. Him and Max Lewis some 40 seconds off the leading battle, so they're likely to get potentially caught as well at some point. Wheatley to Clark, who won the first race of the day. It's been a tale of 2 halves effectively for Clark. He's had 1 win and going to be right down now towards the tail of the field in heat number 2. Potter comes through on Max Greatrex. That's going to move him up into 6th place, right on the back of Max Williams now. And as we said, 2 drivers with similar, or if not identical, helmets, now running in 5th and 6th place respectively in the 24 and the 20 machine. The battle for the lead still raging on as they make their way up the hill. Still see Larry Price parking that number 97 car expertly to not allow those behind him to get alongside at all. They've got enough of a gap back to Sam Howell that even if they do slow themselves up by a couple of tenths as the time elapses, so it's a lap and a half for Price to hold on from Amy Peacock, that they're not going to back themselves into any other karts, as now Wheatley gets the run down the inside of Amy Peacock. He's tried that once or twice before, albeit later on into this corner now, and that's lost him a kart length or 2 to the back of Amy Peacock. So Larry Price from the outside of the front row leads them over the line with a kart length between himself and Peacock, and immediately comes across to the white line on the inside does Larry Price. Peacock's going to follow him up. He's going to have to come out because the curb is so big on the inside that if you try and turn in there, you're just going to be outside wide on the grass. Is there anything Peacock can do? And the run down the hill then towards the carousel. Wheatley pushing along in 3rd place, has closed back up as the leading duo as Peacock tries to stick a nose down the inside of Larry Price. She goes slightly wide. Will that allow Wheatley to come down the inside? Peacock into the inside of Larry Price as they go into the right-hander, tries to get alongside but can't. She's still there close enough. Is there going to be an opportunity open up as they head down the hill towards the final corner Into paddock bend they come for the final time. They'll be side by side alongside, but Larry Price holds on to win heat number 2 from Amy Peacock and Max Wheatley, with Sam Howell and Thomas Potter in 4th and 5th. Williams will be 6th in front of Gray Trex, Pete and Harry Samuel in 9th place. The timings had a bit of a fit because it's put Harris Ali, who was off on the opening lap, right at the front. He was definitely not leading the way. There he is coming over the line, so it looks like his transponder's not picked up for 1 lap, and that's put him towards the head of the field in terms of the timing. Having a quick look at any other classes that come in terms of penalties, but there is your race winner, Larry Price, who, since he got to the lead after the start, was closed in there by Amy Peacock and Max Wheatley, but just put that number 97 kart where he needed to defend the corners, and drove expertly here at GYG to pick up maximum points in the 2nd heat of the day for our Honda Cadet class. Just having a quick look at some of our other classes. Mini-Max got through fairly unscathed with the exception of Harry Holland. The 5-second penalty does not change his finishing position. There is your race winner then, Larry Price in the 97 kart. He's going to roll into Park Ferme, as does Amy Peacock and Max Wheatley. The top 3 going into the scrutineering bay. We'll probably grab 1 more out of the entire heat as well. That'll come in for a random inspection as well, but there is your top 3 rolling themselves into position. They're going to be congratulations all round as they make their way out, as Amy Peacock's kart rolls itself backwards. And what an intense battle between them top 3 it was, with Price taking spoils from Peacock and Wheatley, and there's a few others as that kart for Max Wheatley's rolling backwards, and because there's no permanent brake or handbrake on them, the slight roll of the tarmac sees that kart going back. Bobby Pete as well comes in, so it's time then for the next race. I think they're already making their way out onto circuit. Junior Pro Kart it is then, as Amy Frame makes her way round for her front row start. And she is the 14, will be on pole with Thomas Wilkins alongside Harrison Johns and Christian Oblang on the 2nd row. Heat 1 winner Max Shields starts 5th alongside the impressive Harry Brown, who came through to take 4th place in heat number 1. Thank you for joining us in the live chat. We'll dip in and out of that throughout the day. Manfredi's been on saying good luck to Harry Brown from Mum and Lee. They're sunbathing in Mallorca. Now, when I ask people where they're watching from, I'm not a big fan of you telling me that you're somewhere warmer than what I am. So if there's anybody watching from somewhere cold that will make me feel a lot better, feel free to drop that in the live chat comments as well. But I hope, Lee, and you're enjoying yourself in Mallorca, and thank you very much for joining us. Mandy Wheatley's been on saying go Max Wheatley from Mum. Well, I'm sure she will be very happy with the performance from heat number 2 in Honda Cadet. We're away and racing in Junior Pro Kart. It's a good start from Amy Frame as Max Shields and Harry Brown go side by side up the hill. Oblang from the 2nd row looks like he could have moved up from 4th, and he's going to try and get down the inside of Thomas Wilkins at the top of the hill, and he is through, and Max Shields as well is through into 4th place on Harrison Johns, as Harry Brown goes very, very wide round Spoon and almost is close enough to say hello to our cameraman there at the top of the hill, but not really any harm done. He's going to drop back into 6th place as Amy Frame and Christian Oblang are side by side at the top of the hill. Shields is going to try and get to the inside of Wilkins. Can't do it and has to slot into 4th place as they come down the hill with Harrison Johns in the number 10, the blue kart, the Welshman. This is his local circuit as Max Shields slides down the inside into the final corner. Not sure it's the first time that anyone's overtaken there throughout the day, but certainly the first time we've seen one on camera as Shields slides through into 2nd place. Now, that looks like a potential spot of rain on the camera. Now I'll see whether we can get some feedback from anybody. It looks nice and sunny out there on track, but it looked like there was at least one spot on the camera. Might just be as Shields tries to get down the inside of Christian Oblang into the carousel, then takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside. They'll still be side by side as they get to the top of the hill, and it's still Christian Oblang then in second place, holding on. Himself and Max Shields come into this round number 5 here of the Junior Kart Championship. Fairly evenly matched in points, only 18 between them as they head towards the second half of the season. Amy Frame conceding to lead the way as Max Shields is squeezed to the inside by Christian Oblag. 2 of them though still managing to close up on Amy Frame in the 14. And they take a big bounce over them curbs. Down the hill they come then towards Carousel, and the field still fairly tightly packed here in Junior Pro Kart. Frame not being able to break away at the front with Oblang and Shields, the 2 perennial front runners in this class, running second and third. Then Tom Wilkins not too far back in 4th place. Harrison Johns and Harry Brown still arguing it out there. They are for 5th place, and Brown has managed to find a way through and moves up into 5th place. Amy Frame leading the way with a look over the shoulder. Christian Oblang in the middle of the sandwich. Never a position that I'd like to be in as a driver, because not only do you have to attack, but you have to defend as well if you're in the middle of a 3. As Amy Frame gets a slow exit, Christian Oblang is then forced wide, and Max Shields will come through from 3rd place to take the lead, and Frame is turned round by Christian Oblang at the carousel, bangs the steering wheel. Oblang takes the hand off the wheel in by way of apology, but unless this is Mario Kart, we can't pick Amy Frame back up and drop her back into 2nd place. She drops from the lead at the top of the hill all the way down to 6th place by the time she's at the bottom of it, and now will be coming through, and that is a very, very angry Amy Frame. If that visor wasn't mirrored, you'd be able to see just pure red behind it as she shakes her head coming over start finish. I'm fairly sure that's either towards her dad, who'll be down there watching just in sheer frustration, as it'll probably be the first time she's on a straight bit there here at GYG. Disappointment for Frame, who led the early phases of this race, but then a mistake at the top of the hill forced her wide, and now Oblang went onto the grass, and then as Shields came through, Oblang tried to wedge the 79 kart down the inside of Amy Frame into the carousel. And now he's dropped away in 2nd place. That's opened the gap up of 1.4 to Max Shields. Tom Wilkins slides wide round the final corner. Is that going to give Harry Brown an opportunity to get in the slipstream as they run up the hill towards the right-hander there, as our camera picks them up, and then they'll head up and over the crest towards Spoon, hard on the brakes. Brown takes a wider line on entry, tries to get the hook back and then down the hill as they go towards that double apex left of Carousel. You see the curb on the inside painted in the Welsh colours. 3.5 minutes remaining in Heat 2 then for our Junior Pro Kart class, and Brown loses a kart length or 2 and then slides much wider than Tom Wilkins, although doesn't lose time. He actually closes up them differing lines, allowing Harry Brown to close up on Tom Wilkins. Then they bounce over that big curb on the outside. That's the best way to rattle your teeth loose. So if some of our cadet drivers haven't gone through all their milk teeth yet and want a couple of quid, just go over them curbs. They'll be fairly loose by the end of the day. Brown still then on the back of Christian Oblag, on the back of Tom Wilkins. Oblang's managed to break free, but it's now losing time at around about half a second a lap to Max Shields, your race leader, who's managed to come through and is moving away, adding more valuable points to his championship quest as he tries to make it a double championship in the Junior Kart Series, having taken the crown last season. This battle for 3rd place now though sees Harry Brown, who gets a much cleaner line this time round the final corner and sits right in the wheel tracks of the 67 of Tom Wilkins. Goes wider on the run up the hill. Right there, can he make a move down the inside? Not close enough, I don't think, to make the move into Spoon. Will get a clean run round. And by staying off the curbs, I think there, as Amy Frame puts in a personal best, she's trying to close in on the back of Harrison Johns, although she is 13 seconds off after that spin. With 2 minutes remaining, it means that she's almost certainly consigned to 6th place unless anybody else has a problem, as we now see once again Brown and Wilkins taking them differing lines down the hill. Brown this time once again does get wide and over the curve, and it spits him out the other side. Loses a few kart lengths on Wilkins, a driver that he did manage to finish in front of in the opening race of the day in this Junior Pro Kart class. We'll have to find a way through in this remaining 1 minute and 10 seconds. Interesting to watch now as they come towards this section of the track, as they make their way down the hill, the differing lines between Wilkins and Brown as we watch them come down. Now on a number of occasions we see there Wilkins takes a much wider line in, Brown is a lot tighter between the two, so whilst Wilkins is probably taking a quicker line, he is travelling further by going wider and then goes wide into the final complex of corners. Brown got alongside, but Wilkins has more run and manages to chop across the bows of the 47 of Harry Brown. Behind them though, Harrison Johns not too far back as these two, as Harry Brown gets hard on the brakes there, almost at the back end of the 47 round, but was hard on the brakes. I think they're going to, depending on how far Max Shields is down the road, he might get through before this time elapses at the top. So we're going to get at least two more laps in, I think, here in Junior Pro Kart, to see whether Harry Brown can take advantage of Tom Wilkins as they... Oh, and this contact, Brown into the back of Wilkins, and Harry Brown spins from 4th place. I think that's more frustration with himself than anything else. He just got into the back of Tom Wilkins and had a bit of a spin, and when you're coming down that complex of corners, the head shake this time, I think that's more with himself than anything else. But as you tag the back of a kart down there, your rear end is so light that if you just do something like that, you are going to end up facing the wrong way, unfortunately. And Harry Brown spins out of 4th place down into 5th, with Harrison Johns promoted up into 4th place. So the field is now fairly well spread, but we are on the last lap. So as they come through the checkered flag, it's 2 from 2 for Max Shields in Junior Pro Kart. Holt takes the victory then from Christian Oblang. The gap at the end, 6 seconds, with Wilkins coming through for 3rd place. Harrison Johns comes through to take 4th, and then Harry Brown coming round the final corner. A desolate driver there in 5th place, didn't even run all the way out onto the curb on the final corner. It was disappointing for him. Sees him in 5th with Amy Frame, another driver who had an incident there on that one. Now, didn't see any warning or anything come up on the screen at all for Christian Oblag at all in that one, so I don't know whether anything will be applied later on. Now, having a quick look at our junior rotax class, we have had some penalties applied, and it has had a big change at the head of the field. Both Sam Ardolino and Nicholas Ellis, drivers that were running inside the top 3. Ardolino, remember, took the victory. A 5-second penalty applied to him drops Sam Ardolino down into 5th place. So Jacob Dukes will inherit the victory from Tom Carter, with Ollie Naylor in 3rd and Maximus Shields promoted into 4th place in that class. Having a quick look as well for Honda Cadets, we've got nose cone penalties applied to Thomas Percock, Stanley Clark and Drew Davidson as well. Nothing changes the running order at the top though, because Larry Price took that victory and was just away at the head of the field, so wouldn't have incurred anything there. Next up though, they're already making their way out. It's time for heat number 2 in Micromax. Micros make their way up the hill here at GYG. All being well, and hopefully she's out, Ella Lucia should be on pole position, with Alex Jones alongside Aston Brown and James Roberts on route number 2, Samuel Lowdy and Daniel Minto on route number 3. Toby Duke starts 7th alongside Logan Lauder, with Dax Farrer and James Tate on row 5, Kyle McLean and Jack Baker on row 6, in front of Harry Neeson and Jack Hutchinson. So we'll see whether Lucia is out. Dax Farrer was another driver that wasn't with us for the first heat of the day, and it looks like Ella Lucia isn't with us because she has a bright pink helmet, so Kart still not good to go for Lucia. We are coming down the hill then for our Micro Max class. We're almost 3 wide, but everybody slots back in. It looks like we've been given the green light, so we're away and racing. There's a little bit of contact there between the 30 and the 2 being James Roberts, who won that first heat of the day. Now looks like he's managed to find a move down the inside of Aston Brown as well at the top of the hill at Spoon. Minto is up into 3rd, so it looks like Roberts leads the way then from Brown with Minto in 3rd place. Then we've got the 30, I think, of Alex Jones, and it looks like Toby Dukes has just got himself up there as well, inserting himself into the mix. Moving through from 7th place, looks like they could then be on the outside as they make their way down the hill. Through the compression corner and then down into the Devil's Elbow. That's the double apex right, and compression being the tight left at the top of the complex, with Roberts then leading the way from Brown. Neeson tries to get alongside the inside of Logan Lauder. I think there it could have even been James Tate in their battle for 9th and 10th. So Roberts leads the way. It was Aston Brown in 2nd, but Daniel Minto has come through now for 2nd place at the top of the hill as they go into that right-hander in the heavy braking zone at Spoon. So Brown then down to 3rd. Then we've got Loudy. Dukes out with a good start up from 7th into 5th place. Jack Baker running in 6th in front of Jones, Lauder, Tate, Neeson, McLean and Hutchinson, with Farah and Lucia not out on track today. And how much of a gap has James Roberts managed to eke out in the opening 2 laps, whilst Daniel Minto has been coming through that traffic? It's 0.7 of a second for our 2 leaders. Can Minto close in? Still 6 minutes remaining, so we're only 2.5 laps in. Probably going to get somewhere near 10 or 11 in this one, so plenty of time. With Brown running in 3rd, they're already down the hill. This is the battle which sees Logan Lauder getting involved with Alex Jones. That's Jones in 7th. Lauder is going to be 8th in the 33. With, looks like now that's Toby Dukes on the back, so it looks like Jones has just, will have moved up into 6th place. Dukes then down into 8th after a valiant opening lap saw him holding off the pack behind. Still one of the youngest drivers in this Micro Max class. There's confirmation on the screen then that Jones and Lauder have both moved up into 6th and 7th respectively. They started to move away ever so slightly. The gap remains similar between Roberts and Minto for 1st and 2nd at 7/10 of a second. You see Jones and Logan Lauder now battling it out over 6th place, having both found a way through on the previous lap. Once again, differing lines. When you look at this track and certainly downhill section, you think that's single file and it's going to be everybody following the same line all the way down. But more noticeable today is James Tate is off and looks like he's got a problem with that cart. He's looking down at it. I don't know whether it's stuck and he can't get it moved, or whether he's got a problem with the left rear wheel, because he was looking down there. That's definitely not engine side. There's very little down that left-hand side other than the engine and the brake disc. So he was, sorry, other than the wheel and the brake disc, the engine being on the other side. So it looks like James Tate then will drop down into 12th place, having run just inside the top 10. There he is at the marshal's post, his cart on the grass. That'll be covered under local yellow until they can get that cart comfortably moved away. The field's still fairly tightly packed. That'll give the marshals around about half a minute to get that cart cleared over towards the barrier and allow overtaking opportunities. As you see Aston Brown there in 3rd place, coming under pressure from Samuel Loudy, and Loudy dives down the inside in the 45. Aston Brown though gets to the switchback, and Loudy may even lose a place here to Jack Baker down the hill. Baker comes through to move through into what will now be 4th place. So Loudy, in going for 3rd, drops down into 5th. They make their way down the hill. That cart of James Tate still parked on the inside, so I'm not sure they're going to elect with 3 minutes remaining. That Kart may well stay there. Minto sets the fastest lap of the race at the 47.122. There he is in the further view of the shot. Still trying to close in on James Roberts. The gap though still 0.6 of a second, with Brown holding off Baker and Lowdy, but Baker is through and Lowdy as well, punching a hole through, and that will now leave Aston Brown on the outside in the run down towards the carousel corner. Will he be able to get the cutback? No, he has to slot back in. So the efforts of Aston Brown to hold back Jack Baker and Samuel Lowdy have only lasted 2 laps, and that behind as well. Alex Jones looks like he's closing in the 30, coming right up on the back of this one. We'll see whether he's going to have enough time in the remaining 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap to close in. The gap between the 2 leaders though closing once again down to half a second this time. There's Minto on the back of James Roberts. Keep an eye on that one, as Aston Brown is still trying to get back past Samuel Lowdy as they make the run down the hill. Alex Jones in the background there in the 30. It's going to be close enough, I think, towards the end of this one to turn this into a 4-kart battle for 3rd place, although Jack Baker has opened up a gap of 2 or 3 kart lengths since getting through on Samuel Lowdy and Aston Brown. Personal best for James Roberts in the lead. Fastest lap of the race though, another 10th and a half out by Daniel Minto. We'll see them there every time we come through and we follow this through. We see them further on, further up the track. The personal bests are coming in, and Minto is down the inside into Spoon Corner. Carried too much speed though, may not be able to hold on from James Roberts, but he's through into the lead. Daniel Minto was half a second back almost over start finish. Got a good run though. Once you get into half a second territory, you're close enough then to benefit really from the slipstream all the way up the hill, as we see once again the back of James Tate still down there surveying the action in this Micro Max heat number 2. It's Daniel Minto though now from James Roberts leading the way over the line. Now it's going to be Roberts who's going to be able to benefit from the slipstream on the run up the hill. 45 seconds remaining means we're still probably going to get 3 more laps in this one. Roberts tries to use the outside to try and cut to the inside. Minto parks the 28 on the inside, then carries more speed round and goes much tighter on the exit, which could potentially allow James Roberts to carry more speed down the hill towards Carousel. As they head then back up the hill into the right-hander at the top. Head down, back down the hill. This left corner here, this tight one, this is compression. Then they'll drop down into the Devil's Elbow as the karts drop away and go light. Down there into the left, into the final corner. This is Paddock. They're going to cross the line with 6 seconds remaining. So we are going to get 2 more laps of Micro Max action here. James Roberts once again in the slipstream, close enough. But Daniel Minto isn't going to be able to rest on this one. The time at the top, as you can see, has elapsed as the field's still making their way through. The 2 leaders though, nose to tail. Down the hill in the background we see Jack Baker leading the way for 3rd place, with Lowdy, Brown and Jones still there or thereabouts, still battling it out. So there's very little between 3rd and down to 6th. Less than a second splits them as Minto goes slightly wide round compression and then into Devil's Elbow. He's not going to be able to do that on the final lap because I think he's going to find James Roberts right in that gap if he leaves the same sort of door open, and Roberts is right on the back, and Minto doesn't even go out to half width on this one, cuts straight to the inside. This last lap will probably be the slowest lap that these Micro Maxes have done for this entire race, because Daniel Minto is going to take the tightest lines round every one of these Glan Y Gors Park corners. Comes to the inside, defends across the track. James Roberts elects not to stick the kart down the inside there. He had a kart width and not much more. Minto then goes tight. Can Roberts then get the cutback? He can to the inside, but Minto once again closes the door, and Roberts gets some snap oversteer in there, having to get on the brakes. Daniel Minto through the final few complexes of corners has a look over his shoulder. He's wide, then he's going to be tighter into Paddock. Roberts is going to try and get alongside, does, but Minto holds on by less than a 1/10 of a second to take victory from James Roberts. Jack Baker's going to get 3rd in front of Samuel Lowdy, Alex Jones and Aston Brown. with Logan Lauder and Harry Neeson coming through for 7th and 8th, with Toby Jukes 9th, holding off Kyle McLean at the line despite a personal best, with Jack Hutchinson coming through for 11th. James Tate we saw in the Marshall's post for most of that race into retirement, unfortunately for him. Seeing whether we've got any other results coming in. Looks like Pro Kart is fine. James Tate giving the thumbs up to everybody else, so it looks like the disappointment for him in going into retirement has quickly gone, as he gives the rest of his competitors and friends a quick thumbs up. So it's Daniel Minto making his way into victory lane. He's going to go down there into Parc Ferme behind those red, green and white barriers. Fencing in the background, there he is. They'll just check the weight because all of our classes rates to a minimum weight. Those drivers that can't make the minimum weight, they have lead applied to their car in various positions, be it the floor tray or the back of the seat, the side of the seats, to get everybody up to that minimum weight limit for our micros. They're making their way in, which means it's time for heat number 2 in Minimax. They will make their way out in a few moments, and they're going to get 2 rolling up laps. And you remember, if you were here for heat number 1, what an intense battle it was between Jared Fox-Whiteley, Leon Barlow, Lewis Goff, Lucas Blanford, Lizzie Mentier, Addison Smith. It really is tight in Minimax. Barlow will lead the way this time then, with Horner alongside Adrian and Goff on the second row, Jack Burgess and Melissa Adrian on row number 3. Isaac Parkinson and Callum Foster row 4, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith on row 5, in front of Lucas Blanford and Harry Holland, with Lizzie Mentier and Oliver Fabricius completing your 14 runners. There they are then in the holding area, just waiting for confirmation. They'll make sure everybody's off. Obviously we've got to collect James Tate's kart from that run down towards Devil's Elbow. That's Ben Adrian in the 48 in the blue, and Leon Barlow in the 42. He's going off pole position, being watched eagerly there in the background by the driver with the blue helmet. That's Jacob Dukes. He'll be out in junior rotax in a little while. And make their way out there. And pretty much everywhere you look here at GYG, you can see hills for miles in all directions. You know, despite the fact that we're not really in a bowl of sorts, there's just so many hills around here. Everywhere you look, there's peaks. Making their way round then, drivers on cold tyres, all sliding wide. This opening lap in terms of getting these new Comet tyres up to temperature, you pretty much go out and drive almost as fast as you can on these cold tyres, trying to get as much in them. They'll do it the same for roughly half a lap. That's why we've got quite a big field spread, and then Leon Barlow will back them up as they get towards the top of the hill, and everybody then will get into their 2x2 format. So Barlow will lead them round. It's Horner on the outside of the front row, and we have Ben Adrian and Lewis Goff on row number 2. Some of the big names from the first heat be going off towards the back. Mentier going off the back row. The row in front sees Addison Smith and Lucas Blanford. So we've got some of the perennial front runners in this Minimax class coming through from the back in this one. The opening lap is going to be very, very important to make sure everybody can get through there cleanly. We are lined up 2x2 as they make their way down the hill. This is not as easy as it looks because the drivers are going a lot slower than what they normally are as they head down towards this final corner. Then they're going to be left. Look for the yellow line on track. That's the acceleration point. Through they come. Barlow off the inside is jumped by Ben Horner, who sweeps all the way around the outside into the lead. Barlow slots into second. Lewis Goff has moved up then into third place, and he's going to come through with Melissa Adrian from 6th place moving through into 4th. Ben Adrian drops down. Leon Barlow is back through on Ben Horner. Can Lewis Goff get the run down the hill, but Leon Barlow back into the lead after the slow start, with Horner sweeping all the way round the outside of that first corner at Club to lead the opening half of the lap. Looks like everybody's got through the first part of the lap nice and cleanly, which is always nice to see with these rolling start classes. Certainly when you've got such a long run all the way up towards a very, very heavy braking zone at Spoon. Over the line they come then, Leon Barlow leading them through with Ben Horner in second place. Lewis Goff looks like he's got a good run down the inside of Horner. Adrian's going to come through as well, looks like as well, but then Goff is definitely through into second place, and he's through into the lead as they get up the top of the hill towards Spoon Corner. So Goff now leading from Barlow and Horner. Then we've got Melissa Adrian in fourth place, Ben Adrian in fifth. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Callum Foster. Then we've got Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lucas Blanford in front of Addison Smith, Oliver Fabricius, Isaac Parkinson, Jack Burgess and Harry Holland. Looks like we are missing Lizzie Mentier in this second heat. Not sure where she is. They make their way up the hill. Melissa Adrian to the inside of Ben Horner. That's going to allow Ben Adrian to come through as well, I think. He does, as they've got driver across the grass there. Not sure who that was. Not sure whether we'll be able to pick up who was rejoining on the track. Don't think it's caused any issues or nobody stopped. We are through fairly cleanly there for the opening couple of laps. Lewis Goff has managed to break away. Lucas Blanford with a move down the inside there of Ben Horner. Pan around, the driver that was on the grass now is, I think it was Callum Foster. He's dropped 4 or 5 places from 5th place down into 10th, so that's going to promote Blanford all the way up into 5th. That's going to be 4th fairly quickly as he goes down the inside of Ben Adrian into the right-hander at the top of the hill. And now he's sandwiched between Ben and Melissa. Jared Fox-Whiteley there on the back of Ben Adrian coming through as well. And Addison Smith on the back of Ben Horner, who led the way at the start of this race. Still only 2.5 minutes in this 8+1. Five minutes still remaining with Lucas Blanford now right on the back of Melissa Adrian, and will move to the inside into the kink. And he is through up into 3rd place. The gap then to the leading duo as Jared Fox-Whiteley is down the inside of Ben Adrian as well. So as everybody starts making moves towards the front, there's your leading duo, which sees Lewis Goff dragging Leon Barlow as well. Still not even at half race distance yet. The gap as Lucas Blanford puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 43.815 to close the gap on the leaders as Addison Smith dives down the inside of Ben Adrian, and Jared Fox-Whiteley does the same on Melissa Adrian into the Spoon Corner. That moves him up into 4th place, and Addison Smith's going to try for a dive down the inside into Carousel on Melissa Adrian. That door firmly closed though by the driver of the number 10 machine. As I say, that's not a corner that, whilst it looks like it's good for overtaking down the hill, as there's a bit of contact there from Addison Smith into the back of Melissa Adrian, which then concertinas back into Ben Adrian behind them, is that it's not the most common overtaking spot at all, because everybody's coming out of a really slow corner down a hill at a very similar speed. It takes a lot hard on the brakes there as Addison Smith does finally get through on Melissa Adrian, a move that he tried in the downhill section earlier on. Through he moves then, and that's going to put him up into 5th place. Ben Hornet sticking with on the back of Ben Adrian as well in 8th place. Then they've got a comfortable gap back fairly to Oliver Fabricius, who has the same to Callum Foster and Harry Holland, with Jack Burgess and Isaac Parkinson the remaining runners for the 13 that are still out there in our mini-max class. Jared Fox-Whiteley in the background there has dropped off ever so slightly, but Blanford has closed in on Leon Barlow, who too has got a bit of a gap now to Lewis Goff. The radiator adjustment for most of our drivers down the hill. Addison Smith has moved away from Melissa Adrian, who is still holding off her cousin Ben in the blue race suit. As Blanford makes a move on Leon Barlow in the downhill section as they head towards compression corner. And he is up into second place, and Fox-Whiteley is through on Barlow as well. Barlow might try and get back down the inside, he does. And Jared Fox-Whiteley will have to turn the page and assess plan B. He heads towards Spoon. Looks like he's got to the inside. He has. So the move that started at the other end of the track is complete at the top of the hill. Not sure what the arm movement was there from Fox-Whiteley, but he is up into third place. So Goff leading the way with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. A gap of 7/10 of a second. And the previous lap is down to under 4/10 of a second. And Lucas Blanford will now be right in the slipstream of Lewis Goff as they head up. Fox-Whiteley and then up into third. Barlow sticking with him as they get to the top of the hill. There is Fox-Whiteley in the orange helmet. Barlow in fourth. This will be his best JKC result. Will it be for Leon Barlow if he can stick in there on the back of Fox-Whiteley for fourth place? Addison Smith is 5 or 6 kart lengths back, so let's not discount him too much as well. 45 seconds remaining, so we're going to get at least 2 more laps in here as the time at the top does change ever so slightly in this heat number 2. So they're going to come round. It's gone back to as it was, so they'll come round 2 more laps because Goff will see the last lap board when they come round next time. Up the hill then towards Spoon for the penultimate time. Then it's hard on the brakes as they get the kart stopped. It's a blind entry into that corner, and Blanford has closed up as the run down. He makes the move down the hill. Through he goes into the carousel corner. Can Goff get the cut back? He can't, and Lucas Blanford is through to lead the final as they head towards the last lap board. Goff trying to get back alongside Blanford quickly through them complex of corners. Can't get back alongside, and Blanford now starting to move away. Can Goff stay with, so he's close enough to benefit from the slipstream as they make their way up the hill here at Glan Y Gors Park. He is a lot closer now than what he was in the final complex of corners as Lucas Blanford chops to one side, then back to the other. He's going to be tight into this one, into the corner. Goff, though, is down the inside, and Lewis Goff, arm off the steering wheel again from Lucas Blanford, but Lewis Goff is through into the Spoon corner at the top of the hill and leads with half a lap to go, and Fox-Whiteley and Barlow are closing up as well. Blanford, we know he can make the move into the left-hander here. We've seen it once or twice before, but Goff has that scouted. The door is closed. Into the devil's elbow for the final time. Arm off the steering wheel again from Lucas Blanford. Into the final corner. Lewis Goff wins heat number 2 in Minimax from Lucas Blanford and Jared Fox-Whiteley, with Leon Barlow, Addison Smith and Ben Adrian in front of Melissa. Then we've got Ben Horner, Oliver Fabricius and Jack Burgess coming through to complete the top 10. There then are your top 2, and Blanford still remonstrating with Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff looks over, both hands still on the wheel, completely unperturbed by the remonstration of his competitor in the 59 machine, and they will make their way into Parc Fermé. And we have got a cameraman down there, and I hope we cut to him. Apparently we don't have the cameraman down there, which is when we probably needed him the most for what we need down there, but apparently he's gone to get a sandwich, so we're going to we'll see how they get on down there anyway in a few moments time. They're going to be getting themselves sorted. Next up though, we're going to head towards a heat number 3 before we drop back for the rest of heat number 2. It's time for heat 3 in Honda Cadet. all the Hondas making their way out then. It's going to be another big grid of around about 26 as they make their way up the hill. This time it's Ethan Charles leading them out with Rio Wardali alongside Freddie Housego and Thomas Percox on row 2, Mason Webster and Max Wheatley on row number 3. Max Williams, after a good showing in heat number 2, starts 7th with Harris Ali alongside Bobby Pete and Alex McCullough in 10th. 11th then we're going to have Max Gray-Trex and Jack Collinson in front of Harris Roberts and Stanley Clark, Ayrton Ryan, Alfie Forrester on row 8, Lewis Hall and Ralphie Branscombe on row number 9. 19th, Sam Howell starts alongside James Winstanley. Jensen White, after a good heat number 1, starts 21st alongside James Fabricius. Freddie Lyons and Amy Peacock are on row number 12. Then it's Thomas Potter and Cameron Tipping, and Scarlett Percox, novice driver, will start in 27th place. Make their way then down the hill. They'll be greeted by their helpers in a few moments' time. Ethan Charles then on the left, his dad pops the visor up for a final few words of advice. And the final few runners, they're just going to roll into position to let everybody else get in and then make sure their carts are in position. Amy Peacock there is going to have to do something about her cart because she had that lined up pretty much facing towards the pit wall, so she's got that sorted and her cart is just rolling it back with the rear wheel. Everybody then will make their way off. They'll have to come down towards this end of the pit lane where the entrance is out onto track, so they're going to make their way off. Once they are clear, the circuit will be good to go racing. And we are going racing slightly earlier than expected there. I think a few people might have jumped the wall instead of coming all the way down, and we are away. It's a good start then from the back. Looks like Thomas Potter's made a few places from his back row berth, and Ethan Charles has been jumped by Rio Wardali, who makes a great start from the outside of the front row. Holds on, and that's Mason Webster off into the wall with Thomas Percox as well. Stanley Clark's trimming grass, as is Freddie Lyons facing the wrong way, and Ralphie Branscombe. James Winstanley as well. Looks like Mason Webster is stuck in the tyres there and can't get out. He was looking for some assistance, I think, from the marshal on the outside at the top. He might have to get out and drag that car out himself. So Mason Webster, from a grid start of 5th, drops all the way down towards the back end of the grid. He's going to struggle to get that car out now toward this one. Let's see where they come through. Rio Wardali then leading the way, but he's going to get overtaken into the final complexes of corners by Ethan Charles as they come through for the first time. So Charles leading the way from Wardali. Then we've got Max Wheatley, Freddie Housego and Harris Ali, the top 5. Let's see whether we've got any yellows out as we head towards the top, or whether Mason Webster's got going again. This contact looks like between Bobby Pete in the background there, not quite sure. It looks like Harris Roberts as well potentially involved in that one, as there was a flash of white and blue, although we have got, I think, Alfie Forrester. Is he in this race? Yes, he is. He's up there as well, so it could have been that car. Very similar in colour. Drivers in different suits, but as they head up the hill there, it's just a flash of white and blue. Roberts, though, with a good start now, sees him firmly inserted inside the top 10. He's going to have to try and make his way through as Max Wheatley tries to get past Rio Wardali and can't at the moment. Harris Roberts, though, has got round Max Gray-Trex, and Harris Ali's going to try and slide one down the inside, but in doing so he may go slightly wide and open the door for Bobby Pete. 2 minutes in, and Ethan Charles has got a gap of almost 2 seconds as the chasing pack still cannot find a way past Rio Wardali, who's just parking that number 7 cart where he needs to in order to defend from the rest of the pack. Max Wheatley very, very impatient behind, trying to slide the cart down the inside but can't do it. Wardali parking the number 7 expertly in order to prevent the rest of the field coming through. Harris Roberts now up into 4th place, your current championship leader. He's got to try and find a way through, and now the gap has been created, and that's allowed Wheatley and Roberts to come through. And then Roberts is going to jump Wheatley as well, all the way round the outside. Harris Ali now in the background there, in the red suit and the white helmet on the back of Max Greatrex, and Greatrex gets into the back of Rio Wardali, and Harris Ali's going to come through down the inside. Greatrex with contact into the back of Rio Wardali. Fairly sure that one may well drop the nose. We've got some lap traffic coming up as well after early incidents in this race, and that's going to concertina them all the way up then into Spoon Corner. Ali tries to get alongside Max Greatrex. Will try and get the cutback. In the background lurking though, that's James Fabricius in the blue helmet as they make their way down the hill. So Charles leads with 2.5 second gap to Harris Roberts, Max Wheatley, then Rio Wardali, Harris Ali, Max Greatrex, Bobby Pete, James Fabricius, Freddie Housego and Halfie Forrester was as they came over the line on the previous lap, but as we've pretty much seen in every corner of this third heat, is that changes every single time they come over. So watch for the top left corner. That's going to go crazy about now as everybody finds their way into different positions. Greatrex is tight round the club corner. That's going to allow Harris Ali to potentially get a move down the inside. Fabricius is on the outside. He's going to take a slightly different run. They're 3 wide in the background as they make their way up round that right-hander. Seeing as everybody's made their way through, and now they're going to be 3 wide down there. Fabricius to the inside, Ali to the outside of Greatrex. Greatrex slots back in. Harris Ali almost loses a position to Freddie Housego in the number 69 kart, who's sticking with this battle from 5th place, or 4th place in fact, all the way down to himself in 7th place. A good showing from Freddie Housego as we've got looks like a spin there between Alfie Forrester and Bobby Pete. They were inside the top 10 in 9th and 10th respectively. They're going to drop down, and we see Amy Peacock and Sam Howell appear inside the top 10. It's going to drop them all the way down, I think outside the top 20 in fact, as they see them drop down there. Oh, and we've got the 69 of Housego facing the wrong way, tries to move down the inside, and he's going to have to wait patiently for most of the field to come through. So a good early showing from Freddie Housego. Now is going to drop him down the order. Bobby Pete there getting confirmation he is now in 21st. As Harris Ali drops a wheel on the grass ever so slightly down there as he tries to maximise his run down the hill off the back of James Fabricius and Max Greatrex. These were 4 wide as Rio Wardali is still holding off Amy Peacock and Sam Howell. They just can't get through off the back of that number 7. He's doing what he needs to do. The run now up the hill. Can Peacock get alongside? They're all still with them, and their Peacock tries to get a nose down the inside of the 7. They're all nose to tail as they come up the hill. Wardali parking it once again to the inside of the Spoon Corner. Then the run down the hill. That cart parked once again. A cart whipped in. That's going to prevent anybody getting a good run on the way out. And Wardali holding on still to 7th place with 2 minutes remaining in this third heat for our Honda Cadets. Remember, a bumper grid. We've got 27 in this one. I think we've got around about 36 signed on, which means that the top 20 will go straight through to the A final. Everybody else will go into a runoff. And with a number of drivers having spins, it's pretty much a lottery as to who's getting through. Almost half the field at some point in this one have either had a spin in this one or earlier on in the day. We've had Stanley Clark, who's had a heat victory, but then had a spin on the grass in at least 1, maybe 2 of the races. So having taken a victory, he may well struggle to even make it through then into the A final. There he is in the background. Off the back, we've got a driver off into retirement. Looks like in the background out of the cart. That looks like it could have been one of the Housegos with the bright yellow helmets. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Harris Roberts has managed now to find a way through on Ethan Charles for the lead, having closed that gap of 2.5 seconds down in this race. We're focused on this incredibly intense battle further down the field. Now it's going to see Sam Howell up into 7th place, Potters up into 8th, Wardali down into 9th with Amy Peacock in 10th place. Looks like Harris Ali's found a way past Max Greatrex. As they are 2 and 3 wide. Potter goes wide there at the top of the hill, and then down the inside of Sam Howell. Gets that cart stopped into Spoon and is through into 7th place. Now the run down the hill as they defend into Carousel. As Harris Ali there, we see the confirmation on the screen, the visual that he's managed to find a way through. Finding a way through as well is Max Wheatley up into 2nd place, with Ethan Charles then dropping down into 3rd. your on-screen confirmation. Fabricius running in 4th in front of Ali, Greytrex, Howell. Although we know Potter now will come through in 7th, having got through. There's your on-screen swap. Wardali and Peacock completing the top 10, although everybody behind is nose to tail. The time at the top elapses to 0. It will be a last lap board the next time round for your race leader, Harris Roberts. Tenths of a second is the gap then for your leader, as Ethan Charles has managed to get back down the inside of Max Wheatley for 2nd place. So this one's going to run all the way through towards the checkered flag as Ethan Charles gets a huge amount of curb on the outside, then parks the kart to the inside. That's Forrester and Lewis Hall off onto the grass. Not sure where that is, but there's going to be yellow flags somewhere if those karts can't get back on track, which is going to negate at least one overtaking opportunity. Ethan Charles now parking that 49 kart to the inside to try and stop Max Wheatley getting a good run. Wheatley does get a run though, but that's going to put him on the outside, because I can assure you Ethan Charles will park that 49 machine to the inside as they make their way down the hill now. Can Max Wheatley make something happen down here? Gets alongside Ethan Charles. Will he get the cut back into the final complex of corners? Charles then will lead over the line for 2nd place, will he? Let's see, it's going to be tight. Roberts takes the victory from Ethan Charles and Max Wheatley, the top 3. Fabricius, Ali, Greytrex, and then Potter coming through from near the back to move up into 7th with Sam Howell, Rio Wardali and Max Williams, the top 10 in front of Peacock, Collinson, White, Rye, Clark, Tipping, McCullough, Branscombe, Pete and Percox. Your top 20. We've still got runners now coming over the line. Webster recovers after that opening lap spin, which put him miles back to come through back into 21st place. But there is your race winner making his way through, Harris Roberts, for the victory in our Honda Cadet class. Just having a look for some confirmations if we've got anybody. Micromax was clear. Minimax as well. Looks like we have got a 5-second penalty applied to the race winner in that one, Lewis Goff, for gaining an advantage through contact, and that drops Lewis Goff down the order from winning the race down into 8th place. And that one was incredibly tight, and that move moves him all the way down from the lead into 8th place. We've got Honda Cadet Heat 3 coming in then. Next up, we're going to go back to Heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. There we are on screen then. Max Shields on the inside and Sandro Ballesteros on the outside. That'll be your front row. Look like Jacob Dukes as well. He who came through was awarded the victory after a penalty applied to drivers in front for front fairing. Will go off row number 2 this time. He is there on the outside. So it's Shields and Ballesteros leading the way. Carter and Dukes on the second row. Pennington and Hurst Grover on row number 3. Row 4 then we'll see Ethan Hagan, Sam Stoner, Finley Whiting and Jensen Mason, with Jaden Hewitt and Bartek Filipiak on row number 6. Then we've got Max Rowley and Nicholas Ellis, with Curtis Latimer and Ollie Naylor in front of Sam Ardolino, who on the track at the least won the opening race of the day, but then picked up a 5-second penalty for a front fairing penalty, which basically means that the front nose, if there's enough force applied to it, it pushes it in and drops it down. And there you are given a 5-second penalty. That one is not up for debate if you have some contact between the nose where it pushes the nose in. So if there's enough force applied, it pushes in and it drops down. So that is a fairly easy way for us to, it stops the loading of one driver into the back of another. They make their way round up the hill for the second time. It's a rolling start here then for our Junior Max. We have the gold helmet of Shields leading the way. Ballesteros, who returns to the JKC Championship after a few rounds away, focusing on the Saxo Championship that he also races in, albeit that one's for cars rather than karts. They're going to make their way down the hill then. Shields obviously off pole position. He gets to dictate the pace and lead them over the line. See how we go. Into the acceleration zone we go, and the outside sweeps all the way round, and Sandro Ballesteros and Jacob Dukes get a huge jump on Max Shields there. We'll have to have a look on timing for that one, because as they come over the line, they may well have been too far in front of Max Shields. The pole sitter, he needs to cross the line within a certain amount of time of those that are further back, because if not, then drivers may well get penalised for a jump start. The pole sitter, he leads the pace, he dictates to everybody else. If he wants to come over the start line at walking pace, that's how it works as they enter that acceleration zone. Moving through then onto that first lap, and it looks like Shields has been jumped by Tom Carter as well, and Carter's going to dive down the inside of Sandro Ballesteros into Paddock Bend. Jacob Dukes then leads him over the line for the first time with Tom Carter, Sandro Ballesteros, but now Max Shields moves to the inside and he's through by the time they get to the top of the hill. So that drops Shields down into fourth in front of Pennington, Haig, Hurst Grover, Whiting, Filipiak and Ellis. Your top 10. Dukes has already broken away from the chasing pack, having got through early on. Tim Winters has been on saying, come on, Sam Stoner. Well, he's currently running in 13th, having started towards the back. He's going to start making his way through, hopefully, and hopefully for you as well. Tim, keep watching. We're only 2 laps in as they come over the line. Dukes leads by a second from Carter and Shields. Ballesteros in 4th place, but he's coming under pressure now from Amelia Pennington, and she dives down the inside into the uphill right. As well does Ethan Haig in the red kart there. He's come through, and Ballesteros loses 2 in 2 corners. So Haig now up into 5th place. Pennington into 4th in her first outing here at JKC. Giving a very, very good account of herself. Now tries to catch up onto the back of Max Shields, driver she spent most of Heat 1 battling with, as they move through the field together from the back of the pack. Ethan Haig, though, down the inside into Paddock, and he slides through into 4th place. So Ethan Haig, the driver, on a charge, as our leading trio starting to close up. They look like they're fairly far apart, but on the last lap, Tom Carter took 0.3 of a second out of Jacob Dukes. And as soon as they catch up and start battling with each other, the remaining 7/10 of a second back to Max Shields will close very, very quickly. Ethan Haig, the driver, on the move though, making his way through the pack, having got past Ballesteros and Pennington in the last 2 laps. Expect him to try and now break away from that 21 car, and Finn Whiting, who's got through now, I think, on Sandro Ballesteros as well in the 81 he has. It looks like it's allowed Nicholas Ellis to come through as well. Ardolino comes over the line in 9th, up from 16th place on the grid at the start. It's a drive we know can go very, very well round GYG, having on the track won the opening race of the day in our junior rotax class. The gap has closed then now to sub 0.4 of a second. You can see it at the top of the hill. There are your 2 leaders. Jacob Dukes, who had a gap of almost a second at the start, has had this one reeled in by the 45 of Tom Carter. The gap now 1.1 seconds back to Max Shields. It shows us 1.4 on the screen, but that's back from your leader as they come through and over the line. 0.2 of a second. Shields not able to close in just yet, but we've not had any overtaking opportunities from Carter. How long will Carter be patient enough here to wait on the back of Jacob Dukes? Not at all is the answer as he slides through at Spoon Corner. Not sure how much he was going to wait there. I thought he might have stuck it out for a few more laps, knowing that he had the pace on Jacob Dukes, but now he must be confident that he can pull away, because now he's given Dukes the opportunity to attack in the remaining half of this race if Dukes can stick with. Let's see whether Tom Carter can break away. He had enough pace, 0.3 per lap pretty much, to close in on Jacob Dukes. And the gap already out to 0.4 as they make their way up the hill towards the sweeping right. Dukes can't get alongside into Spoon. And now they head back down the hill. 1.6 is the gap back to Max Shields in third place. Haig closing in though in fourth, and he's dragging Finlay Whiting and Amelia Pennington along as well. You see Ballesteros and Ollie Naylor on the back of Harry Hurst Grover for the final position inside the top 10. Hurst Grover there with the blue helmet with the red flicks round the outside, and number 14 on the kart. Personal best for Pennington in 6th place. There she is, just coming her way round the club corner. And that long drag up the hill. And then it's hard on the brakes. So Haig, having got through at a fair rate of knots through the pack, has slowed in terms of his progress whilst when moving up into 4th place. Hasn't been able to close in too much on Max Shields in front, but maybe that's because he's got Finlay Whiting all over the back. Now Whiting, who moved off into retirement, having completed at least half race distance in the opening heat of the day, which means that he will pick up points for that race. You have to get to the halfway mark in order to do so, but still means that it's only going to be points for 16th place, which is going to drop him well down the order, as looks like their Hurst Grover and Ollie Naylor got into a little bit as they made their way up the hill. Naylor in the background was snaking across the track like he was towing a caravan. As now Whiting does get to the inside of Ethan Haig at the top of the hill and moves through into 4th place. A great move there from Finn Whiting on Ethan Haig. Haig not really expecting that one, and Whiting managing to get through down the inside into the top corner. Now the run up the hill has got enough to stay in front of Ethan Haig, but Ardolino is the driver that's now right behind them up in 6th place, having made up 10 places so far, and still with 1 minute and 10 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. There the driver is in the background, the 16 with the red, white and blue helmet, has managed to make his way past Amelia Pennington and Nicholas Ellis in the previous 2 laps, and now is right on the back of this train as they go down the hill. Ellis down the inside of Pennington into the compression corner, and gets through nice and cleanly. 47 seconds on the clock, so we're going to get 3 more laps in here. Tom Carter well down the road, the gap for around about 4 seconds for this battle as Ardolino, we saw there, got to the inside I think of Ethan Haig, and through he goes. The move started halfway up the straight, we saw him dip out of the slipstream, and he dives through into the Spoon corner. Carter then leads the way, 29 seconds as he's going to make his way down this hill. You can see here the amount of change they have, the amount of elevation change, the kart dropping away, going light before they go round the final corner. Crosses the line with 8 seconds to go, which means we're going to have 2 more laps in junior rotax heat number 2. The time at the top has elapsed, which means the last lap board will be out next time. And Ardolino down the inside of Finlay Whiting for 4th place. A good move at the Spoon corner, right at the top of the hill. It's a great overtake. Still now he's going to have around about half a second, maybe a little bit more, to close up on the back of Maximus Shields in this final lap as they come down the hill. Leader is already through in a few seconds, I think, to take the last lap board. There we get confirmation as Tom Carter comes over the line. What's the gap between Shields and Ardolino? Ardolino, fastest lap of the race, 42.475, as he closes in on the back of Maximus Shields up the hill. Might catch him towards the end of this lap, but it's going to be in the tight complex of corners. 7/10 was the gap between the two of them. Carter leads though by 1.8, and it's going to be a comfortable victory since finding a way past Jacob Dukes for Tom Carter. Down the hill he comes then for the final time, with Dukes a comfortable second. Then we're going to have to look and see who appears in third place. Will it be Shields? Will it be Ardolino? Last lap board and the checkered flag then for Carter. Dukes is second, and Shields comes across the line in third place in front of Sam Ardolino. What an effort, coming through from 16th up into 4th. Finlay Whiting gets 5th in front of Haig, Ellis, Pennington, Naylor and Hurst Grover completing the top 10, with Ballesteros, Hewitt, Stoner, Latimer and Rowley completing your runners in front of Bartek Filipiak, who looks like he's had an off at some point because he is much further down than what I would expect to see him when he comes through over that line. Having a quick look to see whether Heat 3 Honda has come in. No, we're still waiting on that one for confirmation of any more. Does mean that we've got a few more races to run through before our lunch break here at GYG. So we've still got plenty more action before we have the short interlude. The juniors make their way off the track. Bartek Filipiak making his way off the circuit, and it turns out that it is actually lunchtime. I thought we were going to keep going because we've made such great progress through. Thought we had some juniors, but we're going to be back after a short lunch break of around about 20 to 25 minutes, hence why we don't have any carts down there in the holding area for the remainder of the heats number 3. Then we'll have heat number 4 as well for Honda Cadet, and then it's time for our finals. We'll start with the Honda Cadet B, and then we'll work all their way through to Honda Cadet A at the end of the day. So stick with us until the end of the day here at GYG.
Straight back.
He slid out, went into the title, spun around. I had to go right round the outside.
Driven Dreams take one.
Driven Dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
just have no faith to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Welcome to GYG round 5 of the Cadet Kart Championship. We're going to do something a little bit different this weekend. We're going to hand the microphone and the camera over to this young man, junior rotax racer Sam Stoner, and we're going to go and have a wander around the paddock, aren't we? Yeah?
Let's go. We're here with Aston Brown today, racing in 57 in the Micro Max. How's your day gone today, Aston?
It's gone extremely well. It's just extremely slippery on the track. But other places it's quite dry and grippy, so.
What do you think about GYG? Do you like it? Do you not like it?
I quite like it. It seems like a good track and it's quite fast as well, I think. It's quite flowing for me.
How do you think you're going to fare tomorrow in the race? Like mid-pack, front, middle?
I was, well, hoping to get in the top 5, but maybe, I don't know.
We're here with Fred, racing in Honda Cadet. How's your weekend gone so far?
Fine. Yesterday I was the fastest in Honda's first time at the track, and it's also my birthday, so pretty well so far.
Happy birthday. How do you think this season in CKC is going for you?
It was like at Rara I was doing fine, but I DNF'd on the last lap. Lid didn't go that well, so it's going all right. I'm up there, but just getting unlucky, like little DNFs and stuff like that.
What do you think about GYG? Do you like the track?
Yeah, it's favourite track. It's fast. It's quite a track that flows quite a lot as well.
Where do you think you're going to finish tomorrow?
Hopefully top 5, but I think if we push it some more, we might be able to get top 3.
We're here with Thomas Potter, racing in Honda Cadet. So Thomas, how's your weekend gone so?
Gone super good. First time at the track, but I've been doing well at the front 3, so hopefully I can keep that for tomorrow.
What do you think about GYG? Do you like the track?
Yeah, it's my favourite track after today, with a good battle with number 12.
Yeah. How did last session go?
Did pretty well. I got to the front, then I just kept pulling and pulling. Just try to get the fastest lap I could.
Yeah, that's good. How do you think CKC, the whole championship's going for you?
I think it's going well. A few unfortunate events, but hopefully I can keep it going and try get a podium in the championship.
That's good. Where are you expecting to finish tomorrow in the race?
I'm expecting a top 3, hopefully first for.
That's good.
Straight back, goes up the inside, he's
He slid out, went into the tile, spun around. I had to go right round the outside.
Fear and dreams take one.
Driven dream.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no fear to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
he slid out, went into the tile, spun round. I had to go right round the outside.
Driven dreams take one.
Driven dreams.
This isn't a sport, it's a lifestyle. And it does take over your life.
It feels nerve-wracking and also very exciting.
The entire family has to support this to get to the level that he's at.
If you fear of crashing, there's no point in doing it.
Be able to drive a car that goes 100 miles per hour.
Just have no faith to just send someone down the inside.
It'll be quite physical and exhausting, but I'm going to have to pull through and do it. Obviously, motorsport is the dream job.
I don't know, am I allowed to say anything or not?
No, because then people will find out and use it against us.
Welcome back to Glan Y Gors in North Wales for the remainder of round 5 of the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship. Had an entertaining morning's racing. We've still got a few heats to go here at GYG with the Heat 3 of Junior Pro Kart coming up soon. Then we've got another instalment of all of our classes, including Heat 4 of Honda Cadet. As we say, it's round 5 of 8 of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship here from GYG in North Wales. There we are on the little dot on the screen on the map of the UK. Next month, in the middle, in the weekend of the 13th and 14th of August, we're going down to the south of Wales. We're going down to Landau for round number 6. So here's the track on screen then in terms of a nice line, 1100 metres in length, 13 turns with a huge amount of elevation as they make their way round the club corner and all the way up the Dragon Straight to the top of the hill. We thought we were going to get a little bit more rain than what we've had so far, and whilst there are some clouds out of the window in the distance, up above us here at GYG it is fairly clear. See there on the track, the downhill section on the top, we've got our junior pro karters getting themselves ready for their race. Everybody in their karts, with the exception of Max Shields, who's up there on the wall. So we're going to have Harry Brown on pole position with Harrison Johns alongside, Max Shields and Thomas Wilkins on the second row, Christian Oblag and Amy Frame on row number 3. There is Amy Frame just getting a final few words of advice from her dad Gordon. They will be going out in a few moments' time. Quick loosen up and a wave to somebody further up there as well. Looks like we are about to go racing then in our junior pro kart class. Just getting confirmation again that the track is clear after a little bit of lunchtime filming for our Driven Dreams docu-series. Should be into position to go racing in a few moments. Harry Brown, the 47, will start on pole with Harrison Johns in the number 10 alongside. So every driver will have had a start off the front, middle and back row. And, as we wait for them to go out, you can see in the background the paddock, some of the camping area as well. I think it's a quarter to two start for the resumption of racing here then at GYG. Thank you for joining us. Please do get in touch via the live chat comments as well. We will we'll dip in and out of that throughout the day, as we always do here on the Alpha Live channel. Junior Pro Kart then making their way out onto track as the drivers try and get some heat into those Dunlop SL1 tyres that we are using for 2022, having moved over from the Bridgestones at the end of last season, in the middle part as well. In some classes there was a bit of a transitional phase as we moved over from the Bridgestone YDS that Pro Karts have been synonymous with for a number of years. They're now on the Dunlop SL1s. They're still reasonably hard wearing, hence why in this class you are limited to 2 sets of slicks and 2 sets of wets for the entire season. Some other classes, Honda is exactly, Cadets as well is exactly the same. Some of our other classes are maybe, I think they're limited to 4 as well in the 2-stroke classes. So they'll come round for their standing start. Harry Brown rolls the 47 into pole position then, with Harrison Johns alongside on the front row. Shields on the left, then it's Wilkins on the right of the middle row. Oblang in 5th with Frame in 6th. Everybody making their way through. The grid is clear for go. Looking up at the lights, we're away and racing. It's a good start from Brown. Shields is going to try and insert his kart into 2nd place. Harrison Johns gets alongside, and they're going to be 3 wide up the back straight. Amy Frame round the outside. Christian Oblang comes to the inside. They're going to have to sort themselves out, and they do before the corner at the top of the hill. And Max Shields is through down the inside of Harry Brown. Brown goes wide then. Could that compromise exit? In Frame spins round, tipped into a spin once again. And it looks like Wilkins is on the grass. Frame is on the grass. Harrison Johns coming down the hill, having got involved in that one as well. And Harry Brown and Christian Oblang have managed to ride that one out. Brown was in 2nd, Oblang coming through the pack. And that's going to mean the top 3 are going to break away. Wilkins then comes through in 4th place down the hill. Frame in 4th is going to be 5th, I think, or Harrison Johns, I think, in 5th. Frame will be in the background. They'll come through. So I have to wait then for 4th, 5th and 6th to come through in a few moments' time as they come through. And we're still waiting. That's Harrison Johns' problems. Left rear puncture. That tyre ripped completely off the bead for Harrison Johns, so that means that car is going absolutely nowhere. And we are down to 5 runners in Junior Pro Kart, with Shields leading the way. Harry Brown still holding on to 2nd place from Christian Oblag as they make their way up the hill into that right-hander. Oblag closing in, but it's going to be single file pretty much. These karts are a lot wider as they come down the hill. And Brown comes through. Oblang, they can't overtake there anyway because of that kart of Harrison Johns, means that there's going to be a yellow flag out at the post down there. 2 minutes into this race then, and Maximus Shields leads with a commanding lead of 1.6 seconds so far. Up the hill they go with Brown in 2nd place. Still holding off Christian Oblang. There's Thomas Wilkins in 3rd with Amy Frame now Wilkins in 4th, Frame in 5th, as it looks like Brown and Oblang were side by side down the hill, but Brown still holding on to second place. And Oblang try and get to the inside. No, Brown parking that kart, one of the youngest drivers in this class, and now Oblang's going to try and get to the inside as they go round the right-hander, down the left into compression. Yellow flag still out, so no overtaking as they deal with that kart of Harrison Johns on the run down that hill there. Now we're going to be green as they head towards that final corner. Brown gives Oblang half a kart width to the inside. Now Oblang's going to try and get to the inside, but then potentially could rub off too much speed, but think he's going to have track position, and through comes Christian Oblag on Harry Brown for second place. The gap though to your leader Max Shields is almost 4 seconds, and that is unassailable unless Shields has any sort of problems in the remaining 5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race. Brown still close enough to Oblang that Oblang can't rest on this one, so it looks like Brown's managing to stick with, and let's see whether he can follow him down this hill as Oblang takes a huge chunk of curb to the inside there and then uses that to fire himself out the other side. So as they come through, the gap out to 5.3 seconds, almost a second and a half on that last lap did Shields take out of Christian Oblang. In moving away, it was 3.9, now it's 5.3. But Harry Brown managing to stick with the driver of the 76. And this is going to drag Brown away from Wilkins, who's coming through there in the background. The gap between second and third is around about 4 seconds. And Harry Brown is sticking with Christian Oblang down this hill. Pretty much in the wheel track, sets a personal best as well, 2/10 quicker than Oblang. Oblang with almost a 48 dead. Brown at 47.8. Amy Frame behind them also sets a personal best. She's chasing down Thomas Wilkins. There they are in the background. She sets a 47.7 as Harry Brown closes right in on the back of Christian Oblang into the corner at the top of the hill, into Spoon. There is your race leader though, Max Shields, beyond half race distance in this Junior Pro Kart final. And here today at GYG has had the upper hand on his championship rival Christian Oblang. It was very, very tight at Lid last month. This one, and moving away, it was 6.5 seconds now as Oblang comes over the line in second, with Harry Brown half a second back, but still close enough to take advantage of any mistakes. Up the hill, Amy Frame, the gap is down to under 2 seconds off the back of Thomas Wilkins. It's 1.8 between them. Could she close in? She's going to need about 3 or 4 tenths a lap in this remaining 3 minutes plus 1 lap of this third heat for Junior Pro Kart here. There's the stricken kart of Harrison Johns. Unfortunately, they're going to need to re-inflate that tyre, and hopefully there's not been any damage to the rim, or they're going to have to take that to the scrutineer and have the tyre. It's still all well and good applied to another rim. The top 5, as they are at the moment on track running: Shields, Oblang, Brown, Wilkins and Frame. Johns into retirement. The gap closing ever so slightly. Amy Frame down to 1.4 seconds now. The gap to Thomas Wilkins for 4th place. So I think she could potentially catch before the end, but might not have enough time to mount a challenge. Oblang and Brown come down the hill, still half a second between them, although Brown has dropped off. He was within striking distance a few laps ago, but now is settling into 3rd place. The gap opens out to a little under 1 second with 1.5 minutes remaining in Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. The gap back then to Thomas Wilkins is still around about 5 seconds, but Amy Frame is closing in. The gap now under a second from Frame, and she's going to be close enough at the end here to potentially make a move as Oblang starts opening up that gap on Harry Brown. And Brown here just needs to hold on now for third place, which would be his best finish, having taken his best finish in fourth place in the first heat of the day. Be trying to bring this one home for the final few minutes of this race. Just needs to bring it across the line. He was already ran in second for much of the early phase of this race, keeping Christian Oblag behind. Then Oblag's been able to move away. Frame puts in a personal best, and you can see them coming up the hill, and she's right on the back of Thomas Wilkins. Fourth place is not done with yet, as Amy Frame making her way right up onto the back of Thomas Wilkins in the battle for fourth and fifth. And catch them in the background in a few moments as they come down the hill. We'll see if we can see, and Amy Frame is through on Thomas Wilkins by the look of it, as we will catch them as they come into this carousel left-hander, and there is the 14 in front of Thomas Wilkins. So Frame recovers from being on the grass at the start of this one to run now in fourth place, having got past the 67. Down the hill they come then for what will be the penultimate time, because the time at the top has elapsed, and we will have the last lap board out for Maximus Shields when they come over the line next time round. Another personal best for Harry Brown, 47.7. He's consistent in them 47.7s. They're just getting slightly quicker and quicker every single time he comes round. The gap's still about a second from Christian Oblag, but he's going to be third at the flag if he can just about hold on to that cart. He's comfortable at the moment, doesn't have to look back at Frame or Wilkins. As this battle continues now, and it's often the case the driver uses one to tow up, gets through, gets on the back, but then can't break away as they come through. Max Shields leads then, a commanding lead then of 8.84 seconds. Might even be more now as Oblag comes over the line, 9.3. Shields could take this by over 10 seconds. Out at the front, continuing to push the 181 machine. Wilkins with a personal best off the back of Amy Frame. Still not giving up on that fourth place with a 48.033. As Shields, the orange, black and white cart, the gold helmet, befitting his status as one of the finest junior pro karters, the champion in this class last season, comes down the carousel, down the section towards the final corner. 3 heats, 3 victories for Max Shields, and a fastest lap as well as he crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Now we've got that wait for Christian Oblag in second place. Through he comes for second, and Harry Brown with third place takes his best ever finish in junior pro kart, with Amy Frame and Thomas Wilkins completing your 5 runners, with Harrison Johns retiring on the opening lap when the tyre came off the bead. So as our drivers make their way back round, Maximus Shields with a superb victory once again in junior pro kart. 3 races and 3 heat victories for the 181. They make their way off then. Harrison John's number 10 kart will require some recovery, so somebody will be over there in a few moments with the trolley as our top 3 make their way into Parc Ferme. Shields rolling his cart up onto the weigh scale. He's directed by the chief scrutineer to park up on the right hand side, which is the left of your screen, but right as they turn off the track, they'll all get parked themselves up for scrutineering. They'll just check technical compliance, which means it's time to move on to our heat number 3 in Minimax. There's your front row. It looks like we've got Fabricius on the left and Parkinson on the right. So they're going to be heading out onto track in a few moments' time. There is your grid on the screen. It is Oliver Fabricius on pole position, Isaac Parkinson alongside Lizzie Mentier and Melissa Adrian on row 2, Harry Holland and Jack Burgess on row 3. Row 4, Lucas Blanford and Lewis Goff, Addison Smith and Ben Adrian complete the top 10 in front of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Horner. Callum Foster will start 13th and Leon Barlow in 14th. So Row 4 is where we need to be looking here. Blanford and Goff, the top two in the second heat. They crossed the line with Goff in front of Blanford, but a penalty applied to Lewis Goff dropped him all the way down to 8th place in the standings. Blanford would go on then to take victory, having crossed the line in second place. They will go off side by side then in heat number 4. And heat number 3, they go off the 4th row. And after that, we're going to have 3 more heats. We've got Micromax Heat 3, Honda Cadet Heat 4, and Junior Rotax Heat 3 to complete our heats. Then we're going to go to the Honda Cadet B final for those drivers that haven't finished inside the top 20 in points. And then we'll go through all of our other finals all the way through then to the end of the day when we finish with our Honda Cadet A final. Will be a 30 kart race, the top 20 that have automatically gone through, and then the top 10 from that B final. Drivers then making their way down the hill. Looks like we are once again missing the 50 of Lizzie Mentia, who didn't take part in heat number 2. Two laps, remember, for our rolling up in our minis and our juniors. They tried to get their feet in their tyres. We've been only having 1 rolling up laps for our Micromax, but they are running a different and slightly softer compounded tyre, so they don't need 2 laps to get the temperature into their tyres. We're going to have to close this one up a little bit because Fabricius and Parkinson are well down the road there in 1st and 2nd respectively. They'll come through on the front row. Then it's going to be everybody else into the positions behind. Remember, we're looking for that yellow acceleration line. That's where the leader, the pole sitter, is allowed to apply the throttle. That's why they're all nice and tight now as they come down the hill towards the final corner here at GYG. They're going at a fairly good speed. And we'll see whether it looks like they could potentially have a false start on that one. We are going to go again. That's why the marshal held it out, and they'll be met as well by another flag further up the hill here at post number 2 at the top of the hill, and there's another one further down. Now, if you can see a green flag with a yellow chevron on it, that's the false start flag. That just lets all of our drivers know that they are not to be racing. They're to slow back down to the half pace and reform into their grid positions from where they were. Oliver Fabricius has dropped right back here, and he's going to have to drive back into position, but that's because he was going all the way around the outside of that carousel corner. So as everybody now will concertina back up again, they're going to be met with that yellow flag and told to slow down. The pace was a little bit quick on the last time round, in my opinion, hence why I don't think that the starter was happy with them to be going, and they're going to have to settle themselves up. It is hard when you're on the outside to get going because you are going a lot further around the outside, and it looks like we are away this time, although no time has started at the top of the screen. We are away and racing there here in our mini max class, and it's Fabricius leading the way then from Parkinson. Looks like Fox Whiteley's wide on the outside, may have dropped back a few places. Melissa Adrian then up into 3rd place, Blanford in 4th. Looks like then it could be Horner in 5th place, but we'll confirm in a few moments if we can see a 12. No, it's Harry Holland in the 77 running in 5th place. So Fabricius out at the front, Parkinson holding on to 2nd place with Melissa Adrian in 3rd, and then move down the inside from Lucas Blanford on Melissa Adrian into the downhill section. And over the line they come then at the end of the first lap. Fabricius leading the way from Parkinson, then Blanford, Adrian in 3rd place, Goff, Holland, Smith, Adrian, Horner and Barlow, but then there's a move up the inside from Lucas Blanford, and he is up into 2nd place. Melissa Adrian comes through as well, as does Lewis Goff up into 4th place. Down the hill they come then into the double apex left of the carousel. Looks like Addison Smith has moved then right onto the back of Harry Holland. No, sorry, Parkinson, so he's come through as well. That puts him up into 6th place. Down the hill they come then, and Lewis Goff is through on Melissa Adrian, a carbon copy of the move that Blanford used on the previous lap. Over they come then for another lap in, and Blanford is right behind Fabricius as they make the move up the hill, and Blanford is to the inside of the 90 of Oliver Fabricius and is through by the time they get to the right-hander at the top of the hill, and Goff is going to follow through as well. So the top two from the second heat, and now the top two in the third heat, still with 6 minutes remaining. And that one, remember in heat 2, that was decided in the steward's office rather than on the track, as Goff came over the line in front of Blanford. At the moment it's Blanford in front of Goff as Addison Smith gets to the inside of Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian, and that's going to move him through into 4th place. The 15 of Smith flying, and he tries to get them down the inside of Fabricius. He's right in the slipstream, and Fabricius moves over to the side, and Smith is going to come through, and he might not be the only one to come through as they head towards Spoon Corner, because it looked like Ben Adrian was trying to get down the inside as well, but Fabricius holds on to 4th place. Down the hill they come then with Smith in 3rd, Fabricius 4th, Ben Adrian in front of Melissa Adrian. Then it looks like Isaac Parkinson and Ben Horner with Jared Fox-Whiteley right on the back. Now up into 9th place. Left and right down the hill. Kart's going light down that double apex right of Devil's Elbow. Over start finish for another lap. 4 in. Blanford leading by 0.2 of a second from Lewis Goff, and Lewis Goff is right in the slipstream of Lucas Blanford as they head up towards Spoon Corner. Who's going to reappear in the lead? It's still Blanford at the top of the hill as they head down now, with Addison Smith starting to move away from Oliver Fabricius into 3rd place, a comfortable one as it is. There he is in the black cart. The remaining battle for all the way back from Fabricius goes all the way back down to Fox-Whiteley, and Barlow and Holland are not too far back either. They're coming into the mix as this battle slows each other up with every single corner, everybody trying to get alongside each other. Half race distance in terms of time. We've still got that 1 lap to add, as well as Lewis Goff gets in the slipstream, and he's through by the time they get to the top of the hill on Lucas Blanford, and then defends to the inside. Lewis Goff in the 4 then. Now your new race leader, Smith in 3rd, Fabricius 4th. Then it's a double Adrian with Ben in front of Melissa by the look of it. We'll confirm that as they come through. We're looking for the blue. It looks like, in fact, it could still be Melissa in front of Ben. Lewis Goff, down the hill they come then. Across the line, and officially, at least in terms of timing, take the lead, but that move was done on this straight on the previous lap. Now it's going to be Blanford's turn to benefit from the potential slipstream as they make their way up the hill and round the sweeping right towards the heavy braking zone into Spoon Corner at the top of the hill before the cutback left. Down the hill they go. Close enough potentially for Blanford to put a move in, but Goff comes across half a cart width, parks the number 4 machine well enough to stave off any possible attack. Down the hill they'll come then, round the right into this left-hander, this tight left. This is compression corner, then into the right-hander of the Devil's Elbow. There you see the cart's just dropping away, and then it's the run into that final corner. Personal best for Ben Adrian, but he has been jumped by Jared Fox-Whiteley. That puts Fox-Whiteley back up into 6th place, having had to come through from towards the back, and a poor opening lap, but he's got down the inside. Melissa Adrian finds a way past Fabricius, forces a way past Fabricius, in fact, at the top of the hill. Let's see who appears at the front. Looks like Fox-Whiteley could have potentially dropped one there, but he's come all the way around the outside of Ben Adrian with a good opportunistic move from the 22, as Adrian had to go tight as he was forced into that corner. Then Fox-Whiteley comes all the way around the outside. They're still nose to tail all the way down from Melissa Adrian, now in 4th place with Oliver Fabricius in 5th. Then it's going to be all change in the background with Fox-Whiteley back up into 6th, having dropped a place behind Ben Adrian. Now he's back in front, but everybody in 2s all the way up the hill there, and Fabricius is back down the inside of Melissa Adrian as they head over the hill, and the gap is also filled by Jared Fox-Whiteley. And Melissa Adrian will drop from 4th down into 6th. Fox-Whiteley is up then, as we see Addison Smith in third place, coming through. The gap between the two leaders still 0.2 of a second. It's been fairly consistent throughout most of this race. You can see them there in this camera shot right down at the bottom of the hill. Goff still leading the way from Blanford, with Smith now in a comfortable third. He's got a gap of a second to this battle behind, which now sees Fabricius back up into fourth place. Fox Whiteley into fifth. Melissa Adrian drops to sixth. Leon Barlow coming through and inserting himself into seventh place. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. We're still going to have 3 laps then in this mini-max third heat, as Goff has a look over his shoulder, and as soon as his head is forward, Blanford is down the inside into the carousel. Good move there from Blanford. As soon as he knew that Goff had a look, and as soon as Goff was facing forward, he was hard on the brakes and back down the inside. So the 59 now leading the 4 as they come down the hill towards the final corner with 1 minute remaining. Time actually goes to 35. We're going to get one more lap before the time elapses. The run now up that hill sees Lewis Goff right into the rear of Lucas Blanford. Hard on the brakes into Spoon at the top of the hill. Comes back down the hill into the carousel corner. The corner that Blanford got through on the previous lap. 24 seconds remaining. They're going to race around now to see whether they can beat the clock down to 0. They might do it actually. The lap time's around about 42 seconds. Means that it could be quite tight as they make their way down the hill towards this final corner. Through they come. Last lap board is out then in our mini-max class, and Lewis Goff closing right in on the back of Lucas Blanford. Blanford goes tight to the inside. Where's Goff going to go on this one? Blanford once again tight. Goff's going to have to try and think of something new here as they head towards the final corner, and Blanford goes to the inside, much tighter than normal. Almost white lines it down the inside into that bottom cut down the hill into the bottom corner. Goff chopping and changing side by side, and Goff's going to try and get to the inside. Gets the run on Lucas Blanford, and Lewis Goff is through in the final complexes of corners. He's managed to make something out of absolutely nothing into the final corner. Lewis Goff wins heat number 3 in Minimax from Lucas Blanford. Addison Smith in third place. Jared Fox Whiteley crosses the line in 4th in front of Melissa Adrian, Oliver Fabricius and Leon Barlow dropping all the way down the order on the final lap. Not sure what's happened to him, but he's going to cross the line there. Arms off the wheel, so quite clearly not happy, but he's down into 13th place for Leon Barlow. So just having a quick look at our junior pro car, Amy Frame, who did battle back up into 4th, has been given a 5-second penalty for a front fairing, so that's the nose penalty, and that being the only race we've had so far today is the only one that we're going to have to bring you classifications for. So Minimax making their way off track and down into the Parc Ferme holding area, waiting for our scrutineers. So the top 3 plus 1 or 2 others will be called in as well to make sure that they are technically compliant. They're all going to have their noses checked and get rolled in. They'll be all good to go. So that's Addison Smith there in 3rd place, who managed to come through for 3rd. Lewis Goff, after that penalty in heat number 2, we'll see that one, I'm sure, as a little bit of redemption. Next up though, it's time for heat number 3 in Micromax. Micros then out on track, the smallest of our rotax classes, and they're going to come down the hill. I think we're only going to have one rolling up lap, that's what we've had for most of them. This one though, we'll see Daniel Minto starting on the front row, the championship leader, alongside Harry Neeson, who will go off pole position. Jack Baker and Samuel Lowdy on row 2, Kyle McLean and James Roberts on row number 3. James Tate starts in 7th after the retirement in heat number 2. He's got Aston Brown alongside him with Dax Farrer, who hasn't been here most of the day. Unlikely he'll start 9th with Alex Jones in 10th. Logan Lauder and Ella Lucia, who is back. We can see the pink helmet. Toby Jukes and Jack Hutchinson. Complete your runners. There is the pink helmet of Ella Lucia, back after the issues in practice this morning and missing the first 2 heats. Absolutely wonderful to see that number 25 Kart rolling round here at GYG. We're away and racing in the outside row, sweep round the outside, and Daniel Minto will lead them up the hill with a quick helmet tap as well to remind everybody that this is the first lap and that you don't win races on the first corner. Everybody making their way round the spoon curve. It looks like everybody has taken full heed of the helmet tap and has gone nice and cleanly round the first half of the lap here at Glan Y Gors. Minto then leading the way with his nearest rival from the day, James Roberts, behind. Samuel Lowdy then will be in 3rd place there with the blue helmet, the number 45 alongside on the side of the kart. So as they come over the line for the first time, Minto leads the way from Roberts, Lowdy and then Baker. Neeson, the pole sitter, drops down into 5th place. Kyle McLean is 6th with Tate, Brown, Lauder, Jukes, Jones, Lucia and Hutchinson, your runners in this Micro Max 3rd heat. Minto and Roberts have started to pull away ever so slightly from Lowdy, who's going to be preoccupied now with Jack Baker in 3rd place. Looks like we've potentially got James Tate coming through comfortably as well, potentially up into 5th, but we'll get confirmation of that when they come through. It looks like still Harry Neeson though is in 5th. Sorry, they have very, very similar colour schemes. As you see there now, it is Tate up into 6th place off the back, having got through past Carl McLean, but both carts primarily white. Confirmation on the screens, Carl McLean drops from 6th down into 9th place with Alex Jones and Toby Jukes swapping places as well. So they all make their way up the hill. This is the leading duo, Minto and Roberts. 0.2 of a second between them. We are already 25% into this race, with Minto leading the way, dragging Roberts along as well for good measure. Get the feeling Roberts is going to sit this one out on the back until at least half race distance, and then see where we go from there, because what they don't want to do is start battling too soon and then back themselves in to the rest of that chasing pack, because Baker has found a way past Samuel Lowdy and has already gained 2 or 3 kart lengths. So the 17 of Jack Baker on a charge. Behind though, that's Aston Brown now up into 6th or 7th place that everybody was chopping and changing in the background. I think it'll be 7th because I think James Tate's got enough on that to start moving away potentially, but there was nothing between them as they came over the line. Pretty much still very, very similar. The top 2 though now have almost a second to Jack Baker, and let's see whether Baker can start reeling this one in the 5 minutes remaining to put himself in a position when these two do start battling, which I'm fairly certain is inevitable. James Roberts so far hasn't really shown much, and later on in the race Daniel Minto will become considerably more defensive as we go deeper into this 3rd heat in Micromax. The gap opened up slightly, 1.2 to Jack Baker behind, but Baker certainly close enough, and all it takes is one overtaking opportunity and that's the second gone, and they'll be back straight in to Jack Baker behind. He's got a comfortable gap then to this battle that we can now see on screen for 4th and 5th between Lowdy and Neeson. Down the hill they come for another time. It's not uncommon here at GYG for this downhill section to induce sickness, and last year was the first time I think we came here as part of the CKC Championship, and a number of drivers were taking sickness tablets. They'd been warned in advance that if you're carrying a lot of speed down there, the changes in direction and the changes in elevation play a huge part. Down up the hill they come then, and Roberts so close to Daniel Minto, but just cannot get alongside. Maybe he doesn't want to get alongside yet. Maybe he's happy in 2nd place, just running round off the back of Minto. Doesn't want to show his hand too soon, although takes a much wider line round Carousel. Maybe just trying to get out of the wash of Daniel Minto in front. And then takes a much tighter line down the hill, down the Devil's Elbow, down that drop away Makes the karts light, can't get close enough around the final corner, but doesn't use that as an overtaking opportunity. Will want to get in the slipstream. This is the run that they're going to have all the way up the hill. Roberts, personal best, as does Minto in defending that lead. Alex Jones as well, with a personal best in 8th place. And Aston Brown has closed right up on the back of Laudy and Neeson as they continue to battle over 4th place. Aston Brown has broken away from the battle behind, which went all the way down at one point from Logan Lauder in 7th, all the way pretty much down to Ella Lucia in 12th. And Aston Brown is on a charge past Harry Neeson for 5th place, and is right on the back of Samuel Laudy already. Will look to make that move. We know he's got some good straight line pace. He's going to be round the outside there, get the chop back, use this final corner potentially, and then that's but because Neeson is back through. So in trying to get through, this is the straight line speed I was talking about for Aston Brown. He's up back alongside Neeson, goes up the inside, is through already, and there going through is James Roberts for the lead at Daniel Minto right at the top. I knew it was going to get tasty towards the end, and as we head towards the final 2 minutes, James Roberts is through on Daniel Minto and leads back up the hill towards the right-hander at the top, and then they'll drop back down. Is there anything Daniel Minto can do here about James Roberts, who sat patiently behind in the early phases of this race, using that time to find out where Minto was strong, find out where Minto was weak, and now has found a way through at the top of the hill, and into the lead goes James Roberts. Oh, and this contact there between Minto down the inside of Roberts. I was just having a quick look at some potential changes in the preceding heat, but Daniel Minto slides through. I don't think James Roberts was expecting Daniel Minto to come down the inside quite so soon there on the return back into that corner. And Daniel Minto is back into the lead. It was a late move down the inside of James Roberts. Roberts didn't expect it, and Minto in the 28 is back in front of James Roberts, who's had one lap at the head of the field. Will now have to try and find a way past Daniel Minto once again. Heading up the hill, in the slipstream he goes. It's this corner, round the right, and then over the crest, and then got to get it stopped. Takes a much wider line, maybe tries to get more of a run down the hill. But I don't think it really slows drivers too much by going wide there. It's not a huge run down that hill into that bottom corner, and it's not a tight, heavy braking zone either. As Roberts gets alongside Minto and the early part of the right-hander. Minto, though, eases out and then gets round the outside, and then Roberts is back down the inside into the Devil's Elbow right-hander, and he's back into the lead. Now, as they head towards the start-finish, it's 4 seconds, so they've got through 2 laps remaining then in Micro Max heat number 3. Aston Brown is up past Samuel Laudy, Alex Jones up to 7th as well, and Brown is already starting to break away in 4th place. Aston Brown on a charge. Roberts goes defensive into the spoon corner. 1.5 laps remaining. He's tight down the hill as well. Minto to the outside. Kart width given there by James Roberts. Good, respectful driving from our top 2 in this Micro Max class. Roberts in the 2, Minto in the 28. Is there anything Minto can do? Takes a dive down the inside, has the door chopped shut by James Roberts. Into Paddock Bend, he's going to get one more lap and one more potential opportunity. The board is out then, and Daniel Minto and James Roberts resume their duel for the lead as they head up towards the spoon for the final time. And Minto is to the inside. Roberts can't keep the door closed. Minto now hard on the brakes, has to get it stopped. White line down the inside. Will Roberts try and get the cut back? Minto is on the inside this time. Roberts on the outside. More respectful driving. They've given each other a kart width on the outside every single time rather than forcing out over onto the grass. Minto this time, and Roberts gets the cut back. They're still side by side as they come down the hill, and Roberts is through. 3 more corners to hold on into the Devil's Elbow. He's just got to make it round Paddock. They've chopped and changed for the lead pretty much every lap for the final 5 laps, and James Roberts takes victory with an overtake on the final lap from Daniel Minto, with Jack Baker getting back past that. Jack Baker in 3rd, Brown in 4th. He came all the way through. up into 4th place. Loudy in 5th in front of Neeson, Jones, Lauder, Jukes and Tate the top 10, with Lucia and McLean 11th and 12th. Hutchinson will cross the line in a few moments' time to complete our running order in our Micro Max class. Having a quick look at some penalties applied in our mini class. We've got a 5-second penalty for Ben Adrian, Isaac Parkinson and Ben Horner. So that's changed some of the order a little bit further down, but nothing from our top 3 or 4. 3 more heats then here today at GYG before we head towards our 2 more heats. In fact, we've got Honda Cadet 4 and then Junior Rotax heat number 3 before we then start heading towards the territory of our B final in Hondas, and then also our finals in the rest of our classes. There's your top 3 then in the holding area. It's time that we move on to our next heat of the day here. I think it's heat number 4 for Honda Cadet. One of the barriers there with one of our sponsors, Team Karting and Driven Dreams, the docu-series that's following around about 12 of our drivers across all classes throughout this 2022 Junior and Cadet Kart Championship. You see Jack Collinson going off pole position this time, with Cameron tipping alongside Ayrton Ryan, Thomas Potter on the 2nd row, Harris Roberts and Alfie Forrester on row 3. 7th is George Ralston with Max Housego alongside Drew Davidson and Harris Alley complete the top 10. Freddie Lyons and Harry Samuel are on row 6. In row 7 then we see Ethan Charles alongside James Fabricius, Larry Price and Joshua Rowan share row 8. Jensen White is 17th with Maximus Lewis in 18. Then we've got Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alex Lynn on row 10. Freddie Housego and Mason Webster row 11. Max Williams and Alex McCullough on row 12. 25th is Bobby Peake. We've got Max Grey-Trex and Scarlett Percox completing your runners. Everybody makes their way into position. Alfie Forrester there in the 79 rolling through into position. Drivers making sure the wheels behind them white lines, or at least on them. So we've got George Ralston in position. Harris Roberts, the championship leader, on the left there with the white nose behind Ayrton Rye. And then we've got your front row, Jack Collinson in the 90 on pole position. Everybody is nicely into position further back as they make their way round that paddock corner for the final few on their grid positions. Look up then at the gantry. Let's wait for the red lights to go out. We're away and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from Cameron tipping. Ayrton Rye gets down the inside as well of Jack Collinson by the look of it. We'll see who's going to get round that first corner and that run up towards Spoon on the opening lap. Looks like Thomas Potter's made a good start. He's going to try and get to the inside with Collinson there as well. And Collinson, despite the fact that he got away slowly, has managed to hold on to the lead. And Cameron tipping in 3rd place, coming round the outside, but now Thomas Potter is down the inside of Jack Collinson. Through he goes then into the lead. The 20 machine leads from Collinson. Harris Roberts from 5th is up into 3rd place, with Cameron tipping down in 4th. Ralston is 5th. Forrester with a good start up into 6th place there in the 79 kart, coming down the hill. The white kart with the flashes of blue. So we'll get your top 10 as they come over the line for the first time. It's Potter leading the way from Collinson and Roberts, tipping Ralston, Forrester, Lyons, Fabricius, Alley and Davidson. Your top 10 as they then make the way up the hill, and looks like Collinson was trying to get alongside Thomas Potter. Keeps the door closed though, because he's got Harris Roberts in the 45 right on the back of him as they head down the hill into the left-hander, and he's got to the inside of Jack Collinson and then nudges slightly wide, and through goes Harris Roberts, and Collinson could lose another place here to George Ralston. Ralston's going to try and carry to the inside, and Ralston is through as well. Collinson loses 2 places after the move into the carousel. Ralston is through. Cameron Tipping's right on the background. And let's see whether there's anything that Collinson can do, but the leading duo now, it's a straight fight for the lead between Potter and Roberts. Fabricius is right on the back of Alfie Forrester and moves to the inside. And he's going to try and slide through as they go up the hill, and he is past the 79 cart. Thomas Potter then leading the way from Harris Roberts. This is the corner that Roberts got past Collinson on the previous lap as they head then down the hill towards the carousel. The double apex left, and it's still Potter leading the way. Fabricius is now right on the back of this 4, which is led by Ralston with Collinson and Tipping in there as well. Tipping with the blue and pink helmet. And then Fabricius right on the back with the flashes of orange on that blue cart as he comes through. Catches a huge amount of curb and almost gets alongside Cameron Tipping in the final corner. Is alongside him on the run up, and Harris Roberts is now leading the way from Thomas Potter. Has a gap of 0.4 of a second. There's catch them on the screen. So he's leading from Potter. Ralston in 3rd place with Cameron Tipping still trying to stick with this battle, but now Fabricius is through, having got alongside on that run up the hill towards the Spoon corner. As they make their way down the hill, can Potter stick with Harris Roberts? And Roberts goes slightly wide into the Devil's Elbow, and that 0.4 of a second gap has been reeled in by Thomas Potter. A mistake by Harris Roberts. I think he caught too much curb on the inside, and now Potter is right in the slipstream of Harris Roberts as they head up the hill towards Spoon corner. Potter electing not to go through on the early part of that, and now sticking with Harris Roberts round the top section. The leading 2 moving away from the rest of the pack. Is there anything that Potter can do? Can he stick with Roberts? Roberts, who'd already opened up a gap of 0.4 of a second. Can Potter just stick with him as they make their way back up the hill into this right-hander before then dropping down once again? This was the corner as they come up to here, that Roberts struggled on last time. It cost him almost 2 or 3 cart lengths and allowed Potter to close back up. Collinson is back up into 3rd place, getting past George Ralston. Ralston then down into 4th. Fabricius up in 5th, and he's starting to move away now from Cameron Tipping, who's staying with them, and he's got a really big gap actually back to Harris Alley, and Thomas Potter is back through and into the lead. The green helmet leading the way. Ralston there tried to get into the back of Collinson. Collinson with a look over the shoulder. Ralston's going to dive to the inside. And that's going to have the door closed. That may well play into the hands of Fabricius, who's closed right in on the back of George Ralston. Ralston to the inside of Collinson. Fabricius comes down the inside of 1. Fabricius down the inside of 2. Has the door closed on him though by George Ralston. And Ralston is back up into 3rd place, but this time now it's going to have Fabricius battling away to try and get up into 3rd place. And Fabricius with a good run down the inside. Ralston runs on over the curbs on the outside. Can Fabricius close back in? A helmet tap from Fabricius. He knows that ideally he wants Collinson to push him along to go down the inside of Ralston, and then if Collinson puts his cart there, there's no way Ralston's going to get back in. Roberts still on the back of Potter as we focus on this battle for 3rd place, in which all of these drivers have actually been in 3rd place at some point during this race. Ralston though now is holding that position firmly from Fabricius, with Jack Collinson behind. He's dropped a few cart lengths off the back of this one, but as soon as Fabricius goes for an overtake, that's just going to play straight back into the hands of Collinson. Tipping is a comfortable 4th. They've almost got 4 seconds then back to Harris Alley, who's in 7th place, as Fabricius gets down the inside of Ralston, and Collinson will come through as well. I think down the inside, although Ralston has managed to close the door. They've come up to some lap traffic at the top of the hill. Potter then still leading the way from Harris Roberts as they head down the hill. More superb awareness there from Scarlett Percox in the 34 to move just to one side and allow everybody else to come through. Now It's Fabricius then up into third. Ralston did manage to hold off Collinson, who thought he'd got alongside and thought he'd probably have enough of a run up the hill to take full advantage, but Ralston did enough to hold on to fourth place. Personal best from Harris Roberts, 49.053. So tries to close in on Thomas Potter. There he is at the top of the hill, right on the back of Potter. Less than a tenth between them with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining as Fabricius is overtaken by George Ralston, who sweeps round the outside of him at the top of the hill. More overtakes in the background as they make their way up, but it's Ralston back up into third place. Fabricius drops to 4. Still close enough though as they head towards the final lap to make moves. In this one, there's Harris Alley and Ethan Charles, but they're losing around about a second a lap on this battle for second place as they continue to battle it out over 7th and 8th respectively. Forrester running a superb 9th with Samuel in 10th. There's confirmation that Ralston is back up into third place, as you see once again at the top of the hill. That's Potter and Roberts still nose to tail as they head towards the spoon curve for what will be the penultimate time. The time will elapse and Roberts is going to get a good run out of that corner. Potter to the inside, parks the car, a cart whipped in, comes offline, then drops back out to try and maximise the run round this carousel corner for the penultimate time. Up the hill will Harris Roberts. I'm sure he's spent the last 5 laps behind Thomas Potter feeling out where he can make an overtake on the final lap. What I would say is, I'm not sure that he needs to. Second place is going to be enough, I think, to put Harris Roberts on the front row for the final. So it's going to be interesting now whether he elects to try and make a move on Thomas Potter, who goes very defensive round the first corner and then will white line it all the way up. Will he have scrubbed off too much speed? And will Harris Roberts have a chance to come down the inside? Round the outside Roberts goes, cuts back to the inside, then there's going to be run down the hill. Potter's going to park the cart to the inside. Will Roberts get the cut back as they make their way back up? There's that double apex right at the top of the hill. If you can get down the inside of the driver into the first one or get the cut back there, Potter goes defensive into the corner and Roberts has got alongside. He's thrown the dummy and Thomas Potter's gone defensive and then opened the door in the second part of the corner, and Harris Roberts will come through on the final lap unless Potter can do anything into the final corner. Roberts goes wide over the curve but crosses the line to take victory in Heat 3 with Potter in second place. Fabricius beats Ralston on the final lap for third place. Ralston 4th, Collinson 5th with Tipping in 6th. Charles, Alley, White and Samuel complete the top 10. Everybody else makes their way over the line at the end of this one. Still few taking the checkered flag as they come through. All of our runners. Full complement complete the race with Max Williams, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Alfie Forrester in 13th place. So there is Harris Roberts, your race winner and championship leader, making his way round into position. Micromax have come through with only 1 penalty applied to Kyle McLean, so front fairing penalty 4. He's going to drop down the order somewhat into 12th. So Harris Roberts then leading them round nice and slowly. He will take that cart back into pit lane in a few moments' time. He's going very, very slowly there. He's almost like he's on a fuel-saving mission down the hill and just letting that cart roll. I know things are quite expensive on the fuel front at the moment, but it's almost like he's switched that engine off on the way down and he's just rolling it back into pit lane very, very serenely. Watched by a few of the other cadets there on the barrier as well. So Harris Roberts in front of Thomas Potter and James Fabricius, the top 3 in heat number 3, although Ethan Charles on the way off gives somebody a high five and then the cart runs into the barrier there, so I don't know whether he's going to get a potential front fairing for that, but we'll find out in about half an hour's time when the results come in, as Harris Roberts picks up some tissue on the way off there, and that's how sticky and hot them tyres get as they make their way off track. So there's your top 3 on screen. One more heat for you here today then before we head towards our finals. Next up, it's time for Junior Rotax. Some clouds in the background there, but it looks like we could potentially get through this day without any real rain. Sam Ardolino will start on pole position with Sam Stoner alongside Ollie Naylor and Ethan Haig on row 2. Curtis Latimer and Harry Hurst Grover on row 3. Nicholas Ellis and Amelia Pennington share 4 with Max Rowley and Jacob Jukes on row 5. Bartek Filipiak will start 11th with Tom Carter in 12th place. Jaden Hewitt 13th in front of Sandro Ballesteros with Jensen Mason and Maximus Shields on row 8. Finley Whiting, sole runner on row number 9. Juniors then making their way out on the track. Chopping left to right, getting some heat into them tyres. Final heat of the day before we head towards our finals. Points on offer in this one will be much appreciated for our drivers as they use those points to set the positions for the finals. With Sam Ardolino on pole position, it's hard to look past him in this one for the victory, having had so much pace so far today. Won heat 1 at least on track, but then picked up a front fairing penalty that dropped him well down the order for that one. However, in heat number 2, where he was coming through from the back, he came through from 14th all the way up to 4th place. That's going to be a decent points haul off pole position. Difficult to see past him unless somebody else can make an early break and try and put some gap between them and the rest of the field, and stick with Ardolino as we head towards the final few laps. Joe Hewitt has been on, wishing Jaden Hewitt good luck. He's not had too much of it today. He's been off on the grass, at least in heat 2. So hopefully he's going to have a little bit more for heat number 3 here in this junior rotax class. Field coming down the hill side by side. Ardolino on the left, Stoner on the right. And we're away and racing, and it is the outside. It's Stoner who sweeps round the first corner to lead them up the hill for the first time. Ardolino slots into the slipstream and then pops back out to move back into the lead as they head up the hill towards Spoon. And Ethan Haig looks like he's managed to get through down the inside as Nicholas Ellis bounces over the curbs, and he's going very, very slowly at the top of the hill there. Not sure whether he had a problem or whether it was just too much curb has just bounced that kart and he just wasn't able to put the power down. Jacob Jukes in the background there looked like he was going to the inside. We'll see whether he comes through in front, and he does. So that's moved Jacob Jukes up, I think, into 7th place, just behind Amelia Pennington. Sam Ardolino, though, will lead them over the line with Ethan Haig in 2nd place and Sam Stoner 3rd in front of Naylor, Hurst Grover, Pennington, Jukes, Latimer, Carter and Rowley, with Hewitt in 11th, Shields, Ellis, Filipiak, Whiting and Ballesteros as they all make that long, long run up the hill here at Glan Y Gors. Ollie Naylor with the green helmet with the blue and black type livery, the 85, currently running in 4th place on the back of Sam Stoner as Harry Hurst Grover and Amelia Pennington. I think Pennington is through in the background. I think Jacob Jukes may well have found a way to sneak past as well. He does. There's the confirmation on the screen as Max Rowley drops a few places down into 14th. They make the long run up that hill. Stoner all over the back of Ethan Haig. Haig came through in the previous heat at a fair rate of knots, so they really only did kick in the second half of that race. Sam Stoner managing to kick with Ethan Haig. And Stoner, a driver that's in the last month, they've had problems with that kart. They had a breakage at lid as Ollie Naylor tries to get to the inside. It's had a bit of work done on that chassis. Looks like it's holding up well though here at GYG. You're exerting some forces as you come down there, so the welding looks like it's held up well. Bit of a tap from Stoner wanting Naylor to work with him. Naylor elects not to and dives down the inside, so Naylor must be confident that he's got the pace to move away from Sam Stoner and wants to go with Ethan Haig towards Sam Ardolino. The gap 1 second or just more between our leading duo. Then a gap of half a second back to Ollie Naylor, who's now got Sam Stoner on the back of him. Jacob Duke's not too far back either, as there's a move. That's Tom Carter down the inside of Amelia Pennington into the left-hander at compression corner. 1 second in the gap is exactly as it was on the previous lap by the look of it, although timing sorts itself out a little late, and the gap is out by 1/10 of a second. Sam Stoner, personal best in the double slipstream of Ethan Haig and Ollie Naylor. Jacob Duke's behind, but Dukes hasn't really been able to close in since moving through into 5th place. With Tom Carter behind, he's going to have to get a move on, unless he wants to get bring Tom Carter into play. He needs to at least try and put a cart between himself and Carter. Still not even at half race distance yet here. Ollie Naylor now right on the back of Ethan Haig and looking quite impatient to try and get through on Haig. Half in the slipstream, half out. They're going to have to make something happen soon, as Ardolino sets a personal best and Naylor is through on Ethan Haig at the top of the hill. And when I mentioned they're going to have to make something happen, that's because they've got Jacob Dukes in that bright blue helmet joining right up on the back now. It's took him 2 laps or so to close in, but once he's on the back, he's not going to hang around, and through he comes on Sam Stoner down the inside and up, and Tom Carter is through as well and inserts himself right in the mix in this battle for 2nd place. Gap is around 1.5 seconds now, with Ardolino now having to look over his shoulder, and you see Ollie Naylor behind him rather than Ethan Haig. Jacob Dukes up into 4th, Carter 5th, Stoner, Pennington, Hurstgrove, Latimer and Whiting your top 10. In front of Ellis, Shields, Hewitt, Ballesteros, Rowley and Filipiak. Still only 12 seconds, covering the 16 runners in junior rotax. Ollie Naylor has opened up a gap of around about half a second back to Ethan Haig. Now Jacob Duke and Tom Carter. Haig sets personal best, as does Stoner in 3rd and 6th respectively. Ellis sets one in 11th. It's whether now Dukes and Carter start arguing between themselves as Carter makes a late dive down the inside of Jacob Dukes. And could that open up too much of a gap now, because this is your championship battle on screen. Those out at the front, they've got their own battles going on within this race, but the championship really in junior rotax so far this season has been between Tom Carter and Jacob Dukes. So no matter where they are on track, this one is more than just about the race, it's more than just about pride. There's a championship at stake, and Carter has found a way through on Jacob Dukes, up into 4th place then, and now trying to close in on Ethan Haig to put another cart between him and his championship rival. Not close enough at the top of the hill on Ethan Haig. There was a fairly decent gap back, although he's hard on the brakes as Carter closing in. You know he can make moves in this section. It's the left-hander as they come round here. He likes this one down the inside into the left. Yes, he does. Through he goes on Ethan Haig. Could almost see that move coming from the top of the hill. He was close enough to get alongside Ethan Haig, and through he slides then up into, will now be 3rd place, with a gap of just under a second to Ollie Naylor. More importantly, he's got a cart between him and his nearest championship rival, Jacob Dukes. 3rd for Carter, 5th for Dukes as it stands, with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. I think 3 more laps here in junior rotax, because your race leader Sam Ardolino is already crossing the line in around about now. You'll see it in a few moments. It'll click to 10 laps. There it is, with a personal best as well. And his personal best of 42 is lower than the 47 that was at the top of the screen when he came through. So he's going to get across the line with 5 seconds. So we're going to get 2 more laps in. I think 3 potentially as they come round, and that's going to allow Tom Carter to have a fairly good crack at Ollie Naylor. at some point because he's right up on the back. Jacob Dukes has managed to find a way through on Ethan Haig. It could be a little bit too far back to do anything about those drivers in front of him. Carter still behind Naylor as they head down the hill towards Paddock Bend. Leader comes over the line with 7 seconds remaining. You see it now elapses down to 0, so it'll be a last lap board next time. 2 laps remaining, and Carter is right on the back of Ollie Naylor as they head up the hill towards Spoon Corner, and he is through. Hard on the brakes and up into second place. I don't think anything Naylor can do there to try and get back alongside down the hill towards the carousel. And Tom Carter is up into second place. Naylor now just needs to try and stick with the 45 car and see if he can drag himself away from a charging Jacob Dukes in 4th place. Last lap board is out then because Ardolino is through with a gap of 2.5 seconds on Carter and Naylor, who has 1.2 to Jacob Dukes. Up into the top bend then, and Sam Ardolino at least on track will be his second victory. Obviously picked up that penalty in heat 1 that put him further down, but points are going to put him, I think, at least inside the top 4 and give him a good crack at the final here at JKC round 5 at Glan Y Gors Park. Down the hill into Paddock Bend then for the final time. Sam Ardolino takes victory in heat 3 from Tom Carter and Ollie Naylor, the top 3. Jacob Dukes has to settle for 4th with Haig, Stoner, and then Whiting getting in front of Hurst Grover. Latimer and Ellis completing the top 10 as he gets past Pennington on the final lap. Shields and Hewitt 12th and 13th, with Ballesteros, Rowley and Filipiak battling to the line to complete 16 runners. That is the end of your heats here today at GYG. Next up, it's time for our B final in our Honda Cadet class. We've got 12 remaining runners going into this B final. We've got a couple that have not picked up points throughout the day, and then in fact we've got a couple as well that are going in on the same amount of points as others. Fastest laps will be what sets them apart. So next up for you here today then at GYG, it's time for the B final in Honda Cadet. The rolling hills of North Wales on screen as we await our Honda Cadets to get themselves all gridded up for their B final. There's the grid on the screen. It's Mason Webster on pole position with Alex Lynn alongside Drew Davidson and Alfie Forrester on row 2. Freddie Lyons and Thomas Percox on row 3. James Winstanley starts 7th alongside Freddie Housego. Max Lewis is 9th. Max Housego is 10th. Then we've got Joshua Owen and Scarlett Percox. 10 of these drivers will go through into the final at the end of the day. Before we get going though, for our Honda Cadet final, we're just going to have a look at some of our kind sponsors of the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Our Honda Cadet B final is getting themselves ready. That's the second place man, Alex Lynn. He's not had quite the luck he'd have hoped for throughout the day. Then we've got the second row, that's Drew Davidson on the left. I think we've got Alfie Forrester alongside him. There's the pole man though, that's Mason Webster. Focus all forward. Looks like he's getting some support there as well from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff, although Mason does appear to have fallen asleep ever so slightly as he gets himself nice and relaxed for this B final. Alfie Forrester with a thumbs up, he's going off the second row. Drew Davidson in third place. Then we're going to have Freddie Lines there on the left hand side. Alongside him will be the 33 of Thomas Percox, I believe. We've got Scarlett. She's going to be going out as well. She's making her way down to her kart. And the 95 of James Winstanley. Behind that we've got Max Lewis and Joshua Owen as well. That's the house it goes. Got Freddie in front of Max and then Scarlett Percox as well. Max Lewis has to run back to his kart. I think they're just going to get confirmation that they're about to go out, but he's certainly now back in the seat. We've got all of our runners, I believe, into position. As Joshua Owen gives us a little thumbs up. And there is Scarlett Percox, the final runner of our 12 here in our Honda Cadet B final. Your front row with Webster on the left and Lynn on the right. They've both had difficult days so far. They've had a couple of good heats, but the ones that have been difficult was the one Alex Lynn, you remember in heat number 1, he was on the grass and stuck for the best part of 2 laps. Then in the last one we had Mason Webster as well. He was off in the tyres and he was stuck for the best part of a lap there as he had to drag his own kart back out of the tyre wall. And that's why those two are down there on the front row. They've got this race to try and get themselves through into the main event at the end of the day. Looks like everybody is there and good to go. Just need confirmation that everybody is in position. We've got 12 drivers, which is what we were expecting in this Honda Cadet B final. So we should be in a position to go racing very, very soon. Thank you for joining us on the Alpha Live channel. Thank you for getting in touch as well. So we've got all of our drivers. I'm not quite sure what the delay is on getting them out onto track, but we've got everybody that we were expecting down there for this B final. 12 runners going. Top 10 will make it straight through then into the A final at the end of the day to make a 30 kart final for you in that class. Still got some scrutineering going on in the background by the look of it down there as well. That's like Curtis Latimer having his kart looked at. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for watching. Stick with us. We're not done. We're just going to have to wait for these this Honda Cadet B final to get themselves out on track in a few moments' time. See whether we've got any results in yet from that junior final. Looks like it's clear, and Latimer's kart is being pulled away, so I've got no penalties applied at all in that one. So I'm going to have a quick look towards the A final. Harris Roberts will start on pole position, so the top 20 have already been sorted for the thing. There we go, the B final is out. So when the top 10 from this one get added on, they'll go from 21st through to 30th place. They'll go off the back with Harris Roberts on pole position, with Thomas Potter alongside Max Wheatley and Ethan Charles on the second row for that final. So we're going to see then who else manages to progress out of this Honda Cadet B final into the A at the end. We will unfortunately lose two of our runners at the end of this one. So this is more important than any race so far today, that you get to the end and see the checkered flag, because with two spots not going through, if you don't manage to, if you break down or if you go off and you lose a lap, you're just going to really struggle to get back anywhere near that top 10. As they make their way round, they'll have their helpers to get them into position. It'll be Webster on the left, Lynn on the right. 12 runners in this Honda Cadet B final. There we see Mason Webster rolling in on the left side, Alex Lynn on the right, Drew Davidson in third place with Alfie Forrester in fourth. Freddie Lyons, very, very quick driver, would have expected to see him in the A final today. He's going to go off fifth place, off the inside of the third row, alongside Thomas Percox there in the black and yellow kart. And we've got James Winstanley, Freddie Housego, Max Lewis, then Max Housego. And then the final row of Joshua Owen and Scarlett Percox. Look for the red lights up the top. We're away and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter Mason Webster, but he could get squeezed into the first corner by Alex Lynn, and Webster will hold the inside, but Lynn could potentially have better drive up the straight towards the right-hander. They're going to be three wide into the first corner, and Drew Davidson sweeps round the outside from third place into the lead, with Freddie Lyons coming along as well from fifth place up into seconds. They head now down the hill towards the carousel. Looks like Webster there got forced slightly wide by Alex Lynn. Lynn tries to get to the inside. Webster goes back up the hill, and Webster will drop down into fourth place as Lynn comes through down the inside. Webster tries to get back to the inside again. Now we've got Freddie Lyons in the lead from Drew Davidson, as Davidson takes a slightly different line to everybody else. Down the hill they come then for the first time. We're up to 10 minutes rather than 8, and Davidson takes more curve than he probably wanted, and that's going to allow Alex Lynn to get a good run as Freddie Lyons has a look over his shoulder, looks back at everybody else. They're still coming through side by side as Mason Webster tries to get round the outside of Alex Lynn into the top of the circuit. Thomas Percox as well with Alfie Forrester. So the top 6 have broken away ever so slightly as they make the run down the hill. Mason Webster tries to get alongside Alex Lynn, and will now try and get that cutback as Lynn right on the back of Davidson. Webster pops out, has a thought about getting down the inside of Lynn, goes again to the inside of Lynn, and then will run much, much wider than everybody else. Can he try and get the chop back, and will that allow Thomas Percox to come through as Lynn and Davidson get into the side of each other, and Lynn is through, and that's opened the door for Mason Webster as well to come through down the inside of Drew Davidson. Will give Freddie Lyons a little bit of respite out at the front, but Alex Lynn and Mason Webster finding a way past Drew Davidson as they head up the hill towards Spoon Corner. And get hard on the brakes then as Webster takes a wider line than Davidson and comes back to the inside. Lynn opens up 2 or 3 kart lengths there now as they make their way into that double apex left of Carousel. Back up the hill, Percox gets alongside Davidson. Looks like we've got a bit of sunshine here at GYG. Back down the hill now, Davidson coming under increasing pressure from Thomas Percox. They're all nose to tail all the way down. I think Max Lewis is in there as well. One of the house he goes, then come all the way through. So Lewis in 8th, then nose to tail from 4th place, Drew Davidson, and Alex Lynn and Mason Webster have reeled in Freddie Lines at the front of this race. And that's Alex Lynn down the inside of Freddie Lines, and Alex Lynn leading the B final here. Freddie Lines arm off the steering wheel. That's not going to do him any favours because it's potentially opening the door for Mason Webster to come down the inside. So Lynn through and into the lead. Look, Lines didn't look overly happy with it and will now try and return the favour and get back through on Alex Lynn. They're side by side. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Through they come. They don't want to be getting too involved early on in this race. This is a run-off to get into the A final. It's not a run-off to get any trophies. So there is a much bigger picture in this one. As the top 8 now still pretty much nose to tail for the lead. The remaining packs is Winstanley and Max Housey-Go. The other 2 that are going to get through there, they are side by side in the background. Looks like they could be the 2 that are going to go through into the A final with, as it stands at the moment, Joshua Owen and Scarlett Percox missing out, going through into that 30 kart runoff. And Mason Webster is through on Freddie Lines and up into 2nd place. Good move from Webster. The run down the hill moves him up into 2nd off the back of Alex Lynn now as Davidson trying to close in on Freddie Lines. As Alfie Forrester is going to drop a few places, and Webster down the inside of Alex Lynn into the 1st corner, and Mason Webster, who lost the lead off the start from pole position, retakes it at almost half race distance. He's through on Alex Lynn, and Mason Webster leads the B final. Wide through the spoon though. Will Lynn get the run down the hill on Webster? Freddie Lines a kart length back. He's going to be occupied with Drew Davidson in their battle for 3rd and 4th place. The gap's opened up ever so slightly. We are at about half distance. Then we're going to add that 1 lap on at the end as they race against the clock down towards the end of this Honda Cadet B final. Through the lefts and the rights. The top 8 though, still only 2.5 seconds between them. 1st down to 8th place on the screen, 3 seconds. Then there's a gap back to Winstanley and Housey-Go. They're nose to tail for 9th and 10th. They'll be the remaining 2 runners. Webster has a gap of 2 kart lengths from Alex Lynn and Freddie Lines. There's the battle in the background. They're still coming up the hill side by side between James Winstanley and Max Housey-Go. And Freddie Lines is closing in. Once again, he's broken away from Drew Davidson, who's now got Freddie Housey-Go and Thomas Percox for company. Alex Lynn parks that number 6, a kart width in, to try and stop Lines coming alongside him into the complex of corners. Down the hill they come with 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Round that final corner, the bumpy final corner, be it the curb on the inside or the curves on the outside as well. Personal best for Alex Lynn, Davidson and Housey-Go as they run up the hill, and Alex Lynn's going to try and sweep round the outside of Mason Webster. And Webster closing the door into the Spoon complex. Will now Freddie Lines try and get the cutback on Alex Lynn. Webster's going to park the kart on the inside. He's much tighter down that hill. Will let that run in wide and allow Alex Lynn to try and get back alongside. Can't now. I think this one is just bubbling away towards the final few minutes of this race. These drivers understand that there's a bigger picture in this one. They have to get through at the end. The gap back to Joshua Owen and Scarlett Percox in 11th and 12th respectively is where we need to be looking, because the top 10 are going to go through here, and Alex Lynn gets a good run on Mason Webster. They're side by side up the Dragon Straight, and Alex Lynn is to the inside, and then Freddie Lyons as well is going to try and get alongside Mason Webster at the top of the hill, and Lyons is through as well, and Webster is demoted back down into third place. So Lynn back to leading the way with Freddie Lyons in second place, Webster third. Davidson has been overtaken now by Freddie Housego in the yellow helmet. That's him in fourth place. Davidson then down to fifth as Percox tries to get a nose down the inside. Max Lewis as well. Alfie Forrester's dropped away off the back of this battle at the front. The top 7 are now split by 1.7 seconds. Forrester 2 seconds further back, a comfortable 8. There's a change on the screen with the top 5 going either green or red, depending on whether they've moved up or dropped down. Forrester sets a personal best. There he is in the background. Have a look for Winstanley and Housego coming around the first corner. There they are. There are your runners in 9th and 10th place. As there's contact there between Alex Lynn and Freddie Lyons side by side, and that's going to allow Mason Webster to get the run down the hill, and Webster is back up into second place. So Alex Lynn there and Freddie Lyons. Lyons with a little bit of a head shake. Not for the first time in this race does Freddie Lyons feel slightly aggrieved. That one was just a little bit of side pod to side pod as they got alongside each other into the spoon corner at the top of the straight, and Webster with another good run round the final corner tries to get alongside Alex Lynn. Can't, and has the front closed off him ever so slightly. There's some lap traffic in front, so they're looking to close up on that. Who can take advantage of the lap traffic here in this Honda Cadet B final? They're still nose to tail. Alex Lynn leading the way from Mason Webster and Freddie Lyons, the top 3. The top 10 going to go through. They're catching up at the moment to Scarlett Percox, so they are going to encounter some lap traffic. They have to get through cleanly. They don't want to ruin the race. They're going to go down the inside. The top 2 or 3 at the very least are through, and Webster in second, Lyons in third. The rest of the field have come through very, very cleanly on Scarlett Percox, who once again drives superbly in keeping out of the way of the leaders making their way through. 45 seconds remaining then in this Honda Cadet B final. It's Alex Lynn leading the way from Mason Webster, with Freddie Lyons getting a good run out of the club corner as they head up the hill towards Spoon. Hard on the brakes. Who's going to get it stopped? Webster, half in attack mode, half in defence. He knows he's got to come through. In this one, it's not about taking the victory, although I'm sure he would absolutely love to do it. It's about getting through into this Honda Cadet A final as far forward as you possibly can. At the moment, it's Lynn, Webster, Lyons, Housego, Davidson, Percox, Lewis, Forrester, Winstanley and Max Housego going through as it stands. The time elapsing at the top of the screen. The last lap board will be waiting for Alex Lynn as he comes through this time. Board is out, received by your race leader. And let's see who can, if anybody, can make the run. It's only the difference between 21st and 22nd, but it means everything to these drivers as they make their way up the hill for the final time. Hard on the brakes into Spoon, the heaviest braking zone on this track, as they reach almost 60 miles an hour at the top of the hill in these Honda Cadets. Down the hill they come then for the final time. Then they're going to go back up again in towards the hill at the right-hander at the top of the hill. Alex Lynn goes defensive. Mason Webster tries to get the cutback. Webster alongside Alex Lynn, and there's a little bit between them, but Lynn fights another corner, survives from Mason Webster, with Freddie Lyons in third place at the moment. Out of the final corner they come then. Lynn holds on to take victory in the B final. Webster fights valiantly to try and take the victory, but has to settle for second. Lyons in third, Housego fourth, Davidson fifth, with Thomas Percox, Maximus Lewis, Alfie Forrester, James Winstanley and Max Housego, with the look of it, making it through. There they are, Winstanley and Housego crossing the line for 9th and 10th respectively. Those 10 will go through and be added onto the back of the A final from positions 21 down to 30th respectively. is time to move on in a few moments' time to the first of our main finals, which will be Junior Pro Kart, but we'll wait for these Honda Cadet B to make their way down into the holding area. The top three will be brought into the scrutineering bay, which will be Alex Lynn, Mason Webster and Freddie Lyons, although they are actually all being pointed off down there. For this one, nobody in fact directed to go into the scrutineering bay. Everybody parked up on the left hand side. So it's time to move on now to our first main final of the day. It's time for Junior Pro Kart. Junior Pro Kart then are now getting ready to go. And it will be, of course, Max Shields having taken 3 race victories going off pole position. Christian Oblag, his nearest championship challenger, will start alongside Thomas Wilkins and Harry Brown on the second row, with Amy Frame and Harrison Johns on row 3. Once again, it's Shields and Oblag going at it off the front row. Watch for Amy Frame though, she's not had the day she'd hoped for with a couple of spins. She'll be trying to come through from 5th place, I am sure, to try and snatch a podium right at the death here at GYG. So after this Junior Pro Kart final, next one up after that is Minimax, then it's Micromax. And then I think we'll have our Junior Rotax final, although that grid hasn't been set just yet because we only just saw their heat out around about 15 minutes ago. So the grid not completed just yet for that one. That'll be race 21. Before then we have our Honda Cadet A final for race 22 and final of the day. Everybody into position. Shields on the left, Oblag on the right. Engine notes rise in these Honda engines, and they bounce in the seat to try and get away, and Oblag slots straight across on the 67 of Wilkins, as Frame then runs into the back of Wilkins ever so slightly. Probably not enough that that's going to cause her a front fairing issue, because it was a fairly gentle tap at a fairly gentle pace. 12 minutes plus 1 lap then for all of our main finals. I'm sure it was up to 10 minutes for the B, as opposed to the 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the heat. So we're up to 12 for each of our 5 remaining finals. And it is Max Shields who is leading away with Christian Oblag in 2nd place. Then it's going to be a very, very intense battle then between Wilkins, Brown, Frame and Johns for that final step on the podium. Johns, who retired from heat number 3, having been involved in that opening lap incident that also involved Wilkins, Frame and himself. The tyre ripped from the bead, which meant that he was unable to take any further part. And at the moment he has managed to find a way past Amy Frame, so we're pretty much split into 2 groups of 2, although it looks like Frame has managed to find a way back past that Spoon, and she is back into 5th place, so she only briefly lost that position. Shields then leading the way from Oblag, with Thomas Wilkins currently in 3rd place, with Harry Brown right in the wheel tracks of the 67 in 4th place as they make their way down the hill here at Glan Y Gors. Earlier on, a track that was initially just the first part here, and then it turns right. It was a small track designed for for private use, eventually extended in the early 2000s to accommodate larger karts and larger karting, and also now has higher karts as well as the travelling owner series as well. The paddock coming along nicely as well, with some tarmac added to it, so the circuit really coming along nicely. Hearing rumours as well later on of a potential extension even further of this wonderful track, as we see making their way down the hill here with Thomas Wilkins and Harry Brown battling out for the final step on the podium. Shields fairly comfortable at the front, Oblag in second place. Now Brown tucking in behind Thomas Wilkins. Amy Frame starting to break away from Harrison Johns in 5th place. Only 1.2 seconds off the back of this battle between Wilkins and Brown. Brown tries to get to the inside of Wilkins, a little bump and run. Didn't work for him down the inside there. Loses a kart length or 2. Off the back of Wilkins. So at the front though, Shields opening up a gap to 1.1 seconds. And those behind, Oblang now it's 1.7, so Max Shields, the gap out by another 0.6 of a second on that lap. Thomas Wilkins in 3rd place, having to go defensive. As Harry Brown looking very, very interested in 3rd place, and Wilkins goes wide and Brown bounces over the curbs and takes full advantage, and Harry Brown is up into 3rd place and onto the final step of the podium. As it stands, we're still in the first third of this race, but Harry Brown is now in front of Thomas Wilkins, up into 3rd. Wilkins in 4th, and Amy Frame right behind now, looking very, very interested in getting involved in this podium battle. Harrison Johns sticking with as well there, the driver in the number 10. You remember, retired from the 3rd heat. Can Harry Brown break away from Thomas Wilkins in the final here at GYG? Run up the hill they go. Brown into the right-hander. This is where he got through on the previous lap, with Wilkins going wide. This time Brown manages to get it stopped. Not opens the door back up to Wilkins, and Wilkins is through behind Brown. Amy Frame then closing in the gap, 4/10 off the, 7/10 off the back of Wilkins last time. She's closing in on the back of the 67. Expect a personal best this time for me for Amy Frame when she comes over, using the slipstream to close in, although Wilkins gets one, so does Oblang. Frame not so much so must have been putting in some monster laps early on to close in, because there she goes down the inside of Thomas Wilkins at the top of the hill, over the crest and into 4th place. So Amy Frame with a good move, good run round that first corner, got in the slipstream, used the power up the straight and was through before the heavy braking zone as they come over the crest, and is now closing in on Harry Brown. The final step of the podium at stake between Brown, Wilkins, Frame and Johns. Just under 2 seconds between them, as Max Shields with a 47.211 puts in the fastest lap of the race. Information that Frame moves up into 3rd. Harry Brown gets his head down behind the steering wheel. That won't take much, because with him being the youngest driver in the class, he's also the smallest driver in terms of height in the class, as Amy Frame tries to get alongside him, and there's a little bit of rubbing between the two of them. Harry Brown though survives and will hold on to 3rd place. What this is going to do though is back them up into Harrison Johns and Thomas Wilkins. If they keep battling, they're losing around about 3/4 of a second a lap on Christian Oblag in front, because now they're having to chop and change and defend and attack into each corner. We're down beyond half race distance. You see there as they bounce over that curb, just the front end, just the vibrations that they get in there, as Oblang puts in a personal best of 47.588. It's still 3/10 slower than that of our race leader Max Shields, who once again opens the gap out by another few tenths. Amy Frame once again tries to get down the inside of Harry Brown, late on the brakes into the spoon corner, and there's more contact between the two of them. If that carries on any further, that could tip one or both of them into a spin. It doesn't take much as the karts go light over the top of that hill, but at the moment Harry Brown holding firm in 3rd place, with Frame in 4th, as Brown opens up a bit of a gap in this downhill section. I expect that Frame will close back up in a few moments as they make their way round this first corner and up the hill. Frame seems to have a lot of straight line speed in that number 14 Kart. Can she get close enough to Harry Brown at the top of the hill? This is the corner she's been trying to get through on the previous few laps. This time not quite close enough. This time to get anywhere near the back of Brown. Everybody from our Honda Cadet B final is through clear, so the top 10 in that one will move on into the A final at the end of the day. Brown sweeping round the outside, a much wider line down the hill from Harry Brown on entry than Amy Frame, and then gets a little bit crossed up, and the final part of that, and that's going to allow Frame to close in once again on the back of Harry Brown. 3 minutes and 48 remaining, the top two. 5 seconds between them, then there's another 5 seconds back to this battle for the final step on the podium. The top two, unless they have any problems, look to be set in stone. Brown with a quick helmet tap. I'm not sure that's going to work in the final few laps of a final, but we'll see. I think he wants to just try and move away, as they have done actually from Thomas Wilkins. So despite the fact that they have been battling, and the last time that they came over the line there was only 4 tenths between them, but Frame has closed up again once again on the back of Harry Brown. Wilkins seems to have dropped away by around about a second or so off the back of this. That will confirm the timing as Brown gets a personal best of 47.8 for him. It is almost to the 1,000th a second that Wilkins has dropped off the back of Frame, as the sun, as it did yesterday evening at around about 3:30, begins to bake the Glan Y Gors circuit here in North Wales. The top three as it stands, Shields, Oblang and Brown, but Frame is still within touching distance of the podium here at GYG. Brown takes some curb again, but then uses that corner to sweep round the outside and then sets off down this hill. Wider once again through the dog leg, through the devil's elbow corner than what it has been every other lap, and that once again allows Frame to close right in, and she tucks her head down behind the steering wheel, trying to minimise the amount of air hitting the helmet, maximising the air out, and she tries a dive down the inside of Brown into the spoon corner at the top. Under 2 minutes now in this Junior Pro Kart final. Shields leads by 6 seconds as Brown goes wide. Another look over the shoulder. The nerves now setting in for Harry Brown in third place as Amy Frame tries once again to put the nose down the inside of Harry Brown. Brown closing the door. Heading towards the final few laps in the first main final of the day, and Brown opens up a small gap as they come over start finish. Frame, can she get close enough on this run up the hill? We know she likes a little nibble into spoon corner. Here she is once again into the back of Harry Brown. Brown lives to fight another corner, but Frame is close enough down the hill to make a move into the carousel. Brown all the way round the outside. Can he keep his foot in on Amy Frame? He's going to have to be brave, and Amy Frame is through with 1 minute remaining and moves up into third place. Anything here now that Harry Brown can do as they come down the hill. He's much tidier now. He's got a Kart in front of him and to follow some lines than what he has been down there. Might even get 3 laps, because Max Shields is 13 seconds up the road in front of this battle, where we crossed the line at 40 seconds. So he should be making his way round the track. Could potentially cross the line in enough time in this one, but we're going to get 2.5 more laps in as they head back up the hill. Yeah, Shields will be through around about now. I think look at the top corner for that to change to 15 it is, and he's got 6 seconds, so it's comfortable. 2 more laps then in Junior Pro Kart for Harry Brown and Amy Frame to argue over the final step on the podium. Frame having come through from a grid position of 5, dropping down into 6th place at the start, And now moving up into third place with the move on Harry Brown, which started at the top of the spoon into this corner with a little bit of a bump and run, and then managed to dive down the inside into the carousel. This double apex left. Brown held on valiantly to try and get the run, but then couldn't get it back up this hill into the right-hander at the top. And Frame was able to move through. Last lap then here, as Max Shields is already over start finish and making his way up the Dragon Straight towards the spoon corner at the top. Oblag sets a personal best, but despite the points being incredibly tight between the two of them in the championship, it's been night and day between Maximus Shields and the rest of the Junior Pro Kart field here today at GYG. He's got half a lap to hold on and just bring this kart home. He could probably turn the engines off and coast it down the hill here in North Wales, but Max Shields will cement his position at the top of the Junior Pro Kart Championship round the final corner and finishes a perfect weekend with another victory in Junior Pro Kart. 4 races, 4 wins for Shields. Oblang will then come over the line for second place, and then it's going to be between Frame and Brown. Who's coming into shot? Amy Frame from the back. Brown goes wide onto the grass, holds on and finishes in 4th place with a sideways slide, drifting it over the grass to take 4th in front of Wilkins and Harrison Johns to complete your Pro Kart class. There is your race winner then, Maximus Shields, making his way down the hill and heading towards the pit lane. Just going to have their front fairings check, the top 3 being pointed in. I mean, not that the 5 seconds would have made any difference because Shields had a commanding lead, but everybody else will have theirs checked as well as they come in. Let's have a quick look for the top 3. Amy Frame pointed in. In fact, we're pretty much going to scrutiny all of these Junior Pro Karts as they make their way in. The top 4 going in to have their karts looked at. As we see Thomas Wilkins and Harrison Johns down there in the holding area. The tarmac is on a slight slope, so those karts will roll forwards into the barrier unless somebody puts a hold on them, as helpers with the trolleys make their way towards the karts down there in Parc Fermé. One final consigned to the history books already. 4 more to go here then at GYG. Sounds like they're already making their way out. It's time for our final in Minimax. Grass trimming going on. It could be. Let's have a quick look at that. Is that Lewis Goff or is it Fabricius? We'll find out in a few moments. Lucas Blanford will start on pole position with Addison Smith on the front row. On the outside, Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley on row 2. Leon Barlow and Melissa Adrian on row 3. Ben Adrian and Oliver Fabricius row 4. Callum Foster and Ben Horner on row 5, with Isaac Parkinson and Harry Holland in front of Jack Burgess and Lizzie Mentier, who's been absent since the first heat of the morning. He's very unlikely to be out for this final. Through they come then, over start finish. Lights go out, we're away and racing as Addison Smith slots into second place behind Lucas Blanford, Lewis Goff and Jared Fox-Whiteley on the run up the hill towards the spoon corner in this 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Driver going wide there, that's the 12 of Ben Horner going slightly wide into the corner at the top of the hill. Managing to slot back in, so all of our runners took the green are still with us here then. Yeah. Time at the top begins to elapse. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It's going to be the best part of 17 laps then for this final here at GYG. Blanford leads from Smith with Goff, Fox Whiteley. Callum Foster loses a couple of places on the opening lap down into 11th, so it's Fox Whiteley in 4th. Barlow, Adrian, then Melissa Adrian, Ben Horner and Oliver Fabricius in front of Harry Holland and Callum Foster and Isaac Parkinson, your 12 runners, as we are missing Lizzie Mentier and what looks like Jack Burgess as well. Burgess didn't make it out in Heat 3, so it looks like he's had kart problems as well, unfortunately, so that's going to drop. Unfortunately for him, it means we're down to 12 runners. The leading trio have broken away though at the moment, with Addison Smith sticking with Lucas Blanford and Lewis Goff on the back as well, with Jared Fox Whiteley not too far back, but we're not unable so far to stay with our leading trio. Goff pushing Smith along, and there's a move down the inside there from Addison Smith, and he's through into the lead, and Lewis Goff is through as well. So they used the slipstream on that run up the hill, and they are through into the lead. Addison Smith leading the way then from Lewis Goff, with Lucas Blanford now demoted down into 3rd place. And still 10 minutes in, 10 minutes remaining. There's Fox Whiteley in 3rd place, in 4th place, trying to stick with now as they begin to battle at the head of the field. Addison Smith leading the way from Lewis Goff and Lucas Blanford. The run up the hill towards Spoon Corner sees Addison Smith still leading the way from Lewis Goff, and then Goff now tries to get down the inside of Smith. Smith runs all the way around the outside, slots back in, and that's going to allow Lucas Blanford to potentially come to the inside on Lewis Goff. Goff though parks the car and doesn't allow the 59 to come alongside. Will this battling allow Jared Fox Whiteley, the championship leader, going into round 5 here at GYG, to close back up as the trio at the front battle it out for supremacy here in Minimax? Goff very quick round the final corner, closed up 2 or 3 kart lengths, and Addison Smith across the line with a 10th between them. When they came round the corner, it was around about 4 or 5 kart lengths, but Goff carries a huge amount of speed, and Lewis Goff goes down the inside on Addison Smith and moves through into the lead. And top 4 have got a big gap then back to Leon Barlow, who's come through into 5th place. Ben Adrian and Melissa 6th and 7th. Fabricius, Holland, Parkinson, the top 10 in front of Ben Horner and Callum Foster. As they come down the hill here at GYG. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in a lap that is around about 43, 44 seconds at most. The leading trio still nose to tail, half a second between them, not too far back is Jared Fox Whiteley. He's got a gap of around 8/10 off the back of Lucas Blanford. And the rest of the field battle it out behind. Barlow and Ben Adrian have broken away ever so slightly from Melissa behind. She's got to stick with them because then they've got a gap of about 1.5 seconds back to Oliver Fabricius and Harry Holland, who's they're being kept honest by Isaac Parkinson, Ben Horner and Callum Foster. Goff with a gap now extended out to almost 4/10 of a second at the front of this pack, but that is that all you need there is a bit of slipstream, and the rest of the pack are going to be able to close right back up if they begin working together with each other. A quick look here. Let's have just having a quick look at one of the. We weren't sure whether we're getting reports of one of the side pods. On the side of the 15 of Addison Smith seems to be a bit of an angle, so that could have potentially had a bit of a whack at some point. Doesn't look like the bolts come off though, or it'd be dragging on the floor, and we'd probably be able to hear that and being picked up by the cameras if he was to come through, because you can hear when plastic is dragging along the ground at the best part of 65 miles an hour. You can hear it, I can assure you. And now Addison Smith seems to have closed up on the back of Lewis Goff once again. Goff had opened up a gap of around a kart length or two. Is closed in round the top of the track. Behind, though, Jared Fox Whiteley has decided that the pace is much more to his liking. That Kart quite clearly then set up for the second half of this race. As you can do that in terms of tyre pressures. You play the waiting game, the long game. Wait for your tyres to come in towards the end of the race, and he's right in the slipstream here of Lucas Blanford as they head up the hill. And Blanford has to park that 59 Kart on the inside, in the tight part into that corner. And now Jared Fox-Whiteley will pop out of the slipstream, down the hill into the carousel, and the championship leader is through and up into third place. Goff continues to lead the way then from Addison Smith. Now though it's Jared Fox-Whiteley in third place, Blanford down into fourth. Then there's the best part of 4 seconds back to the rest of the field, with Leon Barlow holding on for fifth. That'll be his best CKC result of the season, with Ben Adrian, Melissa Adrian, Oliver Fabricius, Harry Holland and Isaac Parkinson the top 10. Down the hill they come. 5 minutes, so we are just beyond half race distance here, but we've got that 1 lap to add on. That's about 42 seconds, so we are there or thereabouts. Goff, Smith and Fox-Whiteley, 3 drivers that are very, very well acquainted to each other, racing at the same club meetings throughout the country, so they know each other very, very well. Goff leading from Fox-Whiteley. Blanford puts in a personal best, a 43.727 for the driver of the 59 Kart. Then there's that battle. You can see them in the background coming through, with Barlow, Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian all nose to tail. 5th down into 7th place. There they are at the top of the hill. Then behind we've got other intense battles going on with Fabricius and Holland. Then Horner and Parkinson battling it out between each other for their own respective battles. And then we've got Callum Foster as well, not too far off the back of Isaac Parkinson. Goff has opened up the gap to around about 0.4 of a second now. Jared Fox-Whiteley gets a good run round the first corner, and that run now up the hill on Addison Smith. Will he get to the inside into the Spoon corner? He does, and through goes Jared Fox-Whiteley for second place on Addison Smith. The championship leader playing the long game then in this one, looked out of it by about 1 million miles in the opening few laps of this race. He was a second off the back of the leading trio of Goff, and that's down the inside there goes Blanford on Addison Smith. That moves him up into third place. Smith down then into fourth place. He's going to try and stick with. So yeah, Fox-Whiteley looked out of this one, but now is up into second place, right on the back. Then trying to move away with Lewis Goff, who's led since getting past Lucas Blanford in the early phases of this race. Just under 3 minutes remaining now in this Mini-Max final as they head down the hill towards the carousel one more time. Goff and Fox-Whiteley with 2 kart lengths between them. Then they've got 5 or 6 back to Blanford, who's got Addison Smith for company in their battle for 3rd and 4th place respectively. Then there's a fairly big gap back to Leon Barlow, who is still holding off Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian to cling on to 5th place. This is where Fox-Whiteley got a good run on Addison Smith on the previous lap to close right up and make that move into the Spoon corner, which is where we are heading towards now. Round they go. Not close enough to make a move on Goff, but he is closing in on the driver of the number 4 kart. And that, for me, is what Lucas Blanford wants, because he wants them two to start battling. He's 3 kart lengths off the back, but he's only half an overtake off being close enough to put a move down the inside. He loves that corner for an overtake, so if he can close in on Jared Fox-Whiteley in the remaining 2 minutes plus 1 lap, I'm sure that's where he's going to try the move into that tight left-hander at compression corner before the Devil's Elbow, and then the run down towards paddock. 1.5 minutes remaining. They might get round in enough time to add 3, maybe even 4 more laps onto this Mini-Max final. We're already 14 in. We could go to 18 laps in this one, depending on times and how they come over the line. they head once again up the hill. Lewis Goff leading from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lucas Blanford much closer than what he was, and there he goes down the inside of Fox-Whiteley. There's contact between the two of them, and then Fox-Whiteley closing the door off. Holds on to second place, and Lewis Goff, the lead, is out to 0.6 of a second. 52 seconds on the clock at the top. They're going to get round for 3 more laps. It's going to be an 18-lap final in this Mini-Max class. And Lewis Goff leads then from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Lucas Blanford and Addison Smith. The leading quartet split by 1.2 seconds after 12 minutes of racing. They head down the hill. Goff will be through before the time at the top of the screen elapses, which means we're going to have 2 laps in order to sort this one out. 3 spaces on the podium, 4 drivers to take it. Somebody's going to miss out here. Who's it going to be as we head on to the penultimate lap? And Blanford makes a move down the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Has the door closed on him though by the 22, and Fox-Whiteley then runs round the outside of the spoon corner. They head down the hill, and Blanford is down the inside on Fox-Whiteley. There's contact between the two of them, and Blanford is through on Jared Fox-Whiteley as they make the move down into the compression corner. There we are, that's compression, that's the left. That's where we were going to expect a late dive down the inside, potentially on the final lap. The time has elapsed at the top of the screen, and Lewis Goff comes through. 0.8 of a second is his gap back to the rest of the pack. Blanford in second place, Fox-Whiteley in third, Addison Smith in fourth place as they head up towards the spoon corner for the final time. Then there's going to be that run down, expect a defensive move to the inside. Goff leading the way then by almost a second from the rest of the pack as he heads up the hill, and Fox-Whiteley is back through on Blanford. Fox-Whiteley, who'd been demoted down into third place, is back through on Lucas Blanford. Goff is through, he's going to come down the hill. Fox-Whiteley holding on from Lucas Blanford into the final corner. Lewis Goff wins in Mini-Max. Fox-Whiteley for second, Blanford for third, and Addison Smith in fourth place. Leon Barlow comes through for his best finish of the season in fifth place, with Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian following him home, with Oliver Fabricius, Harry Holland and Ben Horner in front of Isaac Parkinson and Callum Foster. Once again, Mini-Max serving up an absolute treat for our viewers on the Alpha Live channel. Lewis Goff taking victory from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lucas Blanford, with Addison Smith bringing the 15 kart home in fourth place. There is your race winner then, Lewis Goff, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lucas Blanford. I think we'll send Addison Smith in as well. Everybody else will go towards the other side of Parc Ferme. The top 4 will be checked for their technical compliance. There on the right-hand side though, in the blue suit, punching the air, is your race winner, Lewis Goff, with Jared Fox-Whiteley very, very happy in second place with his points haul for his championship challenge. Smith going over, I think, to offer some congratulations to his other runners. We are already, though, making our way out for our next race here at GYG. Micromax are out already. We have no time to breathe here in North Wales. The next race of the day is making our way out. Looks like we've got James Roberts on pole position then, with Daniel Minto alongside. Not sure we're going to have enough time to get the grids up on the screen here, because our micros only get one rolling up lap, but it will be Robertson, Minto then off the front row. Looks like we've got the 17 of Baker and Loudy then on the second row Through they come with Aston Brown behind. We've got a aborted start, so we are going to send them round again, which means we might have time to have the grids up on the screen. I don't know. Let's see whether our producer surprises us. Either way, it will be James Roberts off the front row with Daniel Minto alongside him. Let me see if I can find it, even if we don't get it up on the screen. Baker and Lowdy will be row 2, Brown and Lauder row 3, Jones and Neeson on row 4. The top 10 completed by Toby Jukes and Kyle McLean, with Jack Hutchinson starting 11th, James Tate 12th, and Ella Lucia in 13th place, having taken no part in heats 1 and 2. She returned for heat 3, which means she does have an opportunity to go off the back row of the final here at GYG. Having a quick look, Junior Pro Kart was clear, so your top 3 confirmed as Shields, Oblag and Amy Frame. Through they come though. We are much tighter in formation, and Minto sweeps round the outside of the first corner to lead James Roberts up the hill at the first time of asking. Baker slots in, Brown with a good start as well into 4th place as James Roberts dives to the inside. Looks like Aston Brown is settling in nicely in 4th place, with Samuel Lowdy in 5th. Is that Alex Jones in the 30 in 6th place? It is. So now Minto and Roberts, who've been separated for most of the day by a blade of grass, are your leading duo at the start of this Micro Max final. Roberts opening up a kart length or 2 in the early phase of the race. Naturally sets the fastest lap as well, having gone off the front row of that rolling start, so don't pay too much attention to that, as Minto slides down the inside at Spoon at the top of the hill, and we have another change for the lead. So it was Roberts off the start, Minto round the outside, Roberts through on the next overtaking opportunity, then Minto back into the lead at the top of the hill. Jack Baker doesn't look like he wants to hang around too much, and Aston Brown, the early championship pace setter, having taken most of the spoils away from round 1 at Fullbeck, slots into 4th place. The top 4 moving away, with the gap then back to Samuel Lowdy and Alex Jones in front of Logan Lauder, Harry Neeson, Toby Jukes and James Tate. Ella Lucia moves up from 13th to 12th place. Her minimal running throughout the day after the incident she had in practice means she's probably not quite as in the swing of things as everybody else, but she's starting to get there, moving up into 12th place. Got a couple of seconds to close in on the back of Kyle McLean though, having got past Jack Hutchinson. The top 4 still nose to tail, still moving away from the rest of the pack. So it's Minto, Roberts, Baker and Brown. Down the hill they come then, as Baker almost went into the back of Roberts in the middle part of the Devil's Elbow corner. 2.5 minutes in. Still 9.5 left as Roberts sets a personal best and gets a push up the hill as well from Baker and Brown as they head towards the Spoon corner. Minto goes wide round the outside because Roberts has tried to dive to the inside, and now Roberts will have to defend because he's going to have Jack Baker with that black nose panel down at the bottom of his kart underneath the Nauseo, which is the curved bit above it. He tries to slide down the inside and take advantage. Going to close back up again through this complex of corners. Aston Brown very, very tidy through there. All the other drivers bouncing over the curbs. Brown electing not to, and I think that's really working for his kart. He's got it set up and he obviously likes it quite smooth. He's going to get squeezed to the inside though by Jack Baker. They need to work together a little bit more unless they want Minto and Roberts to break away. So they need to start pushing each other down the straight rather than trying to push each other wide into corners, because as you can see there is a gap of 3 or 4 kart lengths opening up between Minto and Roberts at the front and Baker and Brown in 3rd and 4th respectively. They only need 2 laps really of just nose to tail, and that'll close them right back up on Minto and Roberts. Then there's another 2x2 behind with Loudy and Jones. Fastest lap of the race goes to James Roberts, 10th quicker than Baker in 3rd place, half a tenth quicker than Minto at the front as they head up the hill, and Minto much more noticeably now has parked his kart around about a kart width in from the white line at the top. As he comes through to hold on to the lead. This top 4 all very, very comfortable. The gap opening up to a second between the top 4, and this battle for 5th and 6th between Loudy and Alex Jones. Then there's another 2x2 between Lauder and Neeson before a gap back to Toby Jukes holding off James Tate. Their battle for 9th and 10th respectively. Their way up the hill into this right hand corner. You see all the marbles on the outside, that's where you don't want to be, and there's a spin for Neeson. Manages to keep his foot in and go round, his visor up. I don't know whether he's just clearing himself, but there we go, bit of air, and Lucia is forced off the track as Neeson rejoins and cuts back across the line. So there's going to be a change inside the top 10. That's going to see Toby Jukes promoted up into 9th place. With that move there with Neeson and Lauder involved. Don't know how much contact there was, so we just caught the back of it with Neeson going round. There might not have been any contact at all. Neeson could have just gone a little bit too hard on the brakes as we see Loudy and Jones getting side by side with each other at the top of the hill. 6 minutes remaining then. We're almost at half race distance in this one. The top 4 still split by less than a second and still pretty much nose to tail. So we're going to get a replay, I think, of the move for Neeson, and let's have a call. There definitely was contact there. Neeson tried to go down the inside and that door was closed firmly on Neeson. That's dropped him down into 11th place with Lucia behind. She actually had to go on the grass when Neeson rejoined the circuit in 11th place. So that's dropped her even a little bit further off the back. She was looking to take advantage of Neeson. Neeson has 4 seconds to close in on the back of Kyle McLean, who is on the back of that battle coming up the hill. This is the battle for the final step of the podium as it stands. The top 2, Minto and Roberts, leading the way now. 8/10 the gap back then to Jack Baker and Aston Brown. Brown set to miss out at the moment from Jack Baker, currently holding on to 3rd place. Can James Roberts do anything about Daniel Minto? He's been close enough on the last couple of laps to consider a move as Minto goes wide and bounces over the exit curb of Club Corner. Then they have that run up the hill. Is Roberts interested just yet in getting past Daniel Minto? There's still 4.5 minutes of this race remaining. Roberts potentially doesn't want to go too early and give Minto an opportunity to get through. Whilst these are the youngest drivers in this Micro, Max and Rotax family, they are all very, very experienced, particularly those at the front. And, certainly not their first rodeo. They've raced a lot before. They know what they're doing. They understand the tactical side of things, and that just an overtaking opportunity early on might leave you open to attack later on in the race. Hence why James Roberts just seems quite happy thus far to sit in the wheel tracks of Daniel Minto. I'm fairly sure that's not going to happen as we go deeper into the remaining 3 minutes and 40 seconds of this race. Top 5 as it stands: Minto, Roberts, Baker, Brown. Then a gap back of almost 3.8 seconds to Alex Jones, who has finally found a way past Samuel Loudy. It's took the best part of 10 laps, but Jones has found a way past. Roberts closer with every single lap to Daniel Minto. So far though, electing not to put a move in on Minto, despite the fact that he's got good slipstream up the hill and is potentially close enough to make a move into that spoon corner. Gets alongside up the hill, but there's not really an overtaking opportunity, particularly around the outside there as they head up the top of the hill. It's a cut through. Looks like we've had a change for third there with Aston Brown finding a way through on Jack Baker. And since he's got through there, actually, has started to open up a bit of a gap to Baker behind. 0.4 of a second from Aston Brown. Got second to the leading duo at the front, who could well turn this one into a battle yet, which could well play into the hands of Aston Brown if it starts getting messy between your two leaders, Daniel Minto and James Roberts. Brown breaking away from Jack Baker, having got through, and now Roberts gets half a nose down the inside of Daniel Minto, but Minto closes the door. Roberts there just really giving it a bit of a reminder to Minto that he's still there. 1:45 remaining. We're going to get 4 more laps in if my calculations are correct. They're lapping under 50 seconds, so they're going to get round, I think, before the time elapses. So we're going to get 4 more in. We're going to go to a 17-lap final here then in Micro Max. So still plenty of action for you here as Toby Dukes and Carl McLean swap positions, 9th and 10th respectively. Another look over the shoulder from Daniel Minto as they go down the hill. This is where Roberts had a bit of a nibble on the previous lap. I think it's more of a case that Minto takes a wider turn in than what Roberts does into that corner that makes it appear more than anything that Roberts has got a nose down the inside, whereas Minto is always going to close that door because he turns in a cart length wider into that corner. There is some lap traffic in front as Daniel Minto puts in the fastest lap of the race, almost matched identically by James Roberts as personal best. The gap still extending though between these two to Aston Brown, who had started to nibble into it, having got past Jack Baker, but the leading duo continue to move away. 1.8 seconds the gap now between the top two, and then Brown, who currently sits on the last step of the podium, with Jack Baker still harbouring hopes of snatching it away. And this time it is Roberts down the inside of Daniel Minto, and James Roberts comes through with 20 seconds remaining plus 1 lap to lead this Micro Max final as they head down the hill towards the final corner. 14 seconds on the clock, they'll come through, and now it's going to be a 2-lap shootout for the win in this one. They move to the inside. There is some lap traffic at the top of the hill, and they're going to have to get to the inside of that into the spoon corner. Hard on the brakes, and it's a bit of a snap sideways for Roberts, using the brakes and a bit of sideways to scrub off that speed into the corner at the top of the hill. Will Minto do to Roberts what Roberts did to him on the previous lap as they head towards this corner? He takes a wider entry. Can he get to the inside? Roberts carries all the speed round the outside this time. As you can see at the top, we have no countdown timer. That means the last lap board will be out as they come over the start finish. We'll not see it. There we are on the inside as Roberts puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 47.124, 0.2 quicker than his previous best, and now he's right to the inside on the white line. Anything Minto can do. Minto goes round the outside. Can he get a cutback and then get a better run down the hill to Daniel Minto? To the inside goes James Roberts, squeezing each other as they go round the corner. Roberts will then go wide. Can Minto get the run up the hill into this corner? He's going to try and cut back to the inside. I think Minto's a cart length too far back. Is there a move for Minto into these two corners? Down the inside he goes. He dives to the inside. There's contact between the two of them, but Daniel Minto is through on James Roberts into the final complex of corners. Minto wins from Roberts, with Brown taking the final step on the podium from Jack Baker and Alex Jones, the top 5. Samuel Lowdy and Logan Lauder 6th and 7th. Then we await the arrival of Toby Dukes round the final corner to take 8th place in front of James Tate and Kyle McLean, completing the top 10 with Harry Neeson and Ella Lucia in 11th and 12th in front of Jack Hutchinson in 13th place. An intense battle all the way throughout, tactical as it was natural ability between the two of them. Minto and Roberts battling all the way to the end until a move into this Devil's Elbow corner for Daniel Minto on the final lap. Saw a gap and dived into it and took the checkered flag in front of James Roberts. Confirmation in our other classes as well. Minimax, they've come through clear, so that confirms Lewis Goff, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lucas Blanford as your top three. Two more finals then for you here today in the Junior and Cadet Kart Championship from GYG. The penultimate one up next. It's time for Junior Rotax. Congratulations down the bottom end there of the paddock from our Honda Cadet drivers to the Micro Max drivers for their finishing positions. They're your juniors ready to go down there in the dummy grid holding area. On the left we've got Tom Carter, who will start on pole position, and looks like we've got Jacob Dukes alongside. A mouth-watering front row between the top two in the championship. There's your confirmation then. Carter and Duke share the front row. Sam Ardolino, who's been the hard charger throughout the day, will start third with Ollie Naylor alongside Max Shields and Ethan Haig on row number 3. Amelia Pennington will start on the inside of row 4 with Finley Whiting alongside Nicholas Ellis and Sam Stoner, sharing row 5, completing the top 10 in front of Curtis Latimer and Sandro Ballesteros, with Jaden Hewitt and Bartek Felipe at row 7. Max Rowley and Harry Hurst Grover complete your 16 runners. Jensen Mason not with us here today. 16 then for juniors. We'll await their arrival out on track. Didn't have any recoveries for anybody out there, so we're expecting to get them going. So that's Dukes on the right with the blue helmet, Carter on the left in the green, Ardolino in the 16. He's the one to watch for me, having had a good charge through in Heat 2, a comfortable victory in Heat 3, only in my opinion off the front row because of the penalty applied for a front fairing in the first heat, and he dropped down from a race victory, so it would have been 2 wins and a 4th. That would have been more than enough for pole position, so have a look if he can get round that first lap cleanly. And have a look for Sam Ardolino taking the challenge to Tom Carter and Jacob Dukes. Two rolling up laps then. Thank you for joining us. If you do have any closing comments in the final 2 races of the day here in Junior Rotax and in our Honda Cadet A final, do let us know. What's been your favourite race of the day so far? Who's been your favourite driver and your favourite move? For me so far, it's been that enthralling battle all throughout the day in the Minimax class. Let's see whether the big sisters in juniors can go and repeat what happened in the mini final and turn this one into an enthralling battle. We've got a couple of karts wide. Latimer appears to be slow, and Hewitt, I think there was a bit of contact, puts his arm up, but Curtis Latimer looked very slow round the opening corner. Carter and Dukes the top 2 then, as they're leading round with Ardolino and Naylor, so we are as we were for the top 4. At the very least, I think that could be the top 6 though. I think Ethan Haig has found her way past Max Shields. He's up into 5th. Shields in 6th. That looks like Finn Whiting then in 7th place as he comes through. Nicholas Ellis in 8th place. So that's going to be your top 8 as they come over the line. We will call them when the confirmation comes up in the top left corner. It will be Carter from Dukes, Ardolino, Naylor, Haig, Shields, Whiting, Ellis, Stoner and Felipe at the top 10. So the first 8 were correct as we saw them coming round and down the hill through compression and the Devil's Elbow. Ardolino has not managed to go with the leading duo in this one. Maybe he's geared up towards the end of the race. It's a long race to keep these tyres in the optimum operating window all throughout. So maybe he's just playing it safe, doing what Fox Whiteley did in the Minimax race earlier on, where his kart came good towards the end, having been around about a second off that leading trio early on. So we'll see what Ardolino can do and whether he can just keep a decent gap and then maybe close in later on in this race. We're expecting this one to go to the best part of 18 or 19 laps, so we've still got plenty of time in this 12 minutes plus 1 lap final. Carter leading from Dukes. Still pretty much nose to tail all the way down to Sam Stoner in 9th place. The black helmet, black suit as well, and the all-white kart. Carter has opened up a small gap from Jacob Dukes in first and second respectively. Adds another tenth, and Ollie Naylor slow round the final corner, bounces over the curbs, and Naylor from 4th place is going to drop all the way down into 9th over the line. So he goes all the way to the back of the pile in terms of everybody that was running nose to tail from 1st down to 9th. Dukes has closed up on Carter at the top of the hill. That's dragged Ardolino along as well. Now, a gap that was 6/10 between the top 3 has been close to nothing. Ardolino down the inside of Jacob Dukes. Let's see whether he got that one completed. It looks like he didn't, but that's opened up the gap then to Tom Carter. Looks like Sam Ardolino was well alongside Jacob Dukes there. Stoner's through into 7th. Shields down into 8th place. Jaden Hewitt is up into 11th. Latimer gets past Hurst Grover for 14th and 15th respectively. Can Dukes now and Ardolino, having lost almost a second by going side by side down the hill with each other, close that gap once again to Tom Carter? Ardolino has another nibble down the inside of Jacob Dukes. This is exactly what Tom Carter wants. He wants these two behind to battle it out between each other. Emma Hurst-Grove has been on saying, come on Harry, bad luck with the DNF, but starting last. We got past Curtis Latimer on the previous lap, and then Latimer got him back as Duke sets the fastest lap of the race. Tracy Carter has been on his way, saying some great racing. She's cheering for Tom. Well, he's 5 laps in with 8 minutes remaining from bringing a trophy home with him. And that number 45 kart. The gap though is down to under a second once again, with Jacob Dukes breaking away ever so slightly from Sam Ardolino. The top 3 still only 1.3 between them. Back to Finn Whiting then, who's got the rest of the field chasing him down, with Haig, Ellis, Stoner. Naylor is back up in front of Max Shields, up into 8th. That Shields down into 9th. Then they've got a gap of 2.5 back to Bartek Filipiak and Jaden Hewitt. Another 10th out then by Jacob Dukes. Ardolino with a personal best, 7.5 minutes remaining. If Dukes can keep taking a 10th out, by the time he gets up to half a second, that's when you're in slipstream territory, and then it starts getting to 2 tenths at a time, 2.5 tenths. And before you know it, everybody is back into a line astern for the lead. Haig holding off Nicholas Ellis then as they come down the hill. Ellis close enough to make a move down the inside, and through goes Nicholas Ellis. That moves him up into 5th place. Good move then for the 7. He's through. Now, can he close down Finley White? And the gap's 6/10. Hopefully have enough, having got through. That just have to try and break away though from Ethan Haig. Good overtake in that downhill section. It's still showing him on timing as being behind Haig, but definitely overtook him, and he's definitely in front of him there now. So your eyes aren't deceiving you. The timing is not quite right down the top left-hand corner. Hopefully that will sort itself out when they come over next time. But it's definitely Nicholas Ellis up into 5th place. Over they come then. Still nothing on the timing screen down the top left corner, so we're just going to have to call this one as they go. The order is still the same, with the exception of Ellis now into 5th place, with Haig dropping down into 6th. Whiting is fairly comfortable. Ollie Naylor charging back through the field, having dropped down to 9th, gets down the inside of Ethan Haig, and that moves him up into 6th place. The leading trio, though, are closing in once again on each other. With Carter, Dukes and Ardolino. Timing shows 1.2 seconds between them. Yeah. Pictures we're seeing on screen say that it's a lot tighter than that. Beyond half race distance we are then, with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and it looks like we've got to move down there from Ollie Naylor, potentially down the inside of Nicholas Ellis, and there he is sliding through, and that's going to move him up into 4th place, 5th place in fact for that. I think we've got Finn Whiting still in 4th. Can he break away and try and do anything about Finn Whiting? Nicholas Ellis tries to hold on to the back of Ollie Naylor, who came through to overtake on the previous lap. Still got 4 minutes remaining. Timing on the left is not what we're seeing on screen. That sort of froze about 3 laps ago. But it's now Ollie Naylor up into 5th, Ellis in 6th, Haig in 7th. In front of Sam Stoner, who is in 8th place, and Max Shields there with the gold helmet. Once again, pulling double duty, doing Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax. He jumps out of one kart, makes his way down the other end of the paddock, jumps in the next one. Hardly has any rest time throughout the weekend here in JKC. Here's your battle for the lead then. It's still Carter leading the way, but he has been reeled in by Jacob Dukes and Sam Ardolino. Down the hill they go. Timing wise, I'm not quite sure. We haven't got the stacker in the top left. It also means that we don't have the time at the top of the screen, and looking at the positions on the actual live timing as well, nothing's changed on there since when everything else froze, so nothing to do with the stream. It's the timing loop isn't particularly doing us any favours. The top 3 are nose to tail and closing in on each other. Jacob Dukes close enough now to Tom Carter, who had a gap in the early phases of this race, as Ardolino got alongside Jacob Dukes of almost a second. And they have all been reeled in, every single one of those tenths, down to absolutely nothing, as Carter, Dukes and Ardolino go through compression and through the Devil's Elbow, nose to tail, down the hill towards paddock. Just every single time we come round, we've just got to look to the left and see where the last lap board is out, because we are racing here against the clock as we head down towards, but we're not quite sure how long's left in this final. We're pretty much in the same boat as these drivers, because they're just going to keep racing and racing and racing. They can't count the laps because they are too busy trying to overtake each other. And they just keep racing until that last lap board comes out, and then it's time as they start getting towards that business end of the race. I know there's a clock on the side of the track, but it is at 90 degrees to the drivers. It's pretty much for everybody else in the paddock to let them know what the timing is. So still no board out now. We are heading towards the end of the 12 minutes. I'm fairly sure in this one. They head up the hill towards Spoon, and Dukes dives down the inside of Tom Carter and through into the lead. There we are, 1 minute 40 is what we have left in this one, and Jacob Dukes is through on Tom Carter. Sam Ardolino still there in 3rd place, looking to take a podium in his first outing in the Junior Kart Championship here at GYG, on the back of Carter and Dukes. The top 3 split by hardly anything. This part of the track always opens them up a little bit as they head towards that final right-hander at paddock. Then there's that run up. See, once they're close enough, within a couple of tenths, that slipstream really pulls them along. Naylor in the background in 5th place, seems to be closing in on Finn Whiting. Keep an eye on that in the background, but now Dukes is going defensive down the hill. Carter is in second, still trying with each corner, but now Jacob Dukes is going much more defensive on Tom Carter. Carter in the middle is going to have to try and find a way through because he's primed to attack now with Ardolino in third place. Over the line, could this be the penultimate lap with that 1 minute 40 seconds that was on the clock as they head up the hill? And it looks like Ardolino almost got down the inside there of Carter. Carter closed the door. Don't want to be battling too much, or they're just going to hand this one to Jacob Dukes down the hill into the left-hander at Carousel. Back up the hill they go into this right-hander at the top that nobody, I don't think, yet has given a name to. And they head back down the hill. This left-hander, the hardest one for me on the track compression. You're almost doubling back on yourself, but you're so quick down this hill before dropping down the Devil's Elbow. Round the final corner they come. The last lap board potentially looks like it could have been out there on the inside. We'll see whether we get a checkered flag as they come round this time. Dukes, though, up the hill they go. And let's see whether there's a move down the inside from Carter. Tight into the right-hander as they hook back on themselves and now head down the hill. Look over the shoulder from Jacob Dukes. Then a look to the right-hand side as he comes over the track to defend to the inside. Down the hill into the Carousel. Ardolino right up on the back here. Dukes a cart width in. Was that going to force him wide? And Carter dives down the inside. And Tom Carter is through on Jacob Dukes. Dukes takes to the grass, cuts all the way through. Didn't see much wrong there for Tom Carter. He had every right to go to the inside. Dukes comes through to take the checkered flag first, with Carter in second place, Ardolino in third. That one will be decided in the steward's office rather than on the tarmac. I am sure of that one. Here we go then, the move down the inside from Tom Carter. Let's have a look. Dukes goes to the inside, which is naturally going to throw him then to the outside. Carter goes to the inside. He is alongside Jacob Dukes as they go into the corner. Dukes then gets forced wide and onto the grass, keeps his foot in. Through he comes and rejoins the circuit around about 10 kart lengths further down. So Dukes takes the checkered flag first, Carter second, Ardolino third. But as I say, that one will be sorted out off track, I am sure. Everybody coming in to the Parc Ferme area, they will have their front fairings checked and then go off for technical compliance. There is Dukes rolling in onto the weigh scale. So at least in terms of taking the checkered flag first, that is Jacob Dukes in the 34 with Tom Carter alongside of that. Kart deciding that it wants to roll backwards. Puts his foot behind it to stop it going anywhere else. Has a quick look over his shoulder, and it is rather frosty down there in the dummy grid area. Final race of the day though. You can see them all gridded up behind. It's going to be the biggest grid of the day. It's 30 drivers for 3 steps on the podium in our Honda Cadet A final. Hondas making their way out then, and we will have to rattle through all 30 of them on this grid fairly quickly, because that is a big grid. Robert starts on pole with Potter alongside, Max Wheatley and Ethan Charles on the second row, James Fabricius and Sam Howell on row number 3. George Ralston starts 7th alongside Jensen White. Larry Price and Max Williams complete the top 10 with Jack Collinson and Harris Alley on row number 6. Amy Peacock starts 13th with Harry Samuel for company. Max Greytrex and Cameron Tippy are on row 8. Stanley Clark and Ralphie Branscombe on row number 9. Rio Wardali starts 19th straight into the A final alongside Lewis Hall. Then we've got Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Alex McCulloch, Bobby P, Ayrton Rye. Then we've got Alex Lynn, Mason Webster, Freddie Lines, Freddie Housego, Drew Davidson and Thomas Percox. In front of Maximus Lewis, Alfie Forrester, James Winstanley and Max House go. That's 34 drivers into our our final, which we normally only have 30. So that's a slightly different way of doing things, which could be to do with the track capacity, but certainly the top 20 normally go straight through. So we'll see how that is. Either way, let's find out in a few moments' time who's going to take the spoils here in this one. It's a big grid, and they're going to be gridded up all the way round that final corner here at GYG. Parents and helpers are going to be clearing the track. They're going to have to be quick, and then most of them then will run off and I'm sure athletically jump the barrier. Although if we spin the camera around, it might not be as athletic as they think. Red lights are on the overhead gantry. They distinguish and we're away and racing. It's a good start from Thomas Potter. Can he hold round the outside? Collinson is forced onto the grass on the inside, and he's got his arm up off the steering wheel. He's going to be slow up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon Corner. They're 2 and 3 wide. You don't want to be on the outside there, so everybody's going to try and sort themselves into some sort of single file, at least by the time they come out of this corner, so you don't get on the grass. We've seen a number of drivers being forced wide as they come down the hill, and it's Fabricius who has moved up from 5th to get into 2nd place behind Harris Roberts, with Thomas Potter in 3rd place. 12 minutes plus that 1 lap then in this final, as we see Amy Peacock and Harris Alley in front of Cameron Tipping, making their way down this roller coaster of a hill here in North Wales for the end of the 1st lap. Through they come and over the line. Not sure we're going to have timing once again in this one. Up the hill they come then for the 2nd time. It'll be hard on the brakes. Everybody is through into that Spoon Corner. Roberts leading the way from Fabricius and Potter. The top 3 have broken away from everybody else. Ethan Charles, who's had a very, very consistent day, is 4th, but he's coming under pressure from the number 12 of Wheatley. I think that's actually allowed Harry Samuel to come back through into 5th place. So Wheatley in going for 3rd. Nope, they're still there, and it looks like it's George Ralston in the background as well, trying to run all the way around the outside here. That's going to be brave when you're offline and off the grippier tarmac. So Roberts leading from Fabricius and Potter as they head down the hill towards the carousel. Fabricius close enough here to take advantage of any mistakes. The problem he's got is Harris Roberts doesn't generally make any mistakes. So we get a graphic in the bottom right corner there of the time remaining. The timing isn't quite picking up in the way that we wanted, but that's going to show us what is left. So we're almost 3 minutes into this final with 25% of it already in the bag. Behind this top 3 is a very, very intense battle going on for all the other top 10 points, really. They're all nose to tail as we've got a driver across the grass there. I'm not sure who that was. It looked like one of the BSR carts as Ethan Charles gets forced wide in that corner. I think he's going to lose a couple of places as well as we pick up Ralston in 4th. Charles then down into 5th in front of the 8 of Harry Samuel. Then we've got Jensen White, then the 12 of Max Wheatley. Or we've got the 24 cart of Max Williams coming through. Fabricius trying to go all the way around the outside of Harris Roberts as they head up the hill. Quite sure that's going to work for him, and it doesn't, and he slots back in. Yellow flag out at the top of the hill. Not sure what that's for, but that's going to negate some overtaking opportunities. And there's another stationary yellow out as they head into this complex of corners here. There we've got a kart off on the outside. That's one of the How She Goes. That's the 69 kart. Looks like that kart stopped. Is moving again, but he's going to have to wait for it to come through. Hence why we had the yellow flags there. So no overtaking opportunity down the hill. Drivers just have to be aware that because there is, and that's the other one of the How She Goes off as well. So Max and Freddie, both of them with problems. That kart not going anywhere at all. Looks like the problem there, either the engine seized or the brakes have locked on. But that kart not moving. That's on the outside of Spoon. So that's why we saw a waved yellow up the top there. And also a stationary yellow at the top as they come back up this hill in a few moments' time. There's some lap traffic approaching in front. We did see a kart earlier on going all the way across the grass to rejoin. Did think it was one of the BSR karts. That looks like it could be Stanley Clark, who went off around about row number 8 or 9. So as they come round the right-hander, the leaders are going to start closing up then on some of that lap traffic as drivers not quite had the race that they were hoping for. It is the 51 of Clark. Once again, Roberts goes tight to the inside. Fabricius is going to try and have to run it all the way around the outside, but then we'll slot back in. The kart there still stationary on the outside from How She Go. We're heading towards half race distance. It's 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And we're heading still towards it, as we saw in the background there. The 38 of Max How She Go, helmet off, making his way towards the marshal's post. Harris Roberts leading the way then still from James Fabricius and Thomas Potter. They've managed to find a way past Stanley Clark, so that's the lap traffic negated at the very least. And Fabricius goes wide into the final corner, sliding wide, has to get hold of it. Now, as Potter suggests that he pushes him along, Fabricius comes back down the inside of Thomas Potter, slots back in to second place, but they have lost a kart length or two back to Harris Roberts, and they have to try and close that one back in before they can really take advantage, try and put some moves on it. Ralston looks very comfortable now in 4th place as they make their way round the double apex right and then head down the hill towards this left-hander of compression corner. Cuts back down the drop, so the karts just drop away, go really light. Potter loses 2 or 3 kart lengths by going wide into that right-hand corner. Through comes Harris Roberts to lead another lap, as he has done from pole position. We've got a driver off there on the inside. That could be the 8 of Harry Samuel, or Sam Howell, sorry, on the inside. He's going to have to wait for everybody to come through. There should be, I think there's a flag out there at Marshall's post 2. That's not close really to any Marshall's post. 2 is further down the hill. Marshall's post 3 is round the corner. So if that kart is beached, that's pretty much going to be the end of his race. Or at the very least, he's going to be at least a lap down on the entire field by the time they come through. So it's Roberts still leading then from Fabricius, then Potter, then this Stanley Clark's lapped number 51 kart in the middle of the pack. After that, it looks like it could be George Ralston in 4th place, but we'll get confirmation later on as they all come over the line. The kart is still stationary there, and I can't see a yellow flag on the post either as the drivers are defending. Up there, there's a Marshall's post on the outside there, no warning out there. There's one out down at the first corner, so the drivers expect to note that kart's there. There's Ethan Charles holds on to 5th place. Larry Price though now up into 6th. It's going to be the 12 of Max Wheatley behind, with Jensen White and the 24 of Max Williams. So this is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th coming through. Then it looks like it's Max Gray-Trex in 10th place in front of Harris Alley. So that's 10th and 11th respectively in the background. As the lack of timing continues to test the commentators' ability to spot karts. 3.5 minutes remaining as Ethan Charles gets his arm up off the steering wheel because he's not happy. Marshall is now over there trying to get that kart started. I don't know whether we've got a starting issue or whether it's just beached on the grass and he just can't get it going again, but we'll try and figure out that one. There is a green flag out though at 3, which allows overtaking opportunities into the Spoon corner, the Type 1 at the top of the hill. Ethan Charles holds on to 5th place. Larry Price in 6th. Behind as there's a half a move down the inside there by the 12 of Wheatley, who tries to get a nose down the inside. Jensen White not too far back either. With everybody else bouncing through. Got Cameron tipping in around about 12th or 13th place as Larry Price gets the cart sideways over the curbs, and let's see whether he has to defend. Now they're closing in here on George Ralston in front of them. I don't know whether Ralston's got a problem because he was really comfortable in 4th place. There he is at the top of the hill, and as the rest of the pack, they're still battling behind each other, but they have reeled in George Ralston in the 99. Ralston in 4th place. Don't worry about Stanley Clark. He's come through. He's a lap down, having had some issues on the opening lap, which the leading trio have come through. But Ethan Charles now is having to start defending. He'd moved a few kart lengths away, actually, from Larry Price, with Price having that snap oversteer and bouncing sideways over the curb on the previous lap. But Ethan Charles still taking those defensive lines means that Larry Price and the rest of the chasing pack have managed to close back in. So Ralston in 4th, and there you see Ethan Charles really, really tight round that first corner. That's got to be scrubbing speed off round that first corner, and everybody else still chopping and changing. Jensen White moves through, I think, down the inside of Max Wheatley. I don't think Wheatley was expecting the entire pack to chop across so quickly, and it allowed Jensen White to come through alongside and down the inside. So he's right on the back now of Larry Price. So Ethan Charles, as he comes up, see there, once again parks the kart slightly in from everybody else. The leading trio still nose to tail as the timer continues to elapse down to 0 as we head towards the end of this race. 1 minute and 15. They're going to get 3 more laps in because they'll get round before the last lap board comes out. Ralston in 4th with Charles in 5th. And Charles once again goes defensive to the inside. Price is going to get pushed along by Jensen White, and Thomas Potter is through on James Fabricius at the top of the hill into Spoon Corner, and we've got a change for 2nd place. Harris Roberts continues to lead though, but now it's Thomas Potter taking up the charge against our championship leader, with James Fabricius being demoted down into 3rd place. 2 more laps I think we're going to get. I don't think they're going to get round in enough time to see the last lap board. This time they're not. 30 seconds remaining. Round they come. Over start finish. So they're going to be through. There's still no last lap board. They'll get that next time. So 2 laps remaining. Leaders coming up the hill. There's some lap traffic in front of them. As Harris Roberts takes curb on the inside, defends, and that's opened the door for Thomas Potter to come through down the inside. Oliver Fabricius as well, so James Fabricius down the inside, and Thomas Potter leads the way from the 91 of James Fabricius, with Harris Roberts now demoted to 3rd. He tried to defend to the inside. Fabricius down the inside. That's going to force Potter wide. Roberts comes through as well, back down the inside, and Roberts runs Potter wide onto the dirty tarmac on the outside. Fabricius leads with Roberts up into 2nd place. Potter down into 3rd. Lap traffic in front of them as they come through. Over start finish. I'm fairly sure the last lap board did come out this time as they head up. It is. There's confirmation it's the last lap. Potter uses Housego for a bit of slipstream as they make their way up. Now it's time for Fabricius to get hard on the brakes as they head up towards the Spoon Corner. There's some more lap traffic in front. Not sure whether they're going to catch it, but Fabricius is tight to the inside. Could this be the first time that Harris Roberts does not stand on the top step here in the Cadet Kart Championship? Will he get the cut back to the inside on Fabricius? Fabricius white lining it all the way round. Will there be a dive to the inside? There is from Harris Roberts, and he's through. He's salvaged. On the final few corners, Harris Roberts dives through to come through and make it 5 from 5 in finals here in CKC to take the victory from Fabricius and Thomas Potter. Then on the final complex of corners, Charles for 5th, Ralston 6th, and this contact over the line between Larry Price and a few others as well. Looks like Wheatley was involved. Looks like they have all managed to get round there okay, because there's no yellow flag coming out just to warn the other drivers. Everybody's through cleanly after that incident. Can't bring you, unfortunately, the top 10 or the top 20 because the timing is doing us no favours at all. But it was Roberts from Fabricius, then Potter, with Ethan Charles and George Ralston, the top 5 here at Glan Y Gors. Our leaders and winners making their way down the hill towards Park Ferme. Congratulations to Harris Roberts. Looks like he was going to be demoted off the top step for the first time in this championship, but with a fantastic move down the inside on James Fabricius on the final lap, he came through to take the victory and cement his place at the top of the championship. It's going to be very, very difficult from now on for anybody to catch Harris Roberts. That's 5 rounds in then to this championship. 3 more remaining. We've got a bit of a summer break because we're not coming back next month on the first weekend. It's going to be the 3rd weekend of the month as we head to Landau in South Wales on the 14th of August before the championship then progresses 2 weeks later to Hooton Park, the penultimate round. We then end the season in Suffolk at the beginning of October as we head to Ella Park for our championship decider. Will Harris Roberts have it wrapped up by then though? Who knows, but he's put himself into a fantastic position to do just that. Thank you very much for joining us here today at Glan Y Gors. Thank you for the marshals, the medical team and everybody for watching us, and also for the staff here at GYG for providing us with a fantastic facility to come racing. We will see you next weekend on the Alpha channel because we're pretty much covering events all through the summer and into the winter months as well. CKC and JKC will be back over the weekend of the 13th and 14th of August as we head to South Wales, this time for Landau, and we look forward to welcoming you then. Thank you very much for joining us.